It's race day. Finally, we get to the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship 2023. It has been what feels like an age since the last round of FIA Karting in the direct drive categories at Sarno, when we crowned world champions Enzo Tarnvanichkul in junior and Matthias Morgato in senior last year. But finally, we get to do it all again. And for 2023, it's all change. 4 brand new race circuits for the European Championship. None of the drivers in either category will have ever raced an OK or an OK Junior on these circuits before. It's going to be a fabulous new dawn and a new era for the FIA Karting OK and OK Junior Championships on this phenomenal race circuit. 18 laps in the final for the Junior tomorrow, 22 for the OK category, 9 laps and 11 laps across the heats, and we are live all the way through till 6 p.m. today. 18 degrees Celsius air temperature, which means the track temperature is going to be around 27, 28 degrees for the time being. The wind has finally ceased in the build-up for this one, and it's going to be an amazing day at the races. But the humidity is high. It's going to be high pressure on the engines, on the water temperature, on the tyres, and the brakes. Bring it on! Valencia is the perfect venue to kickstart the FIA Karting European Championship 2023. Hello to all of you, wherever you are watching and however you are watching, whether you're on the FIA Karting YouTube or Facebook streams or on motorsport.tv, live here at the races. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Anthony Jordan. We are ready for an exciting beginning to this season.
Yes, we are. It's going to be a brilliant 4 rounds this year for the European Karting Championship, and we kickstart it, like you say, here at Valencia, and the weather, once again, beautiful. The live shots you're seeing there of the start-finish straight in towards Turn 1 and the pit lane exit, a beautiful location to really kickstart the season, isn't it, Valencia? A very fast-flowing but technical circuit that the drivers have got ahead of them this weekend. Very much looking forward to it. We've got 20 races today, and we kickstart with OK Junior, with qualifying groups A and E. But like we say, all the way throughout this weekend, the atmosphere in the paddock has been a fun but tense paddock, because there's a lot of drivers who have moved up from the junior categories who are champions. There are a lot of drivers, you know, who are still there in the senior categories, and they've shaken up the field a little bit. So it's making it nice and interesting going into 2023. It should be a very good season.
Absolutely, and there are a few things to take into account for 2023. Not only have we got 4 brand new race circuits for the European Championship in 2023, we've also got the introduction of the International Karting Ranking, which gives the drivers an opportunity to see where they are in terms of the worldwide ranks of all the international competitions. We have the brand new 100% renewable fuel solution that's come in from P1 Racing Fuel, which could not just revolutionize karting, but it could completely change the face of motorsport over the next few years if it's successful, and early signs are that it already is. There's been some changes on the tyres front as well. Obviously, it's still just as tough and as competitive as it always was. Drivers still have only the 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres that they can use over the entirety of the battle from the start of qualifying to the end of the superheat, which means you only get 1 spare on the front and the rear to guide you through the whole weekend. So looking after the tyres is still as crucial and still as difficult as it ever was.
Yeah, and I really like that factor, because in other championships that are run over in Europe, you know, they would still get the 2 sets, but here it's the 1.5 sets. And like you say, that really can change the strategy that drivers would deploy over the weekend. And again, these tyres that they're going to be using today on the live stream are already very well used. A lot of drivers have already done 2 of their 5 heats, I believe they have. Some of them have only done their 1 heat. So, you know, some of them are a little bit more used than others. But like I say, going to the end of today, everyone will have done 5 race heats. And of course, going into tomorrow, the super heats, they'll have the same tyres for that as well. So they've got qualifying, all their heats, and the super heats on this 1 set of tyres. It's, wow, you've got to really, really look after them, haven't you?
You really have got to have nerves of steel. As I mentioned, and as we've already mentioned, yesterday we had 10 qualifying heats after the qualifying practice. Sadly, they were not televised, so we need to bring you up to speed on that one. The first race of the day saw Tibor Ramekers, the man to the right of your picture. He took the victory in front of Alexander Bondarev and Scott Lindblom, the Swede, ahead of Jack Eiliff of the United States and Kian Fardin of Switzerland in the opening race. Then we had Nicolas Schaufler, the man who's quickly becoming known as the Austrian Mouse. He took the victory yesterday, despite the fact that Lewis Werrell actually beat him on the road, but he picked up a penalty. Zach Drummond promoted to second ahead of Christian Castoya, Marius Barryberg and Davide Bottaro. Then in the third race, as the drivers get underway for qualifying heat A versus E, we had Tame Soleil, the pole sitter. He took victory in his first heat ahead of Elliot Kaczynski, Gabriel Kunikan and Jacopo Martinez, with Dan Dalakian the wild card in 5th position. Then in qualifying heat C versus F, Lewis Werrell did keep the victory the second time in front of Nicolas Schaeffler, and then Alexander Bondarev third ahead of Christian Costoya and Marius Barryberg, with Luna Flusha in the top 6. And finally, in qualifying heat B versus D, Elliot Kaczynski doubled up and got another victory, the Swedish driver ahead of Zach Drummond and Salim Hanar, with Dries van Langendonk and Davide Battaro in the top 5. But here's the grid for the first race. Tame Soleil is in pole position with Tibor Ramekers alongside him. Then we have Jacopo Martinez and Jack Eilif from Dan Delakian and Mies Huben, Gabriel Kunekan and Kian Fardin, Kirill Ditiev and Joel Pokula, Gerasim Skulnanov and Jindro Pezel from Alex Martinez and Noah Wolf, Roman Kamyab and Augustus Toniolo, Louis Cochet and Boris Leisen, Hugo Marti and Ludovico Busso, Sebastian Koppeng and Shun Jiaoyu, Jensen Burns and Lev Krutelov from Louis Castellini, Mark Brovko, Enzo Ruggiero and Javier Herrera. And at the moment, at this point in proceedings, Kaczynski and Schaeffler are all square on 94 points with this brand new point system that we have in the intermediate classification as well. Instead of it being a 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 system like we had last year, it's now 50 points for a win, 44 for second, 41 for third. So it's going to be a very exciting battle this time round.
It is indeed, yeah. It does shake up the points as well going into it, so drivers have just got to be a little bit more aware of where they're positioning themselves on track and in these qualifying heats, of course, because we've always said it at Valencia, you really want to be starting on that inside line. So the best places to be first, maybe even 4th place. They're the best places to start.
And you know what? This new point system, 2 weeks ago, I was a little bit of a skeptic about it.
So was I.
I didn't really see what the purpose of it was. I didn't see what the value of changing it was until we got to the superheats, when you can score 75 points for the win in the superheat, and then, you know, there's more points available. And then when
shake it up.
Yeah, when you actually look at it, if a guy manages to come from the back to the front, that's a massive points increase, rather than a 0 score, which doesn't really change much, whereas the 75 does.
Essentially, what it does is it favours the drivers who are at the back of the grid more, with a better chance of coming through to the front. So it can really shake up the field, and that, I think, is the crucial one. First race of the day, about to get lined up. They've gone past the red line, meaning the formation now needs to bunch up, and they do successfully do that. They'll go round the final corner. They'll go into the tram lines. Is it going to be green like first time around? No, it's going to be a false start. They will go round again. I did think it was a little bit of a late formation on that one.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they're all just about formed across the 2 rows. They have to stay, for those of you who are watching FIA karting for the first time, for the rolling start, they have to remain inside the painted tram lines that are on the main straight. They cannot leave those tram lines until the lights go out. They have to stay in position, they have to stay in formation. As much as possible, they have to stay level to the guy that they're staying on the front row of the grid with. They have to stay as level as possible. It's not always easy to do, but as long as the 2 rows are in the tram lines in the correct order, they can basically be sent away, even if they're not quite level, because you have to get the race underway, and it's quite difficult, particularly for the juniors, to get them absolutely perfect and level and even. So as long as they're in the 2 rows, in the positions they should be, in the tram lines at the time the lights go out, that's a clear start.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, back onto the back straight they go then. Hopefully the gridding up procedure will happen a little bit sooner this time around. Technically, they don't have to start it until they get to the red line, which will appear there on your screens, denoted by the 2 cones. And you can see there one of our assistant race directors out on the circuit, I think. Is that Gonzalez out there?
I think it is Gonzalo. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
49 flags raised up on the back straight there, but to represent the 49 nations that are competing over the course of this weekend, representing all 6 continents as well. Here we go, up to the start line. Perfect start from Tame Soleil. Absolutely perfect launch. Ramakers is going to slot in behind him and actually get 2nd position. He's not going to lose ground through the first hairpin as we wend our way through. Is everybody going to cut through at the hairpin? No problems at all for the drivers coming in behind. Jacopo Martinez holding on to 3rd place, and there's a spin. 2 or 3 karts going off in the chicane. That's one of the Falcons that's gone around. That looks like Javier Herrera. No, it's his teammate. That is Sun Xiaoyu, who has gone around. And one of the Leclerc by Lennox karts, that's Louis Castellini. And I think Mies Huben actually missed the timing beacon as he came through last time. He has kept going, I do believe. So Mies Huben is going to join in the mid-pack. But out in front, Tame Soleil, the German talent for the Sauber Academy, running in front of the Belgian, Tibor Ramekers.
Yeah, good start then from the majority of the grid. Like you say, you don't really want to start the day here with a breakdown or a spin, and unfortunately for those 2 drivers, that has happened. And yeah, you can already see the disappointment there, and the body language says a million words. Across the line they go, though. Tame Soleil leads the way.
Oh, Ramicus is going for it.
Oh, he is, yeah. Down the inside through turn 1. Straight away, Timo Ramicus getting the lead on that one, and that is crucial. He did this a couple of weekends ago. Now he's going to try and replicate that here.
He's got an investigation flag, though.
Oh,
so
dear.
maybe he jumped the start. Now, if that is the case, then he is going to get a penalty. That is disastrous for the Belgian, but he's under investigation, so maybe they feel he was just a little bit too eager off the start. And if that is the case, then Tame Soleil doesn't even need to pass him. He just needs to stay with him. But Tame Soleil is the kind of driver who is gutsy and determined. He is going to go for it. Well,
let's find out as the race progresses. Still, Ramicus leads the way, though, as they go back onto the back straight. Tame Soleil still there in P2. Jack Iliff, good start as well. He's up there into P3. He's got Martinez and Delakian just behind the top 5 as they go through. Nice, clean train as they exit out of that final chicane back across the start-finish line. You can see now trains starting to form. You've got Gabriel Koeniken just there, kind of a bit of a no-man's land in P6, not close to the drivers in front or behind. Paisel there in 7th place, 5 positions gained, big mover, as well as Krutulov, also 6 places gained, up into P18.
So a good run from the Ukrainian Lev Krutulov. Here is the battle up front. And now we have Jack Iliff, the Paralin driver from the United States, up into 3rd position again. He's one to keep an eye on, isn't he, Jack Iliff? He's really made an impression so far in his first couple of meetings up at the European Championship level in the Paralin. Having a look there, that was Dan Delakian just having a think about Jacopo Martinez. Quite an important one for Dan Delakian. 5th position, the junior, as a wild card this weekend, giving the Pantano chassis its first European event. They made a debut in the World Championship last year with Ruben Moya, but Ruben Moya is actually playing a team manager role this weekend. Giorgio Pantano having had a rather nasty illness over the last week and a half. Get well soon, Giorgio. We know you're watching. So your boys are doing a fantastic job. Peter Stiller doing well in the seniors, and Dan Delakian doing an amazing job in the juniors in the top 5.
He is indeed. You can see him, he's just behind this battle that we're watching here. This is the battle for 2nd place on your screens as Kian Fardin sets the fastest lap of the race for the Cut Republic team. So running well out on circuit. Eyes on this one. Now, Ramicus is actually starting to break away from the main pack. That gap's opened up to about half a second now, so he's thinking that maybe, okay, if I am under investigation, I'm going to need to open that gap. I'm going to need to use these tyres if I'm going to want these points. So, you know, that plays with the mind a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, because it's a double-edged sword, because if you push too hard to get a 5-second lead, then your tyres are going to be compromised for the later heats and superheats. So do you consolidate and just try and look after the tyres as much as possible and hope that the field behind you doesn't, you know, spreads out to a certain extent, or do you push it to keep the win and hope that you're just going to have a reasonable race later? It's a tough one for Timo Ramicus. How hard do you push it at this stage in the lead, especially because he doesn't know what the outcome of the investigation is going to be? He could get away with it. They could decide he's not going to get a penalty, but it could be one of those things where they have to review it after the race, so he can't assume. He's just got to focus on his race and get on with it. Jack Iliff, meanwhile, is all over the back of Tame Soleil, and he's got pressure of his own from Jacopo Martinez. Martinez has suddenly become a factor in this one as well. Yeah,
Martinez has been looking strong this weekend. He's got some good pace out there and has just been putting in the lap times. He's been putting in the work. And I just think, yeah, it's going to be his time. I reckon he's going to really shine this weekend. He's there in P4 at the moment. And I like the position P4 in these sort of situations because you always seem to be the first person to go if it's all kicks off at the front, you know. If it kicks off between these two here for 2nd place, yeah, prime location to just sneak it down the inside.
Well, let's have a look at the start. Timo Ramicus, look, he had his hand in the air off the start. Maybe he felt it was a false start, but then he just decided to go for it anyway. So you can't really judge anything by that start, unfortunately, from that angle. Here's what happened to Shun Xiao Yu.
Big lock-up, yeah.
It's just the chain reaction, isn't it? You've just got the concertina effect, too many carts into too small a space. Nothing really he could do about that one. No real driver there at fault. Unfortunately, when you've got, you know, 28 drivers trying to get into the same bit of racetrack, 2 or 3 are going to come unstuck.
Yeah, exactly that. And especially here as well, when you go into that turn 3, it is a pinch point on the circuit, and because it's so early on into the lap as well, you always get that concertina effect. It's almost a given that someone's going to run wide, someone's going to go off the track or anything through that corner. It is a tricky one, but that's why we love the circuit. Again, it's just that little characteristic that this track has got that I think even the drivers love as well.
Yeah, I'm delighted this place is now part of the European Championship for 2023 because it really does give you everything. It combines the long, fast straights, the open, complex sweepers, you've got these tight chicanes, you've got these heavy braking points, you've got great overtaking opportunities. The drivers have fallen head over heels in love with this place, and it's quickly becoming one of the most popular OK circuits that we've ever used, considering this is only day 2 of the FIA Karting European Championship. First time it's ever been used. Ramakers, Saleh, Eilif, Martinez, Dalakian, Kernikan, Jindro and Kirill Ditiev. Ditiev looking really struggling at the moment, and it looks as though Enzo Ruggiero has also picked up an investigation flag. I'm not sure whether that's for the start or for something else.
Well, where is he sitting at the moment? He
21st.
is, 21st place at the moment, so unsure. He is up 6 places from his original starting spot. We'll have to see what happens as the race progresses, but yeah, never a nice feeling when you get that investigation flag, because you see it when you cross the start-finish line, and it just puts that doubt in the back of your mind, doesn't it? I
need to correct myself. That first lap incident, it wasn't Sun Jiaoyu. I was right the first time. It was Javier Herrera, the Mexican. So Javier Herrera and Luis Castellini going off. I shouldn't stop second-guessing myself. Kian Fardin, fastest lap of the race, a 55.5, as he now puts himself closer to the back of Kirill Ditiev, and there's the move from Eilif. He finally gets the opportunity there on Tame Saleh, but he's not going to hold it because Tame Saleh is a very hard driver to overtake. Eilif tries again. He goes out wide. Saleh's going to try and cut back in on the inside line. Watch as he's now going to try and get alongside. Tame Saleh is not an easy man to pass.
Yeah, he's really defended that one quite nicely, positioned the car beautifully, and you know, you've got to give it to Jack Eilif as well. He really pushed that car to its full potential through that section, and again, he makes the move through the final chicane. Brilliantly timed, well executed. Now into second place across the line.
And you've got to feel for Tame Saleh, because now he's into the warpath, because you've got Dalakian, Kernikan and Pazel lining up as we go into the final lap as well. So Saleh really doesn't want to drop any lower than he has. He's already down to 4th in the standings as well as in the race. So this is not good news for the German. But Tibor Ramakers is exactly where he wants to be. He took a win yesterday. He's going to take a win today as well. So it's looking very tidy for the Belgian. He wasn't the fastest overall in qualifying for a change, but certainly in the heats, he has come out to play once more. And the VDK driver, look, is 2 seconds clear of Eilif.
Look like Daniel Dalakian there, just going slightly defensive going into that Sector 3 chicane, and I don't know if he's run out of time there. I mean, Kamya picks up a warning flag. That doesn't come with a 5-second time penalty. It is just a slap on the wrist. But on the final lap, out of the final corner, Tibor Ramakers for Belgium. Once again, a fine form race. He crosses the line to take the first victory of the day from Jack Eilif, Martinez and Tame Saleh, the top 4. Dan Dalakian rounds out the top 5.
That'll do nicely for Tibor Ramakers. A fabulous beginning to the weekend. And the VDK racing driver really looking strong. He is definitely following in the same sort of wheel tracks as the likes of Victor Bernier and Evan Gilter, who were the kings of the VDK operations in years gone by. Tibor Ramakers, definitely now their new wonderkind. And what a fantastic young lad he is proving to be. Doesn't say much, very quiet, very shy, gets everything done internally. But when he gets out into that racing kart, he's an absolute animal. And once he gets into the lead, you're never going to see him again. The way he's currently producing these performances, if he can do well on Friday every single time he comes out, he could end up being a dominant junior champion this year.
He could be. He could be indeed. He'll come in. I'm sure he'll be happy with that one as the race ends and the drivers make their way into Parc Fermé. They'll go through scrutineering. They'll make sure all is done. Of course, all the results that you see on the screen and as the races are done are all provisional. Of course, Timo Ramakers then takes the win from Jack Eilif, Jacopo Martinez and Tame Saleh. Daniel Dalakian and Jidrin Pazel round out the top 6 from Gabriel Kernikan and Kian Fardin. Kirill Ditiev and Roman Kamyab round out the top 10.
Hugo Marti in front of Joel Pohjola, Jerezem Skulinov ahead of the British driver Noah Wolff, Augustus Toniolo in 15th place, the Brazilian. And then we have Lev Krutulov, who made up 8 places, the Ukrainian, in front of Sun Jiaoyu. Mies Huben is next up in front of Sebastian Kaupeng. And then Boris Leisen of Poland, Enzo Ruggiero of South Africa, ahead of Alex Martinez, Jensen Burns, Louis Cochet, Ludovico Busso and Mark Brovko. Just the 2 retirements on the opening lap, hence why they don't come up on the timing beacon. Louis Castellini of Monaco and Javier Herrera of Mexico. And at this point, Tibor Ramakers now has a 6-point lead over Elliot Kaczynski and Nicholas Schaufler in the intermediate runnings. Tame Saleh and Zach Drummond are 12 points back. Alex Bondarev, 15 back. So it's a very open and competitive battle for the OK Junior category in qualifying heat A versus E. But in the OK Senior category, it's going to be just as competitive. We're really excited to see what happens now going into the next port of call. But the OK category is next. And this is where all 4 of last year's champions across junior and senior, European and world, are racing on the same bit of racetrack. Let's look back at the highlights of this one. We're not entirely sure whether that was a jump start for Thibaut Ramicus or not, but certainly it is being investigated. Something at the start certainly is. Slotted in nicely behind Tame Soleil. But just as always with Thibaut, as we watch Herrera and Castellini exiting stage left in two separate incidents in the same corner, actually.
Yeah, not sure the full ins and outs of that one, but yeah, it was an interesting moment. This was the great battle between Eiliv and Martinez, and again, Eiliv going for that final last-minute lunge into the final chicane.
Yeah,
it was well-timed, well-executed, no issues there, but nothing could stop the young Belgian driver across the line, tapping on the steering wheel, saying, that'll do nicely.
Yep, he picks up where he left off a couple of weeks ago in the warm-up event to this. Tame Soleil caught out, unfortunately, by the overtaking move in the end from Jack Eiliv. Defended well, but it's been an interesting one. Right, in the OK qualifying sessions, we had a fair few surprises, it's fair to say. But certainly across the heats, it's kind of as we thought it was likely to play out. But as we mentioned, both the European and both the world champions from 2022 across junior and senior are now on the same category in 2023, because we've had the European and world champions in junior, Anatoly Kevalkin and Enzo Tarnvinichkul, now step up into the OK category to join the European and world champions from 2022 in OK, namely Kian Nakamura-Berta and Matthias Morgato. This is going to be a fascinating challenge. And let's not forget there are a few movers and shakers as well. Joe Turney has moved to the Kart Republic team, really hoping to go for his first FIA karting title. He's won everything else. He just needs to win an FIA title now, and he is absolutely determined with Kart Republic. Tony Kart is being led, as always, by the likes of Luigi Coluccio and James Zagotzi. Jan Piotrowski has come up from junior to senior. He's already looking ridiculously fast. Nicolo Kuman, the Friday specialist for Forza Racing, still very much a factor in these races. And of course, Alex Powell, the Mercedes F1 Junior, very much a favourite coming into this season. But let's not forget the likes of David Walter of Denmark for Koski, Thomas Stolchemanis, the Latvian for Energy Course, Gabriel Gomez has come straight out of the blocks for CRG. They look strong this year.
They do, yeah. They've put in a great performance so far, and I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with as well. So keep an eye on the orange machine of CRG, because they are coming for thee.
Indeed.
There you go. That worked out quite well, didn't it?
Yeah, you with your Edgar Allan Poe. Like a bit of that. Nathan Tai has stepped up out of the junior for Sodi. René Lammers has stepped out of junior for Paralin. And these guys are already on the pace. Arthur Poulain is now part of the Tony Kart factory team. Gilles Caranta has stepped up from junior to go to Energy Course. Ian Eichmans is still a factor for Ward. You know, there's still so many variables coming into this one. So let's talk you through what happened yesterday in the qualifying heats. Jan Piotrowski came out of the blocks to pick up the first win in front of DPK's Kirill Kutskov, alongside Kian Nakamura-Berta in third, to Reza Babichkova, the former W Series driver, straight up into fourth place, along with Nicolo Kuman and last year's European junior champion Anatoly Kevalkin in the top six. Second race, Thomas Stolchemanis, the Latvian. Once he gets into the lead, you can't stop him. The Energy Course driver beating the Jamaican sensation Alex Powell in front of David Walter, James Zagotzi, Luvuwe Sam Budler, a surprise pole position in his group, and Joe Turney for Kart Republic up in the top six. Always to be expected. Then we had Gabriel Gomez converting pole position in time qualifying to his first win of the weekend. The Brazilian is on a charge. René Lammers second from Nathan Tai, Ian Eichmans, Arthur Poulain and Luigi Coluccio. All the big names we expected right up at the sharp face of it. Kian Nakamura-Berta then took his first heat win of 2023 ahead of Thomas Stolchemanis and David Walter, Luvuwe Sam Budler, James Zagotzi and Anatoly Kevalkin in the top six once again. And finally, the last race of yesterday, which was one of the most exciting actually, Nathan Tai giving Sodi Kart their first OK Senior heat win for goodness knows how many years. René Lammers in second ahead of Joe Turney, Alex Powell, Luigi Coluccio and the Frenchman Marlo Bollier. What a season 2023 is going to be in OK.
It really is. This is going to be one to watch throughout all of it. And as the boards go up, we're nearing the start time for this one. 1 minute to go then as the drivers psych themselves up and get themselves ready for this exciting race we've got up ahead of us. 11 laps, 15 kilometers, the races this weekend. Very, very long. I mean, it's a technical circuit. Again, not the longest circuit that we go to on the calendar for sure, but still a very, very fast and technical circuit. And these drivers, I think, in these sort of stages, you can see some of them with their heads down, focusing, probably even picturing the circuit that they're about to do battle on.
Yes, indeed. 86 competitors racing in the OK Senior category this weekend. 83 competing in junior. 9 of them in total are of the female persuasion, and all of these drivers are representing all 6 continents around the globe. North and South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australasia, all considered within this starting field. It is absolutely monstrous just how big an international flavour that we have. 49 nations represented over the course of this weekend, and that is quite an incredible achievement. So, 11 laps of this first OK qualifying heat for the OK category in Groups A versus E. And it's Gabriel Gomez and Jan Petrovsky on the front row from Artur Pulain and Nicolo Kuman, Ian Eichmans and Kirill Kutskov, Gilles Caranta and Teresa Babachkova, Lucas Samalisto and Thomas Strauven, Maciej Gladic and Olin Gali, Sebastiano Pavan and Maxim Orlov, Zoe Florescu and Marcus Seita, Adam Hideg and Alexander Bogunovic, Matthias Morgato and Marti Rittinen, Petra Babachkova and Jakub Rashki from Peter Stiller and Max Angelard, then Enea Frey, Alex Sawyer, Nicola Nalati, Ryan Vincent and the Italian Ronnie Stefani. It's going to be an interesting one. 29 drivers in the field. Both Babachkova sisters on track for the first time together this weekend. And the world champion, Matthias Morgato, really struggling. When I spoke to him this morning, he said, we've got to figure out what's happening with this engine. It's just not giving me what I delivered. Nothing wrong with the chassis. That's perfect. However, I'm just not getting the pace I need.
Yeah, it does fall down to that one, doesn't it? I mean, the track itself, yes, it's got the fast sections where you need that extra power, but again, you need that little bit of acceleration, and I think that's what can cause a lot of drivers the mischief, because unlike other engines that are run out of in Europe, the OK category, again, is one of those ones where it has got a very fast acceleration out of the corner, and that's what makes them so quick, especially on these technical circuits. So, you know, when they exit out through the chicane, you see them really shoot across the start-finish line, and it's quite a short run to the start-finish line as well, so having that power, like you say, is key. So, you know, it would be a real shame if we couldn't get that engine sorted out. Hopefully they find the issue.
So it's definitely once again going to be another interesting and intriguing battle out there on the course as the contenders are gearing up for another exciting run as we prepare for action in the FIA Karting European Championship. How important it is to the world of motorsport? Well, you figure this. Anytime you've watched a race in Formula One, in IndyCar, in Le Mans, in TCR, in Rallycross, in the World Rally Championship, most of those drivers and engineers will have started here. It is so crucial to the lifeblood and the heartbeat of world motorsport. Everybody has to start somewhere, and it doesn't matter whether you're in your teens or whether you're in your 20s. You build a career here, you're set for life. If you can handle this, you can handle anything.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Wise words there. Drivers make their way onto the back straight, and I've got to say, Gabriel Gomez a little bit ahead of the pack here. He's going to have to slow it down, and not necessarily the best thing that you want in these sort of situations, only because you've spent all those 2 laps warming everything up, and now you've got to really bring it back. You're the first one to slow it down. It's like, you know, in the likes of Formula One, when you get to your grid spot too early, and then you've got to wait for the rest of the 19 cars to load up behind you, and you've got, well, everything's cold again now. Exactly the same principle in here.
So Gomez leading them around. I have a feeling this might be a false start, you know.
I reckon
and
it is.
Yeah, Gomez was just a little bit too eager putting the foot on the throttle there. You're supposed to wait until the yellow acceleration line on the main straight. And I think he was just a tiny bit eager there. It kind of unsettled the pack as he came down the straight. Fantastic pictures from the drone to give you a real full view of this amazing circuit. 1,428 meters in length, 20 degrees air temperature. The circuit temperature of the track itself is going to get into the low 30s about this point. So this is very, very tough on tyres now.
It is. And I think the one thing that these drivers have to contend with is that it's dusty here. The sand, the dust gets onto the circuit. That makes it even more course as well, so it can really take a toll on the tyres through this weekend. So drivers will have to watch out for that one. You don't want to go off the racing line as much as possible. The marbles form, like say, the dust is out there, and maybe even a little bit of debris as well, which can get kicked up. But despite that, the marshals out there do a fabulous job with clearing all of that as much as they possibly can to give them the best possible race surface that they can offer. Let's give it another go, and once again, they'll approach the red line here. This will be the moment that they have to have themselves in formation and no overtaking is permitted. And right now, again, quite a late formation. Again, the back of the pack not right there, but this is looking a little bit better this time.
So Gomez and Petrovsky, Artur Pulain in third on the grid. Watch for him. He has really come out of the blocks fighting fit in his Tony kart. Is this going to be a start? That's more like it. Pasquale Lupoli sends them on their way. And down to the first corner, it's a good start from Poulain, but he's getting a little bit of a nudge from Eichmanns and Caranta as they try and come through. A little bit of pushing and shoving. Further back and off the road goes one of the Tony karts in the middle of the gaggle there. Couldn't quite make out which one that was, but certainly a bit of a tricky one. I think it's Jan Piotrowski. Piotrowski, who was on the front row, has dropped into the middle of the field. So that is not good news for the Polish driver, but up at the front, no worries at all for Gomez in front of Poulain and Eichmanns, and Martti Rittinen has not gone through by the look of it. He's had to miss the timing beacon, so we're not entirely sure whether Rittinen is still going or whether he's actually come off the road. I have a feeling that Martti Rittinen has rejoined, but has actually ended up in the middle of the gaggle, having missed the first timing beacon.
I reckon that's all it was on that one. Poulain there in second place, Caranta up into third. So Jules Caranta, the young driver who was a junior last year, now at his first year of senior, as down the inside. That was a DPK making that move.
From Kutskov.
It was Kutskov, yeah. Nice little move. And strange to see those sort of moves into that final chicane early on in a race. Usually they're saved for the last lap lunge later on at the end.
Well, now it's FIA Karting European Championship time.
Yeah,
it's the moment to take risks. I'll tell you who has been taking risks on the first lap and come up trumps. Maciej Gladish, the Polish driver, is now into the top 10 after an epic start. He's now in 8th position behind Samalisto. Pavan's made a good start as well. 4 places made up for him. And 5 places, here comes Matthias Morgato, the world champion, is bouncing back.
He is indeed. Max Angelard as well, P18, 6 places gained at the start of that one, so that's a nice run. He'll be happy with that one as he makes his way through the field, side by side here, the 179.
It's Pavan on Gladish.
It is, yeah, nice little overtake there, up into P8 now. There is Jules Caranta there, not fully latched onto the back of Poulain. Poulain is starting to break away.
Maciej Gladish, brilliant in the final chicane.
Yeah.
Bounces back in style there for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on the Lando Norris chassis. The Polish driver, former Academy Trophy champion, the same title that Charles Leclerc won back in 2011. Maciej Gladish is back, and he is pushing hard.
Yes, he is indeed. Nice little tactical overtake there into that final chicane. And again, like you say, we're seeing more and more overtakes as the weekend progresses.
Oh, goodness me, Pavan.
Whoa, there we go. And that's a robust way to get through. And he makes his way onto the infield straight now and down. He takes the position. So
I don't think Olin Galli's going to be happy with that one at all. He's going to feel he's been muscled off the circuit quite aggressively there. But the CRG driver, he's very much an old hand of the game. He knows how to give as much as receive, so he's going to be bouncing back in style. Caranta, Eichmanns, Kutskov, Kuman, Samalisto, Gladish, Pavan and Galli, and Teresa Babachkova is in the mix. Goodness me, Olin Galli fights back with gusto. Take that, Sebastiano. That's what you get for nudging me wide. You don't get to do that to me, Sunshine. And now he's trying again to hold Pavan at bay, who tries again and again and again in that inside apex. And now Teresa Babachkova is going to try and take the move. Pavan tries to defend. No chance. Babachkova's got it. And there goes the move from Piotrowski to bounce back.
he gets absolutely swamped there, falls way into the clutches of the pack. Marcus Sater sees a warning flag out there as well, the 1-2-4. I suspect there might be a few nose cones at the end of this race because that got very, very tight and cozy, didn't it?
Marcus Sater getting a warning flag. These guys need boxing gloves at this current rate. They're absolutely chipping each other around. Look at this. Big divers. Adam Hideg takes a scalp on the inside of Sebastiano Pavan now. And you've got an absolute squabble as they come onto the back straight. And this is going to go all the way down to the tail of the field. This is what's brilliant when the racing gets good and charged, because everybody has a chance. Pavan back down on the inside. I think that's Orlov. He's gone for the move on in the inside, and now it's absolute skittles as they come off the turn. 4, 5, 6 wide at times as they jockey for position, trying to dive in on the inside. In the middle of all that, Peter Stiller, the wild card, trying to make some gains. This is proper OK racing.
This is ridiculous as they go through. It's such a big group of drivers all fighting for that one position. I mean, we're back how many karts have we got here? We got like about 14th place down to the back of the grid?
I'd say that goes, yeah. Well, I think it's about 12th, actually. You've got from Strauven backwards all the way to Nico Lanalati in 29th. You're right. And Adam Hideg has now picked up a warning flag for his gutsy maneuver in the middle of the gaggle. So Gomez leads Poulain, then Caranta, Kutskov, and Ian Eichmanns. The top 5 pretty much staying rhythmic at the moment, but just keep an eye on Nicolo Kuman. He's suddenly got himself onto the tail of Ian Eichmanns once again. And the Forza Racing driver may have a chance here.
Gladys just managed to get past Samalisto there for P7 through the final chicane, moves up and is now trying to latch on to the back of this group. Jules Caranta under investigation. That popped up before this transition. Here's a look at the race start.
Now watch Piotrowski. He's there to the left of Poulain, and watch, he just gets nudged. He gets nerfed once and then twice. He has no choice. I hope we get to see this on the long shot here. If you watch him at the front, he gets squeezed, he gets a nudge, and then he ends up getting onto the dirt. Somebody else nudges him wide there. Look, he ends up having to go off onto the grass. Not good at all.
No, not the best way through, and there was a little bit of a concertina effect there. That's where
Hubert went off,
yeah, that's where he missed the timing beam. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's one of the Paralins.
It was the 181, I think.
That's Marty Rittinen. No, that's the Diamond. I apologise. That's the Diamond Racing Team kart of Marty Rittinen. So I'm afraid he's out of it. He was in the middle of that fantastic battle. So I'm afraid Marty Rittinen, the Finnish driver for Diamond, has well and truly gone. This is the team's first attempt at the European Championships in 2023. I'm afraid it's all gone to pot. There is Kirill Kutskov. He's put in such a great performance so far this weekend. And he is right there for the mix of it as Eichmanns. Was that Eichmanns getting through on Caranta? Got to look for it. Yes, it was. So Eichmanns, the Belgian, has gotten through now on Jules Caranta in the energy course.
Yeah, Caranta will have seen that under investigation flag as well. And again, that just puts the doubt in the mind, just thinking, oh, what have I done? What have I done? I don't know. And as you can see now, Caranta is being swamped by the drivers he's got behind. And Kuman is just next behind in that 1-1-2, and you just think, Kuman are thinking at this point now, everyone's managing to get past. I've got to try and go through as well. Is he going to do it in towards turn one, though? Big look over the shoulder, sees if it's clear, has a think about it, stays there, stays in P7.
I can tell you that Jules Caranta will have been thinking one of two things when he saw that investigation, as there goes Kuman to get on the inside of Caranta. He'll have been thinking one of two things. What on earth did I do? Or are you kidding me, mate? That was not my fault. So he certainly won't be thinking it's a fair cop, because racing drivers never do in the heat of the moment. Maciej Gladic right up behind Jules Caranta now. He is having a brilliant race. This is exactly what Maciej Gladic wanted. Diving up the inside. There we go. It's been quite a while since the Ricky Flynn team have had a strong start to the season in senior. They always seem to have a good run in junior, but in senior they've struggled of late. But Maciej Gladic really has had his porridge this morning. He's woken up on the right side of bed, and he is absolutely monstering it towards the top five. He's looking so much stronger today. Qualifying did not go well for him. He had to avoid an incident out on the circuit, and it cost him on his flying lap. So Maciej Gladic, looking at his sector times yesterday, should have been top 5 overall. Here he is, proving it.
Yeah, exactly that. He's up 5 positions now into P6 and doing a pretty decent job for the time being. Can he keep this momentum up, though? That's the question, because Kuman is next on the pecking order, and you can see Kuman here very, very quick also. Until he started this race in P4, he's down into P5 at the moment, but like you say, Ian Ekman's still there, and it's a very close-knit group here, and I've got to say, through this section here, Nicolas Kuman looked a little bit quicker there. Ekmans, again, is a driver who is incredibly talented, incredibly quick, and is not a force to be reckoned with. But here, right now, in these final stages of this race, you've got to bring up the question, though. You know, how are those tyres doing? How well did you do earlier on? How hard did you push on them? And is he going to go for the move here again, just holding that tighter line? And I reckon for Nicolas Kuman, that's stressing that tyre out a little bit more.
It is, and the thing is, he's one of the shorter drivers in the field, so that's actually going to put a little bit more exertion on a certain part of the kart at a certain angle. So the taller drivers will have the disadvantage of having the crosswinds hit them in the wrong place. But the particularly shorter drivers, you've got to have a little bit more lead ballast on the car, and that obviously counteracts the weight transfer from one corner to another. So it swings and roundabouts. Yes, it can be an advantage, but it can also be a disadvantage as Kuman comes through on Eichmanns, and Gladic is going to try to repeat the move. And look, Eichmanns, he saw that happening, bailed out. He didn't want to overwork the tyres any more than he had to, and he thought, you know what, I can go with Maciej rather than against him. That was smart from Eichmanns, but great opportunism from Maciej.
Yeah, like I say, it's a long weekend. You don't want to stress it out too much. Yes, okay, it might not bring the excitement for the super heats, or the qualifying heats, I should say, but still, nonetheless, they work and the strategy is there.
Well, Eichmanns is a master tactician. He never stresses the kart more than he has to. He's so smart, and he can really see the end game here. He always plays the long term, and that's what gets him into a good position. But this man, what a start to 2023 he is having. Fastest of all in qualifying yesterday. This is only his 4th campaign in FIA Karting. He came out of Brazil completely unknown when he stepped into the OK Senior category in 2020 as a novice. And he has suddenly become not only one of the most popular members of the paddock, but one of the fastest as well. And the CRG package coming into 2023 looks better than ever before. And Gabriel Gomez looks like he wants to give them the glory days back again. The two-time winner of the Trofeo Ayrton Senna is now starting in perfect style. Gabriel Gomez takes the victory from Artur Pulain and Kirill Kutskov. Isn't it amazing? You wait ages for a Brazilian to triumph at the top level of FIA karting. We got one in Matheus Morgado last year. Looks like we got another.
Exactly that. It's looking good, isn't it, in 2023? They will be happy with that one. The winner on screen for CRG after 11 laps of racing. Gabriel Gomez will take the win from Artur Pulain. Kirill Kutskov at the end of that one, 3 places gained. He started in P6, now finishes P3 from this one from Nicolas Kuman. Magic Gladys there rounding out the top 5, 6 places gained. And once again, as the drivers make their way back into the pit lane, a very exciting start to the day for this driver here on your screen. Gabriel Gomez making the first round so far a perfect streak. 100 points into the weekend. It's 2 for 2 for Gabriel Gomez. And like you say, confidence is key in karting, and right now I think this driver you see on your screen has got buckets full of it.
Yeah, he really has come into the weekend in the right mindset. They've done a lot of homework over the winter in testing, and the CRG looks quick. Gabriel Gomez taking the victory in front of Artur Pulain and Kirill Kutskov. Nicolas Kuman ahead of Maciej Gladish. Then Ian Eichmans, Jules Caranta, Jan Petrovski, Olin Gali, and Lucas Samalisto in the top 10. Teresa Babachkova just missing out in 11th place this time from Thomas Strauven and the world champion Matheus Morgado. Sebastiano Pavan in 14th position ahead of the Norwegian Marcus Saita. Max Angelard making up 8 places in the end, the Polish driver, into P16. Petra Babachkova doing a good job in 17th ahead of Adam Hideg and Maxim Orlov. Zoe Florescu and Jakob Rashki. Then Alex Bogunovic and Peter Stiller ahead of Ryan Vincent, Enea Frey, Ronnie Stefani and Nico Lanalati. 2 retirements in the end, Alex Sawyer and Marty Rittanen in the Diamond Racing Team kart. So a good opener then for the OK category. And Gomez has the perfect score, 100 points. That's exactly the way he wanted to start the weekend.
Exactly so, yeah. The recovery job then begins as the karts get recovered off to the circuit. You can see the Diamond Racing driver just coming off Marty Rittanen. And again, a big disappointment for him. And like you say, you never want to end this one. Let's have a look at some of the best moments from that race then. And again, it was a really decent start from that inside row again. You just see Gomez holding on to that one, but unfortunately, that outside line for Petrovski just didn't work, did it?
Yeah, it's the slightest drift from the Tony kart, and then you see just a little bit of a nudge as the concertina effect comes into play. Nothing malicious there at all, just so many karts into the same bit of racetrack, and then off the road went Petrovski. Mies Huben missing the timing line as everybody else just tries to make their way through. So an interesting one, but there were some big moments, weren't there? Olin Gali and Sebastiano Pavan giving as good as they got, really getting their elbows out. And great to see some proper firepower. Kutskov, again, doing a fine job for the DPK Racing team. 3rd position, that's a great return for his efforts. But for me, Maciej Gladish and Nicolas Kuman really coming good late in the race, working out how to look after the tyres well.
Yeah, and again, does that fall down to maybe yesterday with, you know, looking after them a little bit more, and then coming into today, you can use them a little bit more today. But yeah, we'll find out. We'll have a look at the tyres later on. Maybe during the lunch break, I'll go down and have a nosy at some of those tyres, see what they're looking like. Brilliant result then. Gabriel Gomez will be happy with that one. Like we've said, 100 points, 2 wins. But we move on to the next race that is lined up on your screens. It's OK Junior qualifying Heat B and F, and we spoke to, of course, yesterday's pole sitter in class, Elliot Kaczynski.
Elliot Kaczynski, great performance in qualifying, top spot in the group. It must have been pretty tricky out there to get the lap together. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky. I had a great pace and I did my best, and yeah, it was good. I made a lap.
So looking at how close and even it is between everybody, how are you going to be able to transfer this kind of pace into the qualifying heats?
Like, we're gonna push the hardest that we can, and in the heats, we start the first row, so that's good, and I only look forward and only go.
Fantastic. Great to talk to you, Elliot. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. It sounds a simple plan, but obviously to execute it, very tough around here.
Put foot on loud pedal, go fast, win.
Absolutely right. Elliot Kaczynski, he's a lovable little character. He does all his talking out on the track. He's become a very firm favourite within the World Racing outfit. They've got a lot of ambition in this kid. he's very much picking up the mantle left by Dino Beganovic a couple of seasons ago and continuing that crest of the wave, moving it onwards. He certainly seems to have a lot of confidence, and this is still very much early days for Kaczynski. The sky's the limit.
It really is, and I mean, it just shows that the skill level that's coming through in the junior category as well is starting to really show. You know, the level's getting a lot higher. It's becoming a lot more of a challenge for the newer drivers who are coming into the category as well, because they come in and just think, these guys are so quick, they're so professional at even this young age. And, you know, it really does prove a challenge.
But the man who's alongside him on the starting grid, a wonderful sight and a familiar face to those who were watching last year, Alexander Bondarev. Sasha is back, and he's right up at the front in OK Junior, having made the switch to Kart Republic. I know there's many karting fans who are just as relieved as I am to see him out there, and not only that, but back at the top. Kaczynski and Bondarev are joined by Salim Hanna and Matthias Ortweiler, Dries van Langendonk and Scott Lindblom, Alpak Soy and Luna Flusha from Ethan Lennon and Merel Peldes, Morella Doroca and Marcus Schulcunias, Noah Montero and Oliver Kinmark, Arjan Kreiling and Kimi Tani, Tiziana Monza and Alfons Mietinen, Roel Thanthaden and Jensen Burnett from Wojciech Woda and Klara Koralczyk, Luca Horton, Nikita Nikashov, Lewis Francis, Tamas Gender and Matt Corby. It looks like we've got one missing though from the fray, and that appears to be the Estonian, Merel Peldes. No, she has got going. She joined at the back of the grid, but she has got going. So hopefully the Richard Mille Talent Academy racer from Estonia has a chance to make her way back into her original grid position.
Hopefully so. They've still got plenty of time. They're only on the first of the formation lap, so there's plenty of time to get that done.
And fair play. I want to talk a little bit about Merel Peldes, actually, the Estonian. It's always a lot of pressure that's put on the Richard Mille drivers when they come in. It's a talent academy for a female to be part of the Birol factory outfit, to give them some support, to showcase them in terms of what their speed can be. Merel Peldes has come into her first weekend and is already starting these heats from the top 10. This is a brilliant performance from the Estonian to come straight in and be up against drivers who have already been doing this for a year or two.
Yeah, and we always say, you know, going into these kart races, if you are starting in the top 10, you're probably in the best spot to really get to the front of the grid as well. It can work out well. It is a challenge, but it is doable. So keep a very close eye on the young Estonian driver.
Well, now she's got to wait. The problem is for this race, she's now going to make her way back to her position before the timing line.
Well, I think they've had plenty of time to do that. We'll have to see if she's managed to do that.
She's at the back of the field for the moment, but will she actually be able to work her way back into the top 10? There she is right at the tail. She's got to move past these drivers on the back straight.
She's doing so
Yeah,
now.
no, she'll have time. She'll have time to do that. There's not going to be an issue with that. You're going to see her pop into shot about now, and then she'll work her way back to the left of your picture. There she is. She's slotting her way back into her original grid position, which she's perfectly allowed to do, and she's done it before the red line, so she's okay.
Completely legal.
Yep.
No troubles there at all. Here we go then into now past that red line, and now there is no overtaking allowed, so we get our fingers crossed. We hope for the best, and we see what happens in this one. It's OK Junior, it's qualifying heat B and F. Out of the final corner they go, and into the tram lines. The revs raise, the lights go green, and we're away and racing in towards turn one. Great start from Kaczynski, holds on to the lead. A bit of buffeting as they go into the braking zone.
Spin!
And spin off in the background, several karts
Oh, no, that's gone terribly wrong.
It's mayhem.
It's Lindblom.
There's loads off. There's about 5 or 6 karts, 7, 8.
Lindblom and Ortweiler have gone. Several others too. It's absolute pandemonium. Ortweiler's gone. Lindblom, Aksoy. I think Luna Flusha's recovered. So has Merel Peldes, Schilcunias, Thunthalen, Wojciech Woda, and Matt Corby. And we go straight to yellow flags.
Yeah, the full course yellows come out essentially. If you're new to karting, this is essentially a safety car period.
Oh, look at the front tyres there of Alpak Soy. They are shredded.
Yeah. That is a disaster for so many of those drivers. Those karts will not be in good shape.
Well, Aksoy has not been able to get going again. I tell you who has. That is Marcus Schilcunias. He has managed to get the kart moving, but look at that. You've got Ortweiler, Lindblom, Aksoy, Thuntharen, Woda, and Corby have all gone, and we are now under full course yellows. So essentially, Elliot Kaczynski, the race leader, now effectively becomes the pace car.
Yes, yeah, exactly that.
Oh, we got another.
Oh, that's a VDK.
Or is that Matt Corby trying to get going again? It is, yeah. Matt Corby tried to get going again. It's not going to work for him either, I'm afraid. So we now have just 21 of the drivers from the 29, from the 27 that started.
That is, yeah, not the best start going in towards turn one. But that, again, that can happen in these sort of races. It's so close, and they go 3-4 wide through turn one. It's a very wide corner, but then it does it does close in as they exit through turn two, and it is a common sight that you see.
Well, let's see if we can have another look at that. I'm sure that we'll be able to go back and pick up on what happened, because essentially you've got the drivers who are on the inside line squeezing the drivers on the outside line within the top 4 rows. So that was right in the heart of the top 10. And the big names that got taken off there were Orjuela and Lindblom. Let's have a look. Now, to the right of your screen, you can see Orjuela behind Bondarev. Lindblom is with him. And look, there's a little nudge, and wait. Bang, there it goes. Just the littlest tap on the back of Orjuela, and it just causes a massive train reaction. Nobody can get out of it.
Yeah, and then there was more action that happened on the infield there as well. This was the rest of it.
Oh, look at it.
And you just see the Constantine, that's just the Constantina effect, that is.
You've got Voda and Thuntharen have locked front fairings, and that's what's pitched them around, and that's in the middle. Look, Wojciech Voda, his hands in the air. What are you playing at? He did nothing wrong. You've got 4 or 5 karts in the same bit of racetrack. The chain reaction is almost inevitable.
Yeah, it's such a shame when you see that happen. It's never a good way to start the race, but nevertheless, it's happened. The yellow flags are out, and the recovery job will happen. The track looking a little bit clear. The marshals have done an absolutely fabulous job of clearing that, and I can imagine the meeting that's being had at Marshall Post 2 at turn 1, because there is a large contingency of drivers accumulated there.
Well, they'll have to say the marshals here in Valencia are exceptionally quick at their job. They do know what they're doing, and we've been coming here as RGMMC. We've been coming here for several different types of event, not just for the FIA European Championships. So amazing work from the marshals. Now, good decision, I think, from Pasquale Lupoli. There was just the slightest hesitation as to whether we were ready to go racing on that lap. So don't wait to decide. Make the decision after the fact and, you know, give them one more time around. Obviously, you want to go racing as soon as possible. But when you're trying to look after all these young men and women, you've got to be on the side of caution. And it's a very sensible decision to just give it a little bit of extra time. Now, who's that going through the pits? That's Kimi Tani. So Kimi Tani has come into the pits and gone back out again. Luca Horton appears to have retired by bringing it into the pits. But Kimi Tani has actually gone through pit lane. I wonder if they've made an adjustment to his car, which they're allowed to do as long as it's in the repair zone in the pit lane. But yeah, you don't see that too often. Kimi Tani dropping to the back.
Yeah, you don't. Well, I can see that the green flags are being made at the ready. The drivers are making their way down the back straight, and I suspect a restart is imminent. And as you can imagine, the temperatures are going to be key now to make sure that they are maintained. Single file start this time around on the restart, no side-by-side. And Elliot Kaczynski will lead the field then through the final chicane. He pounces early, green flag goes out, race restarted, and look at that from Kaczynski, a textbook restart there.
Very hard to nail that in junior, but he's managed to make good use of it through the chicane. And now Alexander Bondarev is trying to chase after Salim Hanar as they duel over second place. Dries van Langendonk now in front of Noah Montero. Montero really benefited from all of that. Then Rocker, Lennon, Lewis Francis, the Australian, is in 8th place, having made up 17 positions, just getting out of everybody's way. Nikishov made up 15, very impressive. Klara Kowalczyk, the wild card, she made up a good 12, as there's the move on the inside from Van Langendonk. He gets through on Bondarev. So Bondarev is there in 3rd position behind Hannah, but Dries van Langendonk tried to get through. It didn't work. And now Noah Montero trying to size up the opportunity. Elliot Kaczynski is loving this up front. He's disappearing.
Very much so. It's been 2 wins. Well, it's been 1 win and a second. This would be a second win going into this one. If he can maintain it, it'll have 144 points, but it's all down to what happens back here because, like you say, Salim Hanar, who's there in 2nd place, has managed to, I think, find some pace here, has just broken away from Bondarev there in P3, so keep a very close eye on it. Kimi Tani, though, fastest lap of the race, came into the pit lane, instantly fastest lap of the race. I suspect just the clear track in front.
This is now the 3rd race of the weekend for every driver in the action. I tell you, one of the big names from this battle that has really not had any help at all from that incident, Luna Flusha, who is battling in the top 10 overall and is currently down to P16 as a result of having to get out of everybody's way. So Luna Flusha now out of the top 10 in what could have been a top 5 finish for her this time. So hopefully things are going to turn around a little bit for Luna Flusha. As up the inside, that's Noah Monteiro getting his bid. The Portuguese driver gets through on Dries van Langendonk. So Noah Monteiro, whose father Tiago is no doubt watching, making the move on the inside at the chicane and gets through, but there's a little bit of pressure from Lennon. And Morello Doroca, the Brazilian, is trying to come through as well. Lewis Francis, though, this is an amazing opportunity, and he's going to take it with both sleeves rolled up.
Salim with that fastest lap of the race now as well. 56.161 is closing in on Elliot Kaczynski. The gap now 0.7 of a second. It's not closing in at a fast rate of knots, but it is closing. I reckon Kaczynski might have enough in this one. We're on lap 7 of 9. And I just think that Kaczynski might pinch this one to the flag. We'll have to see, though. Bondarev, though, all over the back of Salim Hanna, is following and is not dropping off the back. I reckon if we are going to see anything, we might see a move here from Bondarev if he's got enough momentum across that start-finish straight.
So there's Ethan Lennon really trying after Dries van Langendonk. The Energy Course's teammate is behind him, Morello Doroca. Then Francis, Oliver Kinmark, who's doing a great job for Koski. And then we have Nikita Nikishov in front of Monza, Burnett, Peldes, Kowalczyk and Flusha. The three ladies are together, Peldes, Kowalczyk and Flusha. Then Krailing, Miettinen, and then Sulkunyas, Gender and Kimitani, who rejoined a little late, but has not got a massive amount of time to make up now thanks to the yellow flag period. So Noah Monteiro still just taking it nice and easy now in front of Dries van Langendonk. He's got a lot of time to make up, though, on Hanna and Bondarev. But Bondarev has got to be tactical here. Do you go for the move on Salim Hanna, his former teammate, or do you wait for it? As up the inside, there is a Ricky Flynn on the move. That's Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. He's made a massive leap forward compared to last year. And Jensen Burnett really looking for top 10s all the time now.
Yes, indeed. Keep an eye, because that looking very quick there as they go into the final chicane. Now, and the speed there, that camera angle there as they go into the final chicane, when they follows them through that, really shows the speed that they're carrying down that back straight. Probably one of the fastest sections of the circuit as they really wind up the power all the way through that fast sweeping right-hander as they enter onto the back straight. There's your race leader, though, Elliot Kaczynski in the lead, and the gap still 0.6 of a second.
Bondi's got for it!
And look at that, nicely done for Bondarev, and he'll be happy with that one. We were expecting it at some point, didn't know where it was going to happen, instantly goes defensive, and Salim Hanna stays to the outside line here. You've got to be careful because you can get the switchback move through this chicane. Not able to get it done. He's got to be careful because Monteiro's there as well. He's going to want a piece of this.
Bondarev's teammate is getting into the wars as well. Noah Monteiro might just try something into the final chicane if he feels he's got a fast enough kart underneath him. Bondarev's going to have to go defensive. Salim Hanna trying his best. It's not going to happen. Kaczynski's going to get the win up front. Bondarev will get second. Hanna just surviving in third from Monteiro and Van Langendonk. But you really do get to see the drivers now who have got some firepower under their right foot. Kaczynski dominating in the end after the restart. Bondarev determined to get back into second place. Bring it on.
Yeah, Ward Racing will be happy with that one. Kaczynski then, after 9 laps, will take the race win. And like you say, a dominant performance so far this weekend. That's now 2 heat wins and a second. 144 points compared to Alexander Bondarev's 129 at the end of this one. A brilliant result for him. He'll be happy with that one as they make their way back into the pit lane. And again, this is the point that we see now, is that drivers really have to be careful on these in laps. You know, you don't want to push the kart too hard. You're not racing anymore. Slow it down. Maintain those tyres.
Absolutely. You've got to pick up rubbish as well, though, of course, as they always try and pick up a little bit of dirt around the circuit, which is why they end up going on the curbs, going a little bit wide offline. But fabulous stuff from Elliot Kaczynski. The Swede has really got himself into a good position, nice and early. And this is a really good start. Pole position and the victory. Alexander Bondarev in second from Salim Hanna and Noah Monteiro. Dries van Langendonk in fifth from Ethan Lennon. And then it's all chaos behind. Murillo Roca, Lewis Francis in a brilliant eighth. Oliver Kinmark and Tiziano Monza. Then Jensen Burnett and Nikita Nikishov. The 3 ladies, Meryl Peldes, Luna Flusha. And then Arjen Krailing is actually now ahead of Klara Kowalczyk at the line. Marcus Chilkunyas, Alfons Miettinen, Tamas Genda and Kimi Tani. They were the only other finishers from the race, as we lost several drivers through the course of it. Luca Horton retiring on the second lap, and on lap 1 we lost Orjuela, Lindblom, Akshoy, Thuntharen, Woda and Matt Corby. Very tough stuff indeed, as several drivers now have got very long faces going into the next phase of the weekend. In fact, Matt Corby and Alpak Soy have not even taken their helmets off yet. They are so bitter and disappointed with the situation as they get thrown off the racetrack at the first corner. We'll come back over the highlights very shortly to kind of look at that incident. Fortunately, all of the drivers involved are okay, but there's a big clean-up job as we see Selim Hanna and Noah Montero coming in onto the weighbridge. But yeah, tough stuff in the FIA European Championship to start off with. Here we go. This is the first big crunch point of the 2023 season, and you're going to see to the right of your picture behind Alexander Bondarev, Orjuela and Lindblom exiting stage left through turn 1. Ready, ready. There it is. Nudge. And it's just causing an absolute chaos moment as Aksoy drifts across the field, Romain Grosjean style, and there's nothing anybody can do. Watch it. There's Aksoy drifting across, pings off, pings into another. Voda is tangled in with Orjuela, and there's absolutely nothing that can be done.
That was Kimitani leaving the pit lane. Not sure what had happened to get that one done, but it worked out.
Good initial move from Hanna on Bondarev, but then Bondarev was absolutely determined to get it back. Good moves too from Montero on Dries van Langendonk. But the absolute crucial maneuver, final lap, Bondarev's got one chance to make it count. Boom. No hesitations whatsoever.
Did have to go defensive, though, into the next corner just to make sure that position was held. Then Montero came through and nearly got the jump on Selim Hanna across the line. But Kaczynski will have taken the win from that one. 2 wins and a second. And the driver from Sweden will be very happy with that one as he goes through, and maximum points as the weekend progresses. The next race there you can see is lined up. It is the OK Group qualifying Heat B and F lining themselves up, and starting on pole position on this one is the treble one, Enzo Tarvanitschkel, and again, a very quick driver. We spoke to him yesterday, or Jake did. Here's what he had to say.
Enzo Tarvanitschkel, fastest in group, right up at the sharp end for the rest of the weekend. Just talk us through how qualifying came together for the pole.
Well, we went out quite late and then just had to push really, and then had a good gap to the car in front, and overall we did a clean lap, and I think that's what helped us put it on pole.
New season, new team, new chassis, new class for you. Looks like you're confident coming in as a Red Bull Junior, going to go straight up to the front.
Well, for sure, I'm very confident as always. I think we just have to build the weekend after this, and then hopefully towards the final be able to be on the podium, and obviously the pace is there to do it, so yeah.
The big factor, of course, has to be tyre management. You've only got 3 fronts and 3 rears for the whole weekend up until the end of the superheat, so how are you guys going to manage that through the course of Saturday and Sunday?
Well, there's many different ways to manage things, but I think we'll just have to see as the heats go on when I have to push and when I have to save the tyres.
Fantastic work so far, Enzo. Keep it up.
Thank you very much.
One thing you can definitely say about Enzo Tarvanitschkel, he knows how to keep his cards close to his chest, doesn't he?
He does.
He's not going to give anything away.
One would say he's been media trained.
Well, indeed. He comes into this season as a Prema driver, and now, of course, he is a Red Bull young gun, having won the World Championship title in junior last year after that magnificent drive through the field at Sarno in Italy 6 months ago. And I tell you what, he is a changed man. He's suddenly realized, you know what, this isn't just a little bit of fun anymore. This is the rest of my life, and I'm going to have a good one as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly that. He has got a main contender, though, starting alongside him in this one. Kian Nakamura-Berta, again, the 101. Also, his teammate as well in the other Prema kart. That is going to be, well, this is going to be quite an interesting one. Do team orders come in maybe into this one? Who's got the better intermediate classification points?
Team orders in karting? Are you sure?
Never.
Never. Never. Here is the schedule for the rest of the day, of course, folks. We've got OK and Juniors intermittent and intertwining through the course of the day, and they will come in the same veridity that we are used to seeing. It'll be C versus E after the following race in both categories. Then groups A versus D will meet on the circuit. By the time we've completed 10 heats for the morning session, we will then take a pause in proceedings for our break to give the marshals and the officials a little bit of a breather. That will come after the B versus E group races. Then there'll be a pause of about 1 hour roughly, and then the junior qualifying heat for D versus F will be followed by its OK counterpart, and then there will be 8 further races through the course of the day. As well as watching all of the races unfold, you'll also hear from all of the 2022 champions in the European and World Championship faction, because all 4 of them are going to be competing against each other in the OK Senior category in 2023. You'll also hear from 2 of the young contenders in the Junior category, namely Alexander Bondarev and Scott Lindblom, the Ukrainian and the Swede. And there's plenty of interesting conversations to have about how this 2023 season is unfolding. It's a year that, as we continue to build and progress, we need to talk about various different things coming in. We've talked a little bit about the International Karting Ranking, which is a bit like the PGA Tour in tennis. It's a very similar sort of style of system. One thing we haven't talked about yet is the Karting Academy Trophy, which next time out at the Steel Ring is going to join the OK and OK Junior for the first time.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because there are drivers here who are taking part in that as well as the Academy, and I feel like...
As wildcards this weekend, yeah.
Yes, so, you know, they are, you know, getting themselves up to speed with everything, you know, but the Academy is one of those things where... Oh, excuse me. It's definitely a new challenge that they've got ahead of them on that one, because all the equipment is pretty much the same. They can't do much to the set. Well, they can't do anything to the setup, really, if anything. So it really brings a new playing field to the drivers.
But what I like about it, particularly this year, putting it on the same weekend as the OK Junior and OK weekend, is that you can't do two classes over the course of the season, because it used to be you would do the Academy Trophy one weekend and then go and race in the European Championship of OK Junior on the corresponding weekend. You can't do that this year. You can only do one or the other, which I think is absolutely the correct decision. The Academy drivers need to have no other race experience through the course of that season on those particular karts and those particular circuits. It has to be an open and even playing field, so they have to have no other direct corresponding experience in race trim, and that's really good to see. So, moving back to the OK category, Enzo Tarvanichkel and Kia Nakamura-Berta on the front row. René Lammers and Francisco Macedo. Nathan Ty and Martin Molnar from Luigi Coluccio and Anatoly Kavalkin. Marlo Bollier and Nasha Tunion from Adrian Ferrer and Jimmy Herias. Eloy Gonzalez and Guillaume Bouzard from William Go and Gustav Wisniewski. Leo Nilsson and Keanu Blum from Simone Bianco and Max Popov. Gazi Motlakar and Emily Koivisto. Zhang Shimo and Mark Kastelich from Kasper Henriksen and Peter Agiv. Ludwig Franzen, Maxim Haratunian and Leon Hierfors. It's going to be an interesting battle once again. 2 formation laps around the course. And for Enzo Tarvanichkel and Kia Nakamura-Berta, it's game on. And I'm not trying to hype things up too much here, but I can sort of feel a little bit of a tension building at Prema. It's nothing particularly direct that's happened yet, but you've seen it a couple of times so far this year. When Powell versus Nakamura-Berta, when Nakamura-Berta versus Tarvanichkel, when Powell versus Tarvanichkel, with Jan Puchu in the mix there as well, there's this urgency to be the Prema that's up front. There's this urgency to be the one that's in control.
Yeah, there really is. And, you know, I feel like that it does shake up the field just that little bit, which we do enjoy. And as the season progresses, you know, you don't want to say rivalry between teammates. You know, that's not the case here. It's not the case at all. But it does make the championship a little bit interesting between the two drivers. You know, we go into the first of 4 rounds here between these two, and I feel like they're certainly going to shake things up. And like you say, even looking here, we could even see these two just, you know, work together, drive away, no dramas whatsoever, no position changes at all. We don't know. We'll have to find out, because one driver's starting on the inside line, one driver's starting on the outside line.
And I tell you who's going to be there to pick up the pieces if anything does happen, René Lammers.
Oh, of course.
What is it about Dutch sons of famous F1 driving fathers? René Lammers is right there for a great opportunity, just like his dad Jan used to, and he's actually carrying the Racing Team Nederland colours made famous by his father at the Le Mans 24 Hours. So that'll be an interesting one. And René has come straight into senior and is even doing better than he used to in junior. So this is a fascinating dynamic. Nathan Ty is right there in 5th position as well, the British driver, who is there in the Sodi car at the front of OK. Not OK Junior, OK. So this is fantastic stuff from the British driver. Let's see how it goes. We're going around again.
Yeah, I don't think the back of the grid was in formation there, which is a bit of a shame. So they will go round again. You can see that the hands going up pretty early on there. I think the drivers knew that that was going to happen. Like you say, as they make their way back around then. Current look then at the intermediate classification so far. Gabriel Gomez with the 2 race wins has got the 100 points from Stoltemanis. Kia Nakamura-Berta in 3rd from Nathan Ty. René Lammers in 5th from Kutskov. Powell, Volta, Petrovsky and Boulain, the top 10. Joint on points on that one. There's a lot of double points in this, which again makes it nice and interesting. But as the races progress, that will change because it's an odd number of heats. It's not an even number of heats. So it will make sure that all drivers will have, hopefully, a different amount of points. Sometimes, though, some may have double. Back onto the back straight they go. Let's... second time's a charm. Usually it's 3rd time's a charm, but second time's a charm, because if you do it 3rd time, you get in trouble. Indeed
you do. So the Thai versus the Japanese, an all-Asian front row, although Kia Nakamura-Berta does carry the British license in European races, but he represented Japan when he won the World Championship title in the junior category in 2021. He was racing for Britain last year as a European senior champion. Here we go. A good start in the middle as Anatoly Kavalkin tries to move forward. Lammers is trying to split the Premers. Nakamura Roberta around the outside. Tarvinichko drifts wide. That's going to be enough for a chance from Lammers to get through into the lead. Has he done it? No, he has not. And Nakamura Roberta has survived in second position. Meanwhile, a strong charge forward from Coluccio. The captain of the Tony Kart ship has moved his way into fourth position. What a start from Coluccio. Absolutely terrific from the Italian. And so now the big guns are going to have to fight it out with the Premers.
That was a nice start there for OK in towards turn one. Instantly defensive, those goes Nakamura Roberta just to protect from Rene Lammers. Lammers looking very strong here, and he's got the inside line and goes for the move. Onto the back straight they go, and Rene Lammers up into second place. He'll be happy with that one, but instantly checks over the shoulder as he now will have to defend from Nakamura Roberta, who will instantly try and fight back to catch up to his teammate.
That is not in the script for the Prema champion from Europe last year. Nakamura Roberta now looking for an opportunity. Part of the Alpine Academy. Lammers goes wide! Lammers goes wide. That was nearly the chance for Nakamura Roberta. He thought he had an opportunity there. Lammers just drifted wide mid-apex. You rarely see that from the front end of the field. So Nakamura Roberta tries again. Lammers is protecting like his life depended on it now. I think he's got problems. Lammers is struggling on the tyres, and this is causing a big issue for Nakamura Roberta. Leo Nilsson picks up a warning flag further back. But watch for Coluccio. Coluccio is going to be the danger man here now.
I was just about to say, yeah, he's going to go for the move here now into the right-hander. He runs a little bit wide there, and Nakamura Roberta is going to have the momentum to go back down the inside.
No.
Is he? He's not. Round the outside, then gets it done.
Oh, that's the Forza.
track.
That is Mark Kastelic.
Yeah, that's a disaster.
He's had a miserable weekend so far anyway, and that just compounds it already. Qualifying didn't go well yesterday. His opening couple of heats were disastrous, and now it's happened again. So Nakamura Roberta trying again on Luigi Coluccio, the Tony Kart leader. Again, they're starting to drift out a little bit in that first hairpin.
This is what we talk about.
They've had an off on the main straight by the look of it.
I don't think it's an off. I think he's just run slightly wide. I think he just clipped the tyres. Everyone's still going. But yeah, like you say, heart and mouth moment there when you go past the commentary box and you just see a plume of dust go past the window. Never a nice sight, but all still running, which is good to see. Like I was saying there, yeah, Nakamura Roberta here. We'll talk about the tyres, weren't we? Yeah, going through turn one, it just shows that, yes, some drivers may have used that little bit more. It's down the inside one of the sodas. Is that Nathan Ty making moves? Yes, it is indeed. And one of the Kart Republic karts going through as well. It's the 149.
It's Bollier.
It is indeed. So Mano Bollier making moves as well. Down into the final chicane, though. Tarvinichko still leads the way from Lammers. But here, battle for third place as Coluccio is under pressure still and goes slightly defensive in towards turn number one. Nakamura Roberta trying to find a way through. And again, just showing there, a little run out wide from Coluccio. He's struggling with his tyres, I reckon.
So Nakamura Roberta trying again to move his way further forward as Jimmy Helias picks up the pace and the Ward Racing driver gets the fastest lap of the race in. This is important for Coluccio to get right. Let's watch again. This is Lammers making his bid on Nakamura Roberta for second place.
Just a tighter exit there. Had the power.
It was indeed, but then Lammers looks like he's really struggling on tyres after that point. It's been tricky for him to hold on to his positions, and he's there in second, but he's now 0.4 of a second back from Tarvinichko, so whatever that wobble was, he's suddenly picked it up again.
Yeah, that gap closing down. We'll have to keep an eye on that one as the race goes on. Eyes still remain on this battle, though, because keep an eye on who's coming up behind. It's Nathan Ty, and that Sodi card who's latched onto the back now. He's there in P5. He's not going to go for the move in turn one, but I can guarantee he's going to go for a move probably on this lap, maybe even the next.
I think I know why the first couple of laps we saw drivers drifting a little bit wide. The previous race, we had that accident, so there could have been a lot of dust that were left on the circuit. Not a lot that you can do about it to get rid of it all.
Yeah.
So that could have cost.
There's the move.
Oh, lovely from Ty. Absolutely perfect. Nathan Ty nails the move on Nakamura Roberta with the first border call, and that is absolutely terrific.
Yeah, Nakamura Roberta, I think, at this point now is just trying to maintain the tyres, not push too hard. He's not gone his way on this one, so he'll maintain those tyres as much as he can, just to see if he can come back a little bit later on in the day here. Coluccio there, though, in third place, I should say. He's not managed to latch on to Lammers. Speaking of Lammers, though, that gap is about 1/10 of a second as they cross the line. 2/10 of a second it is for the race lead. As once again, Nathan Ty is latching on to the back of Coluccio. And I reckon Nathan Ty, once again, he's going to go for another one on this lap. Is it going to be into turn three? No, thinks against it. There's your race leaders, though. This has really closed up. Fastest lap of the race on that last one for René Lammers, 54.917, is pushing that kart right to the limit.
So Tijn van Nitschkel is still out in front of René Lammers, but for how much longer? Lammers clearly wants the win more than he wants to look after his tyres at this point. He had to think about it. Tijn van Nitschkel holding on. And don't forget that Tijn van Nitschkel needs a result. He had a difficult end to the day yesterday, so he really needs to come up with a decent finish, and a victory would definitely put his weekend back on track. So he's got to try and maintain this position. But the Red Bull Junior still working very hard here. Enzo Tijn van Nitschkel has got the pace and is looking very strong. Don't forget, this is his first FIA weekend as a senior. He is doing a great job.
He is indeed. Nathan Ty's got the move done on Coluccio.
In fact, the top 3 drivers at this moment are all in their first FIA weekend as a senior. Coluccio is the only one with experience in this category at the top 4.
There you go. And like I say, it just shows as well that the young guns are coming through now, and it shows that there was some serious talent that last year in the junior categories, and now we see them in this top category. This is what we like to see. Battle for the lead, though, rages on. Prema versus Parolin, Tijn van Nitschkel versus Lammers, and look at this, Lammers there looking planted through that section now. We thought he was struggling a little bit earlier on, but it's looking much better. This is a replay of what happened earlier on to the Forza driver.
That's how Kastelic got pinged. He just tagged a wheel, and he's not happy.
No. And I think he's just saying there, I think that my bad on that one. Didn't go well.
Now, Lammers sizing up the opposition again here with Tijn van Nitschkel. He can take his time. That's the thing. He's got 1.7 on Ty behind him. I don't think he's going to make the move until lap 10 here. This is lap 8 at the moment. He doesn't need to do anything about Enzo Tijn van Nitschkel right now. He can just sit behind him, read where Tijn van Nitschkel is pitching it, or is he going to go for it? He does!
Yeah, and look at that. Tijn van Nitschkel there just saw that coming from a mile away and just kept the door open there. And no contact made between the two of them. Smart driving. Lammers goes defensive, though, instantly. Don't think that was fully necessary, but I think that he just thought, well, you know what, it's Tijn van Nitschkel. He's probably going to go for the move again on me. Like I say, this is only the qualifying heats, and they've got to look after those tyres. I don't think these two want to battle the way, but Lammers, with some serious pace here, now takes the lead of this race on lap 8. They'll come out of the final corner. They'll go on to lap 9 after 8 laps have completed. And it's nearing the end of this one. Nathan Ty, though, has broken away from Coluccio, and I reckon he's going to start to close in on Tijn van Nitschkel as well. We'll keep an eye on that gap, about 1.2 seconds between himself and Tijn van Nitschkel, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Roberta, still there in P5, though, has managed to hold on to that one now.
René Lammers, not only having got through into the lead, but has actually pulled half a second on Enzo Tijn van Nitschkel. There is something about this boy. I've always said it. He's been there since his X30 days, when he came in as a mini and looked pretty feisty, pretty fiery. He made a lot of impact in the X30 classes back in the day. Ever since he's made the switch to OK Junior last year, he's turned into a little bit of a firecracker. He's always delivered action and drama. And now that he is in senior for the first time, everybody's starting to know about it. Tijn van Nitschkel second, Ty third. Coluccio still in front of Nakamura Berta. You get this sense of frustration from Nakamura Berta in the early part of 2023. I think he was hoping that this start to the season would be a little bit easier for him to maintain. Don't forget, he was one of those champions last year who did it by consistency rather than outright dominance. He got 2 seconds and a third last year to seal the European Championship by 2 points over Alex Powell. So this year, I think he wants to come through and win races. He doesn't want to have seconds. He doesn't want to have thirds. He doesn't want to score decent points. He wants to win, and he wants to win well.
Yeah. Definitely so, and no better way of doing that than doing what he's currently doing. So we're on lap 10 at the moment. The last lap board will be coming out this time for your race leader, René Lammers, who is now clear by nearly a whole second from Enzo Tijn van Nitschkel. Tijn van Nitschkel here, I think, like I say, I don't think anything wrong there. I think he's just maintaining the tyres, looking after them. He knows he's got the gap behind to Nathan Ty, so there's no point pushing. Simone Bianco coming up with a warning flag as well, the 154. Final lap time then we go, and like I say, I think it's just a game of maintenance now for everyone.
Yeah, it's tactics for Enzo rather than raw pace from Lammers, although Lammers did set a 54.8 a little earlier on, and his last lap was a good 0.3 of a second quicker than Enzo. But it's smart, you know, street smarts from Enzo. You know, what's the point of pushing? What's the point of catching him? You're not going to get him with 0.7 of a second, 0.9 of a second deficit with 1 lap to go. and you've got 0.8 of a second on Nathan Ty behind. Why push it? Why don't you just cruise, look after the tyres a little bit more efficiently, but then when you come into the next race, you've got a better chance. And let's not forget, he had a DNF over the course of yesterday as well. Oh, sorry, he dropped back through the field, I should say, rather than have a DNF. So he could look after his tyres more efficiently and have a better result later. René Lammers picks up the win, though. Great run from the Paralin driver. But Tarvanichkin and Ty come through in the top 3. And the juniors storm the seniors. Fantastic.
Yep, good start to the season, and the top 3 clear by about 3 seconds from the rest of the field. Kavalkin moved up into P4 from Coluccio. Macedo finishing in P6. Kianaka and Roberto at the end of that one dropped down to P7. And Jimmy Helias on a belay round out the top 8 from Martin Molnar, who rounded out the top 10 after 11 laps, 15 kilometers. Your winner, René Lammers, takes the win quite convincingly. 1.2 seconds at the end of qualifying Heat B and F. He'll be happy with that one. Started it on the second row in P3. That inside line, like I say, it always works out. It didn't this time around because the start was quite interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay of the start because I've got a feeling that Tarvanichkin helped his teammate out a little bit at the beginning by just holding back to allow him to go around the outside and hold on to second place, because we don't see that work often, do we, that outside line? But it did that time. Here's a look then at the provisional classification results. René Lammers then takes the win from Enzo Tarvanichkin. Nathan Ty takes third place from Anatoly Kavalkin. Luigi Coluccio and Francisco Macedo from Kianaka and Roberta. Jimmy Helias, Arnaud Belay and Martin Molnar round out the top 10 from Elo Gonzalez, Guillaume Bouzard, Adrian Ferrier, Nacho Tunon and Keanu Blum running out the top 15.
Yeah, an interesting final lap there for Coluccio and Nakamura Berta, slipping to 5th and 7th behind Kavalkin and Macedo. That's an interesting one. Behind the top 15, Gazi Motlakar of Mozambique in 16th ahead of his teammate William Go. Then Max Popov and Emili Koivisto. Leon Nilsson in front of Zhang Shimo. Gustav Wisniewski in front of Kasper Henriksen. Ludwig Fransen, Peter Agiv, Simone Bianco, Maxim Haratunian and Leon Hedfors. Just the one retirement that we saw earlier on with that spin, and that was Mark Kastelich on the second lap of the race. What that does to the interim standings at this point, though, René Lammers now has 138, Ty has 132, and Nakamura Berta has 123 ahead of Coluccio, Kavalkin and Gomez. This will be fascinating.
This is a look then at the start, and I just had that feeling that Tarvanichkin here just, held off that little bit at the start to hold off that inside line, and that just allowed his teammate of Kianaka and Roberta to sweep round the outside and hold on that one. It didn't look like that as he did it, but yeah, it was actually quite a nice clean start. Then it all started to kick off with beautiful exit out of the Sector 3 moment as Lammers took into second place, getting past Kianaka and Roberta. Then the battle started to ensue because now he had to try and close the gap. And this is where we thought he would be struggling. He ran wide through turn 1. This is where we thought other tyres not at their full potential.
Well, it was dusty from the previous incident in the junior race. I wonder if that had a factor as Kastelich then span off in the Forza Racing kart. And then things got really interesting. Nathan Ty started to emerge as he put his foot down, got his move on Francisco Macedo nice and early doors, and then managed to do the same to Nakamura Berta. That Sodi kart really is becoming threatening. It's fascinating to observe as then Nathan Ty got his bid on Nakamura Berta and then got the move done again on Coluccio to get into the top 3, while Lammers saw his chance, took it on Tarvanichkin on lap 8 and then stretched away. René Lammers meant business in that one. Very interesting to see, and I don't think it's the last time you'll see René Lammers fighting at the sharp end of this field. It's a fascinating situation to be in at this point. So, some good races all round, some really good performances, but we now get ourselves ready for the next OK Junior qualifying heat, and that's for groups C versus E. And in pole position, it's the young Austrian Mouse, as he is quickly becoming known by his team, affectionately, the DPK Racing driver from Austria, Niklas Schaufler.
Niklas, what a perfect start to the season. First qualifying and right up to the top. Tell us about how you managed to get that second lap together.
I mean, it was pretty difficult because in the first lap I had to overtake, but with a bit of the slipstream of Stefan was for sure was a bit better, but I'm not gonna say a lot. But was hard, but finally I managed it.
Looking at the pace of the DPK Racing team this weekend, how does this now bode well going into the qualifying heats?
I think it's gonna be good, but let's see how the other qualifying groups are.
Okay, congratulations, great start, well done.
Thanks.
Great stuff from Nicholas Schaffler. I should point out how that nickname got started, actually. It was because their great alumni from the DPK Racing team and mentor, Nikola Tsolov, who's still very closely connected to the DPK Racing karting team. He can never quite get out of it now, even though he's in Formula 4 now. He has a tattoo on his arm which says the Bulgarian Lion, which of course is his famous nickname now that he carried on his helmet for ages and ages. Niklas saw it and said, you know what, I quite like that. Maybe I could have one day. And so his mechanic rolled up his sleeve, got a biro and wrote Austrian Mouse on his arm. So I have a feeling that nickname sadly might stick.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I think when he's old enough, he might get a tattoo of a mouse on his arm. Then to sort that one out. We never know.
Wait for his next helmet design. If there's a little cartoon Jerry on it, you know who started that.
There you go. The crowds gather on the grandstands for this one. It's a popular event here around Europe, the FIA Karting Championship, popular around the world as well. If you are joining us, welcome from wherever you are watching. It is great to have you along here. You can stay tuned with all the live time. You can head to the FIA Karting website and you can click on the live timing link there. You can also catch up with all the race results on there as well. Also, as well as ukart.io. It's brilliant to have everyone here this weekend. The sun is shining. The racing is good. Air temperature 21 degrees. Track temperature rising as the next grid makes its way out. It's OK Junior qualifying heat C and E.
And once again, the nightmarish scenario that the mechanics have to push start their driver out onto the circuit. You can see how close they get to getting their ankle chipped apart.
Terrifying.
It is terrifying. Nicholas Schaffler and Timo Ramakas on the front row of the grid for this one, from Christian Kostoya and Jack Eiliff, Lewis Werrell and Mies Huben, from Marius Barryberg and Kian Fardin, Kit Bolowski and Joel Pokula, Sandro Perez and Jindro Pezel from Alfie Slater and Noah Wolf, then Kosai Aguma and Augustus Toniolo, Alexander Chartier from Boris Leisen, Guy Albag and Ludovico Busso, Jason Bralic and Sun Chao Yu, Jared Clark and Lev Krutelov from David Kozma, Mark Brovko, Mickey Blascos and Javier Herrera of Mexico. A fascinating challenge, and it's still going to be a tough one from the front end of the field. But Schaffler did such a great job yesterday, a win and a second, and it's going to be that little battle that he has going on at the same time with the likes of Kaczynski and Bondarev. Those three are really the big three in terms of how many points they're coming away with each time. This could be a really interesting dynamic between the drivers in this one.
Yeah, if this goes well for Schaffler, of course, he'll be joint first points with Kaczynski, and that will really prove to be, you know, coming into later on in this weekend, who is going to be the best of the best as they exit the first round. But, you know, again, it's interesting stuff. It's tactics all the way throughout. And like you say, tyres, main one, these juniors running on the green Vegas this weekend. It's quite a soft compound. I think softer than the hard compound they would use in other championships if they were running on the MG tyre. It's not softer than the option tyre that the seniors are using. It's a little bit harder than that still, but like I say, much softer than what they're probably used to in other championships.
And it's obviously another challenge because their previous weekend they raced on, it was a different compound of the same brand.
Yes.
So they have to learn all over again. It's a
tyre.
completely different challenge in the junior compared to it was 2 weeks ago. So that makes things, you know, quite interesting. I quite like the fact that they're on different tyres from one weekend to another in the same category, because you do have to learn a different dynamic. You have to learn a different methodology, and it teaches you how to look after tyres. So many races come down to how well you look after your tyres. Doesn't matter how good a chassis you've got, doesn't matter how good an engine you've got. If you can't make those tyres go the distance, that's the only contact patch you've got with the circuit. You're never going to go anywhere. You're just going to be running around on roller skates like a drunk dad at a wedding blindfolded. You've got no chance whatsoever of getting through a race unless you know the science of looking after those tyres and seeing them through to their conclusion. So I actually think this, you know, slightly aggressive manner of going from one type of tyre to another in 2 consecutive weeks on the same kart is a great method of learning. Here they come, and we're going round again.
Yeah, oh, someone, and a spin on the start-finish line.
That has not gone well at all.
That is the 232 that's gone round. That is Mark Brovko, the Ukrainian driver for the Ward Racing team, and I'm not sure what happened there. I think that was just a concertina effect. He has got an opportunity to restart that.
I don't think he's going to be able to.
No.
Bad luck, unfortunately, creeping in. And this is Mark Brovko's first weekend in the European Championship. So, unfortunately, these are the kind of mistakes that can happen in the first weekend of your motorsport journey. And we've said this time and time again, haven't we? This is such a more brutal sport than the likes of soccer, tennis, rugby, cricket, whatever, because all of that training as a teenager is done behind closed doors.
Yeah.
You never see the under-17s of Manchester United and Barcelona play each other on television. You never see that, but you do see all of this happen before your very eyes. it is so tough, it is so brutal, and the pressure is immense when you're a teenage racing driver.
Very much so. You can imagine the weight on a lot of their shoulders. And of course, for the drivers, you know, who are backed by F1 teams and manufacturers and things like that.
Yep.
Adds that extra weight on top of the shoulders. Yes, okay, it's being televised. Yes, okay, I've got that looming on my mind as well. And going into a race weekend, you want to make sure everything is perfection. But the good thing about those teams and the backing by them is that they know that you're going to have a bad weekend. And that was a big head jerk.
It was a big head jerk from Timo Ramakers because he's got his hand in the air. He wants to go around again.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure we're going to. Oh, we are going to.
Yeah.
He got a big, the problem is he got a big head check. I'd quite like to see that again because the 2 or 3 carts that were behind him ended up nudging him in the back, and it was quite a heavy hit he got.
It was.
And that's going to be something that, you know, if you're not prepared for that, if you're just minding your own business and getting yourself up to the start, you know, he's called for it quite early. I'm not in a position to get started here because I've had that massive check in the back bumper. I'd quite like to see that again. I mean, I'm sure that at the end of the race, when the highlights, we'll see the Brovko spin, and we'll probably see the head check from Ramakers again, because that's the kind of stuff that can really damage your race preparation, that can really get in your head.
Yeah, it really can. Hopefully all is well, though, and we'll have a third time of getting it done. There on the Charles Leclerc chassis, Noah Wolf in that very bright yellowed helmet.
I'm really impressed with how he's come into the European Championship.
He did well, obviously dominated in the UK. He's come over to Europe. It's not been the best of starts, but he's really shone here, and it's just improving day by day, and he's worked so hard with the team and his mechanic, Sam Fugit, and I think they've done what they've needed to do across this weekend.
Well, that's it. He's clicked with it quite early, and, you know, the mentality from them is, you know, we've dominated, we've won everything that we can in Britain.
Yeah.
Why continue? Why continue doing the same thing the same way? It's happened again, look. Happened again with Timo Ramakers. He gets a massive head check. And as they come onto the main straight this time, they're going to have to go for it, so they do. But that's obviously on the back foot a little bit for Timo Ramakers as they head into the first corner. No way can he hold this right round the outside of Schaufler. He almost got him for the lead there. He tucked in at the last moment. Oh! Up and over! Goodness me, that was Mies Huben going airborne. Somehow he keeps it on the ground, and somehow he's still pointing in the right direction. How did they get away with that?
That looked like a parallel, and I think that's Christian Castoya, whose nose cone is completely gone here.
The panels, the NASA panel's completely destroyed, and that's going to be a technical flag.
It will be, and he's going to drop down the order. Breakaway then for the top 4 has changed for the lead as one of the DPK carts has gone through.
No, that's still Schaufler.
Is that still Schaufler?
He's still out in front of Ramakers.
No, sorry, wrong
So
call on that one.
Ramakers is trying his best, though, to get one over on Nicholas Schaufler nice and early. Castoya's still there in 3rd, so I think the Nassau panel that went up in the air has got to be from, which of the Paralins is that that's come in, or is going to have to come in? It's Jack Iliff. It's Jack Iliff who got the warning flag for his incident with Mies Huben. As up the inside, there's Ramakers. He goes for the lead, and he takes it. So with Castoya and Werrell giving chase, Ramakers decides, I need to get past Schaufler nice and early, otherwise I'm in trouble.
Yes, he has done indeed. Now, this is what Ramakers wants now. He's at the front, and now he knows all he needs to do. Stick to my racing line, control the pace, and go. And instantly there, chopping and changing.
That's Castoya and Werrell getting through too.
Yeah, they've all chopped and changed. So Schaufler now down into P4 now. Back down the inside, Lewis Werrell gets it done. And he'll be happy with that one. Gets past Castoya, and Castoya now down into P3. This is good showing from Werrell. He had a good day yesterday. I think he did get a nose cone in one of his races, so it was a shame on that one. But he came back stronger in the second half of the day. Today looking much better, and he's up into P2. But can he match the pace of Ramakers in this one? That's the question. Can he match it? Let's find out as Marius Barryberg picks up a warning flag.
So a bit of a tricky day then for the Norwegian wildcard as he continues to make a play on his trusty Cosmic. But now we're going to see if Lewis Werrell and Christian Castoya can lead the charge back after Timo Ramakers. Ramakers is so hard to beat once he gets into the lead. He's just on rails. It's
and there's a coming together.
There is.
Turn, I think that's 7, 2 carts off.
It's one of the Birrelarts involved in that one. So there's a Birrelart in the middle of the gaggle. I think that might be Kit Berlovsky again.
I think it could be. And that would be a disaster if it is, because his weekend's gone from bad to worse.
I'm afraid it's the 260.
It is.
And that is Kit Berlovsky. Oh, dear. And he had that tangle with Mies Huben, who's already had problems in this one. Kit Berlovsky, who is the king of England as far as his cadet career is concerned. One of the biggest stars in terms of TikTok as well. I think he's got over 1 million followers But unfortunately, his European Championship campaign could not have started in a worse fashion, as up the inside, trying to make the move there. That is Emilio Visto, I think, trying to get things done on the inside line. No, apologies. That is his junior counterpart trying to come through. That's Alexander Chartier, the Canadian, trying to move his way forward. So there is Schaufler down to P4 now behind Costoya. Ramicas opens up the taps, 56.0 for him. 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody other than Kian Fardin. The Kart Republic driver from Switzerland now in 5th ahead of Barryberg, Perez, Pejil, Bralic and Guy Albag. And Alex Chartier and Noah Wolf ahead of Kosaya Guma, Jared Clark and Joel Pocchiola.
So we go on to lap 4 here, and it's been an interesting start to this one. That's the panel looking a bit flappy at the front there on that Formula K.
It is.
It's looking all right, though. And he's got the nice company of Falcon driver just behind him. This battle that we're watching here, Jason Bralic, who has had a brilliant start to his race. 12 places gained. He's in the top 10. He'll be happy with that one for the Falcon team. Look at him go. Looking very quick. Timo Ramicas, though, fastest lap of the race, 56.024. The gap, 1.1 seconds. Lewis Werrell is not able to match the pace of the Belgian driver, who once again is breaking away. There on your screen, going through, that was Sandro Perez, who was very quick a couple of weeks ago here, and again knows that he's got the pace around this track. This time around, it's just in that midfield section. This, though, is the battle for second place. Werrell, Costoya, Schaufler. Schaufler has not dropped off the back of Costoya, and Costoya is everyone kind of just chopping and changing here. Now, who's that? Kian Fardin just behind. Is he closing in? I reckon he could be.
Yeah, he's chipping away at it ever by little, but he's still got a full second to make up. That's quite a lot of time to try and find. Mark Brovko joined on the sidelines now by Jack Iliff and Kit Bilowski. So 2 drivers retiring then, as well as Mark Brovko during the race itself. It's a real shame that we lost Iliff, because he's had a very strong start to his campaign, as too as the British driver Kit Bilowski in theory, but 2 retirements out of 3 now. Definitely not going the way he wanted. So a few drivers still struggling to make ends meet here at the front end of the field. There is Christian Costoya, the Spanish driver, on home soil, knows this place very well indeed, which definitely helps out. Nicolas Schaufler knows it quite well, of course, because the DBK racing team that he races, which is in the Fernando Alonso traditional colours of Asturias, doing a fantastic job. He knows this place very well indeed as well. So up through to the hairpin. A lot of testing would have taken place pre-season on this particular circuit, with the drivers knowing this would be the first round of the championship. Jason Bralic under investigation. Does that have something to do with how quickly he has come through the field? 12 places made up. Is there a lingering link to that?
Well, we're not too sure. We'll have to find out what happens with that one. But again, when a driver sees that, the doubt comes into their mind and they start to question what's going to happen during the race. That's where those little mistakes, the micro mistakes, start to come in. You miss an apex here, you come on the brakes a little too late or too early. You know, it's one of those things. But hopefully, mind is controlled and he'll maintain what he needs to.
Well, that's it. You've got to decide quite early on in those situations. Are you a Bjorn Borg or are you a John
Yeah.
McEnroe? Are you going to throw your toys out of the pram, or are you going to just soak it all up? Are you going to take it nice and chill?
Get on with it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's Kian Fardin just reining in on Schaufler. There's Barryberg. There's Perez. And look at the battle for 8th. We've got Pejil, Bralic, Wolf, Albag and Chartier having a terrific run. 2 laps to go. And Noah Wolf is trying to make his bid on Jason Bralic in the Falcon in front of him.
Yes, indeed. Big movers a little further back. David Cosmo, 11 positions gained. He's up into P14 as well. So nice chopping and changing there as Kian Fardin sets the fastest lap of the race. I said he might have been closing in. I reckon he really is. Purple all the way throughout. 55.834 on that last lap. Not much left to go in this race, and I think eyes on Schaufler here. Here's a replay of the move for the race lead. This is where Timo Ramicas got it done through turn 1. No dramas there, and again, it just shows that that move was the one. All he needed, get to the front, now maintain it. He knows what he needs to do.
This is the thing with Thibaut in 2023 in a VDK Racing Kart Republic. All you've got to do is get into the lead of the race, and then nobody can touch you. He had a penalty, I think, come his way either yesterday or today, because his tally is only 130, and I think he's crossed the line in the lead on 3 occasions. So somewhere along the line, he's picked up a penalty and hasn't got the full 150 coming his way. He's got 130 instead. But with this kind of raw pace, with this kind of speed, if he's on the inside line of a superheat grid, Tibor Ramekers is absolutely going to be the driver that will be so hard to beat going into the final. He and the VDK Racing crew really have turned the development corner over the winter. They're not strangers to running at the front, and they're certainly not strangers to winning a championship, because VDK have been world and European champions in the past, so they know how to get this done. But with their new Belgian charge, Tibor Ramekers, they've got a superstar in the making. Checkered flag. It goes his way. Werrell in second. Kostoya in third from Schaufler, Farden and Barryberg, the leading wildcard in the top 6. But can anybody beat Tibor Ramekers in his current form?
That's the question, isn't it? You know, I was saying yesterday, you know, the drivers who were racing against him a couple of weeks ago would have been thinking, well, he dominated that. We can't let that happen again. What did he do? What can we do differently? And I thought it was going to go that way as well. I thought that, you know, people were going to bring the fight to him. But like I say, Tibor Ramekers has just shown that he has got true waft out there this weekend, and he will take another win in this category. A brilliant weekend so far. Tibor Ramekers then, after 9 laps of the VDK Racing, takes the win from Werrell, Kostoya, Schaufler, Farden, Barryberg, Perez, Pezel and Bralic. Wolf rounds out the top 10. They make their way back into the pit lane. And of course, all the results that will appear on your screen will be provisional, of course, until they get through all the scrutineering bays. We're nearly through the halfway through the day. There's a few more races to go before the lunch break of the first round of the top 10. There's a look at the results. Jake, take us through them.
Tibor Ramekers taking the win in front of Lewis Werrell and Christian Kostoya. Nicholas Schaufler ahead of Kian Farden and Marius Barryberg. Sandro Perez and Jindro Pezel with Jason Bralic in 9th, and in 10th position, Noah Wolf. Guy Albag 11th for Israel. Alfie Slater for Great Britain in 12th position in the Ricky Flynn Lando Norris car. David Kozma in front of Alexander Chartier and Joel Pohjola, the Sodi kart youngster, the new protege of Tukka Tarpanen, in 15th position. 16th is Mies Huben in front of Augustus Toniolo and Kosayo Guma. Jared Clark and Lev Krutolov in front of Sun Zhao Yu and Boris Leisen. Then Miki Blaskos and Javier Herrera in front of Ludovico Busso. There were 3 retirements in the end. Kit Belovsky, and before the end of the first lap, Jack Iliff. Before the start of the first lap, Mark Brovko of Ukraine. So, fascinating turn of events. But there's a lot underneath the surface of this one that meets the eye, as the competitors definitely conflagrated a little bit at the start of that previous race. And as you can see, the OK senior drivers gearing themselves up. But there's a lot more to talk about from the start. Now, watch Tibor Ramekers. Look, he's nodding like a nodding dog at the back of the car there, as he's trying to get the kart started. And it just shows you, how tough the pressure was off the start of these races. They all had to go around again as a result. There's Brovko spinning around. So it happened the first time. Brovko just getting caught up, unfortunately, and then facing the wrong way. There's no way you're going to get that restarted in time. So Mark Brovko, very unhappy indeed. And then on the start again, look, Tibor, bang, bang on the back. And again, look, that's a proper rocking neck as he comes through. And again, the third time, look, goodness me, Tibor Ramekers having a real tough time of it on these starts, but he's channeled that into an amazing charge for the victory. He put on a great start. A couple of drivers just getting a little bit loose in the middle pack, but there's Mies Huben going up and over. How on earth did he keep that kart going and finish the race in 16th place? That is absolutely extraordinary from Mies Huben. Tibor Ramekers, though, diving through on the inside of Nicholas Schaufler on lap 2. No waiting around, into the lead, and off he disappeared. A fantastic run from Tibor Ramekers, one of the more tame OK Junior races so far, but certainly for Tibor Ramekers, exactly what the doctor ordered. Now we get ourselves ready for the OK Senior category battle. And what a surprise, a pleasant surprise it is to see a new face at the front end of the field. From South Africa, a driver who is making massive steps and great progress in the FIA Karting fraternity. A wonderful pole position in time qualifying in his group, Liveaway Sam Budler.
Liveaway Sam Budler, what a start to the season. Pole positioning group in the first session of the year. Just talk us through how the pole position lap came together.
Well, I didn't think I was actually going to get pole position, but when we were going into the first corner, I was really pushing it, not trying to go over the limit, but to just keep the kart nice and smooth and trying to do all my sectors perfectly.
And then when I got into that fastest lap, I tried to push for another, but I couldn't make faster. But I'm pretty happy with that lap.
And it looks like you and Kart Republic have come straight out of the blocks fighting fit. How are you guys going to carry this kind of pace into the qualifying heats?
Well, I guess the only thing is to try get as much points as possible so that we can start as high up for the final as possible.
Fantastic. It's a really, really good start, mate. Hopefully it's just the start of great things to come. Well done.
Thank you.
Great to see Liverway Sam Budler really coming of age here in Valencia and grabbing his first top spot. When you consider that last year he was knocking on the door of top 10s and almost acquiring them, but never quite managing to sustain it, to get pole position first time out of the blocks in OK Senior. That's massive for not just him, but for the whole Kart Republic team that's built themselves around him this time. Beautiful pictures of the landscape and the horizon here at the Kartódromo Lucas Guerrero, just down the road from the Autódromo Ricardo Tormo, which is seeing all sorts of incredible race battles in the car racing world. This is motorsport country. You've got the MotoGP circuit just down the road. From 2008 to 2012, in the marina at Valencia, down on the beach, you had the Formula One Grand Prix taking place for the European Grand Prix. This is motorsport country, and it's a great, great part of the world. Everyone loves coming here. The atmosphere of the city and the neighboring villages is very, very cool. And there's just a feeling of joy and exuberance around this part of the world. So, Liverway Sam Budler and Jan Piotrowski on the front row of the starting grid for this one. David Walter and Nicolo Kuman. Thomas Stochamanis and Kirill Kutskov from James Igotzi and Teresa Babichkova. Dante Vinci and Thomas Strauben from Emanuele Olivieri and Olin Galli. Then Aaron Garcia and Max Orlov from Finn McLaughlin and Marcus Seita. Jacob Kamenik and Alex Bogunovic from Miguel Costa and Martti Rittinen. Joel Bergstrom and Jakob Rashki from Louis Leveau and Max Angelard. Andrea Dube and Alex Soya from Xavier Avramedes and Ryan Vincent. So the contenders getting ready for another 11 laps of the course. At this point in proceedings, Lammers has 138, Tai has 132, Nakamura Berta has 123, Coluccio and Kavalkin have 106, but Gomez and Tarvanichkal have 100 apiece. Things are going to get interesting from here on out.
They are indeed. This race that we're going to see here for Liverway Sam Budler, this will be his only race today that he starts on the inside row, so he's got to make the most of it. His next two races he's got today, he'll be starting on the front row, but it's on the outside row, so he's going to have that challenge to deal with today, and that's a lot, I think, isn't it?
Absolutely, and for those who are wondering why that is, well, the drivers are staggered into 6 groups after the qualifying session, and then they meet each other across the different groups. So A meets B, A meets C, A meets D, A meets E, and A meets F. And they stagger them over the course of the weekend so that each group meets each other at least once over the course of the weekend. But of course, the lower letter in the alphabet is the one that gets priority. So A will always start before B, C, D, E, and F, and so on. So C will sometimes start ahead of D, E, and F, but it will never start ahead of A and B. So sometimes they'll get the inside line, and sometimes they'll get the outside. It's very tricky. That's why you want ultimate pole position, because if you're in the A group and you're at the front, you're always going to be on the front row on that inside line. If you're B leader or C leader, there will be times when you're going to be on the inside and on the outside, which is the toughest place on the race circuit to start the race from. If you're on the outside line, you have a much bigger chance of dropping back.
Very much so. We've seen it time and time again throughout these race weekends. But today, it seemed to have been going okay. We've seen a couple of drivers actually make it work, haven't we?
Yeah, I think a few drivers have spotted that a couple of drivers have tried it and it's worked out without dropping more than a couple of race paces. And they've stuck with that strategy. Here we go. What's Jan Piotrowski going to do? He's going to try the outside line. Holds it. Sam Budler gets a little bit deep to him. Piotrowski's got to try and hold it. This time he does, but he's only lost a couple of places. So he's down to 4th, but that's not too bad going as the rest of the field works its way through the chicane. Are they all going to stay in the same direction? Yes, they are. Sam Budler's made a good start. Stochamanis has made a rocket launch. He's having a 2nd place in the energy course.
Yeah, brilliant start, I think, from the entire field there. Nicely done through turns 1 and 2 as they negotiate their way down into this infield straight. Once again, change for the lead because down the inside there for the Energy Course team. And
Sam Budler's coming back in it.
He is.
So Sam Budler got back through on Stochamanis.
Well, what a move there.
I'm not going to get pushed around today. He was complaining about it earlier in the weekend, saying, look, They push me no matter what I do. He's holding it, and as a result, Walter comes through in a second. Stolchemanis drops to third, but Sam Budler is defending on the opening lap. He wants to get a little bit of breathing space. Now that he's got it, this will be interesting to see if he can hold on from Walter, Stolchemanis and Petrovski.
Yeah, this is a pretty fascinating start that they've had here. Real shake-up in the field. But yeah, Sam Budler, this is the best start that he's had so far this weekend for starting on the pole position. Yes, he may have struggled, but he's a quick driver, so he knows how to fight back and he knows how to defend. And right now, he's doing the best job he possibly can, and he is leading this way pretty comfortably. But he's got to be careful because Walter knows how to get past because he did it all day yesterday as well. He knows when to go for the gap.
And this is the first time that Liverway Sam Budler has ever started an FIA race weekend races from pole position of any type. So this is really tricky for him to soak up the pressure and deal with it. David Walter has been here a few times before. Thomas Stolchemanis never seems to be away from the top three. So this is a really big challenge for Sam Budler. And then behind them, you've got Petrovski, you've got Kutskov, you've got Agotzi, you've got Babichkova, you've got Vinci. There's so many big talents that are already lining up. Sam Budler keeps defending. This race is suddenly going to become an absolute rout and a proper free-for-all.
Walter was a little bit wide there through turn one. Stolchemanis could sense an opportunity to go for a move, but he's got to be careful because anything that he does do is going to get pounced on from the drivers behind. Petrovski and Kutskov right there as well as down the inside, the 105 and off the track. Is
that's
that
Garcia. That's Garcia, the local boy.
Yeah, the 402 off the track, and he will not be happy with that one. That is a big shame for him because he's very quick around this track.
Indeed he is. He's a bit of a Valencia specialist, hence why he was given the wildcard shot with the Leclerc by Lennox team. They really have a lot of faith in this boy. Hopefully, in the following two heats, he's going to have a better chance. There is Aaron Garcia. What a shame. The Charles Leclerc chassis going no further, but a real star around this place. He's won countless titles, including the Miami Winter Cup in recent months. I think he won it last year in the junior category. So now the battle raging again. That's Teresa Babichkova working her way forward. Now you can tell her, Tony Carr, as up the inside comes Olin Gali. And Babichkova's bouncing back in start, trying to go for it again. And there she goes, makes the move. Lovely job. Now you can tell Babichkova's kart compared to the other Tony karts because she has the different Nassau.
Round the outside. Sorry, Jake. That was McLaughlin who took to the dirt there to try and go around the outside.
That's brave.
It didn't work, but wow, what commitment there.
And now Walter takes the lead from Sam Budler. Walter's got through on the inside of the South African. Fair play to Finn McLaughlin, though, for trying it round the outside. It didn't work, but you've got to give him kudos for the stones to try and go all the way around the outside at that point. Clearly, he saw Gali and Babichkova tripping over each other and went, come on, you're slowing us all up. He wanted to get the throttle application round the outside and was just getting impatient. So McLaughlin trying every trick in the book to deal with it. I was going to make the point that Babichkova's front Nassau, is a different configuration to the stereotypical. Walter's in trouble! Walter's in a mechanical problem!
It's a complete failure of the car. It instantly, so I think that was the chain. I think the chain came off.
David Walter leading the heat and looking so strong this weekend, and he is absolutely enraged.
The way that kart just stopped.
Why, oh why is this happening to me, says David Walter. He is absolutely livid, and you cannot blame him.
That was never a nice thing, and leading the way as well in an FIA race.
He had done everything right. He had absolutely nailed this race to the mast, and I think he would have pulled away from Sam Budler little by little. But whether it was the reeds that went, whether the engine just seized, or whether he lost the chain, whatever it was, David Walter robbed.
Yeah, absolute shambles on that one. That does mean, though, Liverway Sam Budler retakes the lead of this one from Stolchemanis. Stolchemanis there, you can see it kicks up a little bit of dust here. Here's the replay, but look, you see it's running. The wheels are still spinning. The wheels are still spinning. It's not locked up. Yeah, I think that's a chain.
The chain's come off. Absolutely catastrophic fortune for David Walter. That is so horrible. When you are leading convincingly, you've worked hard to get into the lead, you've got a good kart underneath you, Koski run a fantastic operation. It's just one of those things. And that is David Walter shouting at the kart, how dare you do that to me when I've worked that hard?
Yeah, it's never a nice feeling, is it? Especially when it just conks out from beneath you. It's, horrible feeling. Here we go, though. Cross the line, half race distance. We're on lap 7, 6 completed. Down in towards turn 1. Sam Budler from Stolchemanis, Kutskov, then Petrovski, Agotzi, and Teresa Babichkova.
very impressed with Babičkova, actually.
Yeah.
She's forced her way into P6, and you know what? She's checked out from the rest of that field. They've got good pace. It's a different operation to the Tony Kart factory team. They do things very much their own way, and it's so hard as an independent team, a little minnow outfit, essentially, to try and work their way up to the same level in FIA karting. So let's not begrudge the fact, you know, she's in a Tony Kart, yes. It's the similar equipment to the factory team, yes, but it's such a smaller operation. It's a family team, essentially. It's a family-run outfit. It's so small compared to some of the other teams in the mix. And Babičkova, look back, there she is, P6. She is up there, giving as good as she's got, and she's on the pace. She's found it.
Yep, and plenty of time to close that gap up as well. We'll just have to keep an eye on what happens in this top 5 breakaway from the main pack. The top 2 starting to break away from the 3 behind. Stoltemanis all over the back of Sam Budler. Sam Budler, though, doing an absolutely fantastic job here, maintaining the pace and controlling this race. And in through that infield section again, just keeping the car in the middle of the track. But I reckon Sam
there we
Budler's...
go.
Yeah, Stoltemanis went for the move. I thought the
Sam
gap was
Budler's
open.
back on him.
Tried it.
Oh,
He tried it.
No room left by Stoltemanis there. He knew Sam Budler was going to have another go, and Sam Budler's going ultra defensive. It's not going to work. Kutskov is going to come alongside him. He'll get the move. Here comes Petrovsky. Here comes Igotzi. It's all gone wrong. Sam Budler, just one attempt to get back in on Stoltemanis. It's upset his rhythm. It's taken away completely the momentum, and he tumbles back to P5. It's so tough.
And that's the kind of clinch of this circuit here at Valencia. Because it's so technical and twisty in that mid-pack section, if you do get nerfed off the racing line to get overtaken by, you can get essentially, all side wide and handsome, discombobulated or anything like that, and then you just fall down the order. And unfortunately, that is exactly what's happened to Sam Budler. He's got the pace, he's still with the pack, but that was just very unfortunate. Like cadet racing, really, that was. As soon as one goes through, the rest go through.
It was very similar in style, yes. Now, Petrovsky is hoping to try and drag his teammate Igotzi around the circuit with him out front to try and take on Kirill Kutskov in the DPK Kart Republic in front. See if there's an opportunity to stretch away. But now that Thomas Stoltemanis is in front, just watch him disappear. He loves being out in front. He is a great racer. He's good at the racecraft. He is always the last of the late breakers, but once he hits the front, you're never going to see which way Stoltemanis disappears to. He's going to be absolutely gone from the fray here, and by the end of lap 11, I think that lead is going to be well over a second. So here on the inside, Petrovsky tries again on Kutskov. Not going to happen. Kutskov, I tell you what, since the switch from Birilat to DPK, Kutskov has completely transformed as a driver. He used to have those moments where he would be in the middle of a rock and a hard place. There would be a little bit of chaos, a little bit of carnage, and he would usually be at the forefront of it. This year, he's rebuilt himself over the winter. He's not even getting into the situations where he can be spat off. He's now just reading the situation well. He's doing his homework. He's done the data well, and he's learned how to look after these much harder tyres in a more smooth manner. He is absolutely at home at DPK.
Really is, and I think the team and himself have done a pretty decent job through this weekend and the rest of it. So keep a close eye on what they can do. Now it's got a little interesting further behind this group. Nikola Kaman has gone through into P6. Teresa Babičkova now down into P7, so was not able to close onto that one as we go on to the final lap. Stoltemanis leads by just under a second, 9/10 of a second from this battle here, from Kutskov, Petrovsky and Igotzi. Now, what does Petrovsky do at this moment, you know, because he's fairly decent in the points. He's joint in 5th where he currently sits right now. He's got Kutskov just to front with a few points ahead. You know, does he want to go for the move on this final lap, or does he just think, you know what, we're in a good place still?
It all depends on what happens down the back straight. If he can get close enough to Kutskov where he can get level before the turn-in point, then he may as well have a think about it. But you know what? I don't think he's going to get there. 3rd place in front of Igotzi is going to be quite safe. I think Kutskov's going to be a more aggressive defenseman than Petrovsky is going to be on the assault. So let's have a look. Exactly. He just decides 3rd place. That's not a bad place to be. That's consolidation. A good victory for Stoltemanis. Kutskov hangs on in 2nd as a warning flag goes out on the last lap to Alex Sawyer. But it's a great one for Stoltemanis. He takes the victory that he deserves in that one. It was a good drive. Very, very smooth from the Energy Course driver from Latvia. Really worked his craft there quite smoothly. And he now takes the lead of the intermediate classification on 144 points out of a possible 150. He's looking good.
Looking very good there indeed. I mean, you got to think, in a way, you don't want to say it, was slightly gifted a little bit because of that devastating breakdown from David Volta, who I think if he didn't have a mechanical issue, would have gone away with that one. I just feel like he had the pace, but you can't take this one away from Stoltemanis because he drove absolutely brilliant there, did exactly what he needed to do, and after 15 kilometers and 11 laps, he takes the win in OK qualifying Heat C and E. They make their way back into the pit lane, and once again, I can imagine the celebrations will be coming in. Like I say, it's always good to be leading the intermediate classifications going into the first half of Saturday, but there's still a very long way to go in this weekend. Lots of races. We're not even halfway through the day. Here's a look at the classifications then at the end of that one. Thomas Stoltemanis wins by 0.4 of a second from Kirill Kitskov. Kirill Krutskov, I should say. Yeah, Jan Petrovsky and James Agozi from Liverway St. Budler. Brilliant result, finishing in P5. Nikolai Kuman and Teresa Babichkova. Theo McLaughlin, he tried that brilliant move around the outside. Unfortunately, finishes that one in P8 from Olin Galli. Marcus Sita and Dante Vinci round out the top 11 from Emanuele Oliveri. Thomas Strauven and Maxim... lost my order. Maxim Orlov and Jakub Rashki, who rounded out the top 15.
Then we had Max Angelard in front of Marty Rittinen from Jakub Kamenik and Joel Bergstrom. Alex Sawyer in front of Alexander Bogunovic. Javier Avramides in front of Andrea Dube. And then Ryan Vincent in front of Louis Leveau. 3 retirements in that one. Miguel Costa, the cruel, cruel fate of David Walter, and Aaron Garcia on the second lap. We're going to look back over the highlights of that race to remind everybody just how bitter and cruel that rather horrible mechanical end for David Walter was. Here it is on the replay. We can see from the start a couple of good choice moves. Now look at Walter. He is actually there on the inside, right in behind Sam Budler, looking for his move. He almost had the chance to go for the lead there, but that's where Stoltemanis pops in on the inside and gets his move. So Stoltemanis has already dealt with Walter by this point. They come through to the chicane for the first time. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy. Watch from the overhead. Look at the kart in third in the line on the inside line. Walter goes for it. Stoltemanis sees the chance. Thank you. That'll do. I'll tick that up the inside and moves up into second position nice and early. Little bit of jockeying for position further back. Everybody keeping it relatively clean, though. There were some big moves. Kutskov getting in there nice and early on the inside of James Agotzi. But then comes the move from Stoltemanis. And Sam Budler decided, no, I'm going to get straight back. I'm going to lead this one, and I'm not going to sacrifice anything I don't have to.
Yeah, and that was a nice move there from Sam Budler, showing his pace and keeping his elbows out. This is where that move came through from David Walter up into P2 as well.
And it was interesting because Walter had previously just tapped his finger on his helmet. Come on, guys, you're messing about here. We're losing time. Let's just get on with it. So he decided, right, I'm going to go for Stoltemanis. I'm now going to go for the move on Sam Budler. He didn't wait around, did he? He got the move done pretty supremely. No problems at all there. Dives in, got it done on the exit once it was finally finished. But then just half a lap later, comes through the corner, and I think it might have been just there. That's it, the chain just comes loose. And unbelievable.
Yeah, and because you saw there how the drive instantly went, yeah, it had to have been that. And you can imagine how furious he would have been. It's such a simple thing as well. You know, it's such an important part of the kart where if it goes wrong, that's it, it's done.
Well, Stoltemanis finally got his bid on Sam Budler. Not that Sam Budler gave up without a fight, but Stoltemanis taking it nice and easy to the flag in the end in front of Kutskov, Petrovsky, Agotzi, and Sam Budler. Good runs from Nikola Kuman and Teresa Babichkova as well. Bitter, bitter goal for David Walter. Really didn't deserve for his race to end on the sidelines like that. He had done all the hard work to put himself into the lead, took it bit by bit, and now he has dropped out of the top 10 in the intermediate rankings. He's really got to fight back from this one. Very tough indeed. Well, we now come to the A groups ahead of their fourth race. Ahead of their... No, it is their third race, my apologies, that they're preparing for over the course of this weekend. Pole position for the German driver, for the Sauber Academy. Great to see him put on such a great show so far this weekend. Tame Soleil will rock up to the front row of the starting grid. And after a very positive qualifying session yesterday where he was the fastest driver of all, he's been in very good spirits ever since.
I stayed more calm. I tried to get a free lap and tried to get only one single lap with my best time.
So this year, obviously, you've come in fresh and complete, ready after a tough winter. What has changed for you coming into 2023? How have you managed to get up to the front?
I just worked hard, tried my best, and now I'm here.
So coming into the race weekends, obviously you and the Sauber Academy have got to try and maintain this sort of pace. How have you been looking after tyres and brakes? How have you been able to keep that sort of mentality flowing through the heats coming up?
I just have to stay calm. That's the only thing. But yeah, that's the only thing. Just stay calm.
How about the competition out there? How tough do you think it's going to be?
It's gonna be pretty tough, not gonna lie. I might be not that fast, but I hope I'll be fast in the heat.
Fantastic. Great job so far, Tame. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Who needs an essay answer to a question when you're fast? You're the fastest one out there. Just short and sweet, keep it nice and simple. And I tell you what, Tame Soleil looks jollier than ever this season. He was always one of the happiest men in the paddock, but now the German talent has got a reason to be beaming from ear to ear.
Yeah, it's got indeed. Like you say, he starts this one on pole position. He's got the close company, though, of Scotland's Zach Drummond, who starts alongside him, though, on the Paralin for the Paralin team. You can see him there at the front of the grid also. He's had a pretty strong weekend, and like you say, a force to be reckoned with. He is a champion in his own right in his cadet ages. He's come into Europe now in the OKJ category and has really shot to the front. So definitely a force to be reckoned with in this one. Jacopo Martinez, though, as well. He had a brilliant race earlier on, did Jacopo. Keep an eye on him. He starts on that inside row again. Probably the most favourite place to start on this grid is probably third, because you don't have to be the first to go in towards turn one, and you can usually pick up the pieces going into turn number two.
So let's see how this race gets underway. Soleil and Drummond on the front row. This will be a really interesting one. Zach Drummond really emerging last year as a future contender for the OK Junior European title. Coming into 2023, he's right up there on the front row of all of the heats this weekend, so could be an interesting one to see how Drummond continues to make progress. So, Tame Soleil and Zach Drummond from Jacopo Martinez and Davide Battalo, Daniel Dalakian and Marianito from Gabriel Kunekan and Vivek Kanthan, Kirill Ditiev and Sebastian Letimaki from Gerizim Skudanov and Henry Domain, Alex Martinez and Filippo Sala from Roman Kamyab and Scott Marsh, Louis Cochet and Sebastian Mins from Hugo Marti and Jackson Burns, then Sebastian Kopeng and Travis Teo, Jensen Burns and Victor Rad from Louis Castellini and Vasilios Apostolidis, Enzo Ruggiero and Stepan Antonov, who had his times disallowed in qualifying, which means he's now had to start every race from the back of the grid. But the way he has charged his way through, he's come through it like a cat out of a wet paper bag. He's been absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, it's been a brilliant start to the weekend, and, you know, it'll be thrilled to see how it will end if he can keep up that pace. But we'll have to see once again as the sun beams down here. The clouds are starting to loom in this morning. Crystal clear skies here, wasn't it, at Valencia? It was absolutely picturesque.
And we also had a red sun, didn't we?
We did this morning, yeah. It was very lovely on the drive here.
What do they say? What do they say? Red sky at night, shepherd's delight, red sky in the morning.
Shepherd's warning.
Yeah.
But what was the warning for? A beautiful day?
Possibly. A lot of action on the circuit, I think. We've certainly got a lot of it so far, haven't we? Tame Soleil and Zach Drummond now coming into this one. Qualifying heat A versus D. And it's now air temperature 23 degrees Celsius. That's what the Met Office told us yesterday would be the highest temperature, but we're not even at 3 o'clock yet. So I think we're going to increase temperatures even more through the course of the day. So it's going to be another hot one as we watch the drivers just work their magic through the course of proceedings. So we continue in great battles out on the course. Apparently, it's going to start to get relatively cool from this moment on, but the wind speed is going to be about 10 kilometers an hour top speed if it starts to come back. So far, I haven't really seen any massive evidence that the wind is any stronger than it was yesterday, so I think we're going to be okay.
I'll knock on some wood there, just to make sure that it stays down.
Yeah, knock on some wood. A little bit of Norwegian wood there. Tame Soleil and Zach Drummond on the far side. They now come through to lead the drivers through the tram lines. Drummond is on his own. I think this is going to be a false start.
Yeah, bit eager there, I think, from Tame Soleil. He was on the loud pedal quite early on, and the field, I don't think, was ready for that one. They will go round again. Like I say, though, it happens. Just everyone trying to find their place on the grid, get it all sorted out, but they will go round once more. Like you say, yeah, it's just the racing this weekend so far in the junior category. It's been pretty nail-biting. It's been pretty much fantastic. Yes, okay, we may have seen some dominant performances from one or two drivers in this one, but we still see great battles all the way through the field. We saw it earlier on. Yes, okay, we might not have had the best starts as well in this one. There's a lovely view at the beginning of Sector 3 here. It's a fabulous circuit, isn't it, Valencia?
I love what it gives the drivers, what it gives us as spectators as well, because you get everything with this track. You get high speed, you get good slipstream, you get a nice open variety of corners, you get heavy braking points, you get good overtaking moves, you get good chicanes, you get complex 3 to 4 corners going in the same direction, so it's very technical as well. There's a lot that this circuit gives you, and it's in a lovely part of Spain where everybody is very charming, very friendly, the atmosphere is really good, it's motorsport country, so this is a really popular venue. I've seen plenty of different karting competitions take place on this particular circuit over the years, and everybody just loves coming here. Let's see if we're going racing this time. Now we do. Tame Soleil, a good start. Up to the inside line, though, Martinez getting hungry as Drummond tries to go the long way round and get in there to drop into third position behind Martinez. So that'll do nicely. Great start again from Dandalakian, and there's problems further back.
Yeah, couple of carts off. One of them looking like it is a Paralin.
It's Canthan. It's Philip Canthan, the American.
What a disaster. There's another one off.
Oh, that's Nito.
Yeah.
She was doing so well this weekend. The Portuguese driver starting up in the top 6 of every race this weekend. And Maria Nito, the Portuguese lady, just spat out to the scenery. That's so unfair this early on.
Drummond trying to go for the move there, but Dandalakian getting through.
But he gets back again.
He does, yeah. Dandalakian back down into P4. Good opportunity there is running wide. One of the build carts going off.
Well, that was a nasty moment for Gerasim Skudanov.
Yeah. That was never a nice way to get onto the back straight. One of the fastest parts of the corner or course, and going slightly wide onto the rough stuff. But now, as down the inside, the 2-4-6 getting it done. Kerneken on Dalakian.
And Dalakian came back at him, and he actually nudged the back end of the cart there. Kerneken having to hop over the curbs and then lose ground to Ditiev.
Yeah, Ditiev took prime opportunity there to try and squeeze it through. And now who's getting involved just in the background there? The 496, that is Martinez, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Alex Martinez doing a great job as Kerneken is now defending for his life as he's got Davide Battaro breathing down his neck. So Battaro trying to get through. Martinez going with him in the very colourful machine, the wild card as he continues to battle it on. But Dalakian has got well clear of Kerneken now and has put him Ditiev between himself and the Brazilian. So from his point of view, he's got away with that one.
Crucially, Martinez is closed in now on Tame Soleil. Tame Soleil has tried his best to try and break away as much as he can, but the trio are now 1, 2, 3, and Drummond, who's going to want to get back past. He tried to go for the move in the earlier stages on the previous lap, and that's where Dalakian managed to get through as well, but now he's slotted back into place. So Soleil under pressure here, but can he try and maintain the gap? He's done a good job of that so far. We're on lap 3 of this race, 3 of 9. And no moves just as of yet. I think Drummond's going to go for the move, maybe in towards turn 1. He's got the good momentum here. Is he going to get a good enough exit as they go onto the back straight? I reckon he has got a good enough exit. If he can try close it up as they go into the final chicane, he might go for the move this time around.
So Martinez working well here behind Davide Battaro. Just to confuse us in this race, we've got Jacopo Martinez in second, and we've got Alex Martinez trying to work his way to the top 6. But here is Jacopo Martinez, the Italian. The difference between the two of them is Martinez is Italian, Martinez is Spanish. But Jacopo Martinez looking so strong this time. The Car Republic driver really has come out of nowhere and surged his way further forward. Zach Drummond still looking quite threatening. Stepan Antonov sets the fastest lap, having moved up to 13th now in front of the Sodi car of Filippo Sala. So he's starting to make good progress. Gerasim Skudanov and Roman Kamiab have just squeezed into the top 10, the Birilat and the Ricky Flynn Lando Norris driver. So they are continuing on their way. What's Drummond going to do about Martinez? Can he get through beforehand? Bit of a dive into the hairpin there. One of the Leclerc by Lennox drivers trying to make the bid on the inside. I think that might have been the duel between Enzo Ruggiero and Henry Domain getting quite close together as well. But certainly Skudanov trying to hang on in front of Kamiab as they went through. And there is I think it was Louis Castellini actually going wheel to wheel with Sebastian Mins there. So now the leaders come through again. And Martinez just doesn't seem to have the ability to keep the tyres warm enough and stable enough to stay with Tame Soleil. I think Soleil's got a bit of a gap brewing.
He has, yeah. I mean, it's opened up to 3/10. It's not opened up at, I think, the rate that Tame Slow would have wanted, as Daniel Delakian is actually now under investigation.
Yeah. Not at all surprised about that one.
293.
That's him and Koenigsegg, isn't it?
Yeah, that coming together that they had going into turn 3. And there you can see Koenigsegg just saying, all right, let's think, what are we going to do now?
Well, he's worked his way to get through past Kirill DTF. I think we're going to look at the start again. There's Drummond. And look, he just waits to see what Delakian does. Then he drives right round the outside of him. Almost slots into second place, manages to hold on in front of Delakian, and then we're going to see that's how it happened between Nito and Vivek Kanthan. And one of the Sodis going airborne, trying to get out of the way of it. I think that might have been Henry Domain. Watch again. Nothing anybody can do.
Yeah.
You're just a passenger.
Look at the rest of the 3 carts who had to take to the runoff there. Several involved in that one.
You've really got to feel for Maria Nito in all of that. Why is it always her that gets the bad luck?
Just one of those unfortunate timing and positioning moments, isn't it?
Well, this is her second year with the Tony Kart Factory team. She won that in the FIA Girls on Track program in 2022, and they were so convinced that she had something special last year that they said, you know what, we're going to stick by you. We're going to give you another chance in 2023. So it was really wonderful to see the Tony Kart Factory team, not just any team, the Tony Kart Factory team, you know, the Ferrari of karting, to say, you know what, you have got something, you have got speed, we're going to stick with you. And this year, she's starting to prove it, but it's just such bad luck that she's the one that got caught out in all that.
Yeah. Well, there is Enzo Ruggiero, the driver from South Africa for the Cup Republic team, standing by.
That's recent.
Is recent.
He wasn't involved in the first lap incident. As up the inside, there goes the move from Bataro to pass his teammate DTF. That's a little bit of a changing of the guard.
Nice move there through turn number 1. Be happy with that one. Still eyes on the battles all the way through this field. It's been pretty decent. Zach Drummond's gone for the move now. It's just off the view of camera. It was through this turn here, but he's up into second place now. There it is. So now he's on the hunt for Tame Soleil. Has he got enough time to do that, though? I mean, yes, the gap is 0.2 of a second. I suspect it might be a little bit more when they break the timing beam as they go through into sector 3. It is, yeah, half a second now is the gap that he's got to try and close up. I think he's left that a little bit too late if he wanted to go for the lead. Indeed
he has. I was just going to come back to Davide Bataro getting his move on Kirill DTF. The Tony Kart Factory team, it's a big, big squad if you're in karting. You know, it's ultimately in the same way we talk about Ferrari in sports cars and Formula One. Tony Kart is the big brand if you're an Italian kart racer. It's the brand you want to go race with. And for Davide Bataro, you know, he's already in the back of his mind thinking about the likes of, you know, we've had Marco Ardigo, we've had Luigi Coluccio, and now this is my turn. I'm an Italian, I'm in a Tony Kart, I really want to push this forward. I want to prove to everybody I'm the one that they want to count on in the future. I'm a Tony Kart man through and through. I want to showcase my skills. When you're an Italian in that team, there's something about, you know, you're in the lifeblood of the sport, you're in the heart of the category. It's such a big thing if you're an Italian in Tony Kart. You really want to put on a big show. It's the same, really, if you're in Dino Chiesa's awning, if you're in a Kart Republic as an Italian. It's just as big a deal. It's a bit like when you're in Alfa Romeo. You know, you have that whole national pride. It's that big thing that you carry with you as you go through. Now, Martinez is in that position, the Italian, in a Kart Republic, in Dino Chiesa's awning. This is a big amount of national pride for him. He's there in third place, trying to take Zach Drummond back, but he's running out of time.
He is indeed, yeah. The final lap board has gone out, and we're already halfway round the lap here. And Tame Soleil has done a brilliant job just maintaining everything he needed to do. He looked like he struggled a little bit earlier on in the race to try and break away, but it's then started to come in. So the young driver for the Sauber Academy team has done a brilliant job here, as Zach Drummond, once again, I think is under pressure from Martinez, who tried to go for a move there, but has failed to do so, and that's opened up the battle. So it's plain sailing for all three now, all the way to the checkered flag.
Tame Soleil doing a great job from pole position once again, and this is going to put him just 3 points back from Kaczynski. Great run from Tame Soleil. That'll do nicely for the Sauber Academy driver from Germany. Zach Drummond, the Scotsman, in second place. And Jacopo Martinez coming through in third. That's a great start to their weekend. They've obviously got 2 races to go after this one. But Tame Soleil certainly looking strong in front of Drummond and Martinez. Delakian again, somehow surviving that little incident with Koenigsegg, but the Brazilian really wanted to get back to him, so he closed back up as close as 5th position. So a great start and a very solid run from Gabriel Könikan, Mataro 6th, Ditiev 7th, Kamyab up to 8th in the end, Antonov 9th place. Imagine where Stepan Antonov could have been if he'd have actually started these races from the front.
Yeah, imagine that, because he's scythed through the field here. Always made it into that top 10 throughout this weekend.
Well, you know what? The Kart Republic team have said to me, you know, the one you want to watch for in our team this year is Stepan Antonov. He got robbed in qualifying because he's had all his times deleted. But you know what? That kid's got some speed. The way he has charged his way through the field, 9th position when you start 28th, that's magically impressive, isn't it?
It is indeed. There's a look then at the classification results after OK Junior qualifying heat A and D. Tame Soleil takes the win by 0.3 of a second from Zach Drummond. Jacopo Martinez and Daniel Delakian take P4. Gabriel Könikan and Davide Botaro round out the top 6 from Kirill Ditiev. Roman Kamyab and Stefan Antonov, Grisim Skulanov and Alex Martinez round out the top 11 from Sebastian Letamaki and Scott Marsh. Sebastian Mins and Jackson Burns rounds out the top 15.
And then in 16th, Hugo Marti in front of Filippo Sala and Louis Castellini. Travis Teo and Henry Domain from Louis Cochet and Sebastian Kolpeng. Vasilios Apostolidis ahead of Jensen Burns and Victor Rad. 3 retirements in that one, Enzo Riggigiro. And on the first lap of the race, I should say, we also had Maria Nito and Vivek Kanthan crash out in the first lap incident. And those 2 drivers are now being recovered at the side of the circuit. Very unfortunate that we lose 2 of the great talents from this particular race in that incident. There is Enzo Riggigiro being recovered there as well, actually.
Not sure what happened to him in that race.
No, we didn't really see it.
Was it a breakdown or was it?
Yeah, we're not entirely sure whether he got into an incident with somebody or whether he had mechanical problems of his own. So unfortunate for the South African, one of 2 South Africans in the field this weekend, alongside Liverway Sambodla in senior. Here we go. Let's have a look at how it happened again. Watch Drummond as he just decides, right, Delakian's to my right. So too is Martinez. I'm going to hold it. And where's the conflagration point? There. It was Neto just having to bail out going alongside Martinez, Alex Martinez, sorry. And there wasn't really a lot she could do except drift into the path. She caught the curb, that's what it was. And she ended up just running back into the path of Vivek Kanthan. And there was nothing that could be done to avoid any contact after that point. Marianito spun the kart around, tried to keep it pointing in the right direction, but by that point she'd lost the engine.
Yeah, Marshall's very quickly on scene to that one as well to clean it up. This is where Drummond tried to go for that move on Martinez. It failed then. Delakian came through, and then the switchback from Drummond came back into 3rd place, and he had to do all that work again to try close up. This was the coming together then between these 2 drivers.
Yeah, Delakian and
Könikan. Yeah, now that very interesting. Ended up with the investigation. Not sure what happened there as Könikan once again had to go on the defensive from the rest of the field coming up behind.
So Botaro trying his tricks there to get through. Now here's Könikan getting back in after that cheeky little dive on the inside of Ditiev. It was always fascinating to see how that one was going to play out, but Könikan really took prisoners out there, didn't he? He was absolutely enraged after that little love tap from Delakian. Botaro getting the move on Ditiev. That's quite interesting psychologically between those 2, because obviously the Tony Kart fraternity will have their battles. Are we about to see? Oh, I thought for a moment there we were going to see what happened to Riggigiro, but not quite. Checkered flag, and Tame Soleil holding on to his stranglehold of the front end of the field. He's not quite overall leader, but he is 3 points back from Kaczynski, so he has every chance. And now comes the Brazilian hero in the CRG. He really has a chance in 2023, and this could be his year and CRG's year to return to the top. Gabriel Gomez, the man of the moment from Brazil.
Gabriel Gomez, fastest in the group here in Valencia, the first weekend of the season. You and CRG really mean business this year with that kind of pace.
Yeah, we work a lot in the last year about developing the chassis, the engine and everything. And this year we have a great pace all the race before, testing some things. And now we put everything together and boom. Now it's so good to start the season like this.
So a tough qualifying session there, but you came through with the pole position. Just how did you manage to put the lap together?
Well, it's a little bit of casino, everyone waiting to go, and then I go alone before everyone and only push me in my head, focus, and I can do the best lap.
You can carry this kind of speed together in the heats, or is there still going to be a little bit of work to do before you get started?
I think we have a good pace also with old tires. We need to manage the tires is the most important here in this track, but we can do a good job.
Fantastic start, Gabriel. Keep it going.
Thank you.
A great run so far from Gabriel Gomez. It holds the Italian flag on his mark there because, of course, he races under an Italian license, but he is very proud of his Brazilian roots. And Gabriel Gomez is really hoping this year that he can make it 2 Brazilian world champions in a row. We waited almost 2 decades for the first one to come around in Matheus Morgado last year, but there's something about this boy in 2023. He's just been getting on with it, steadily making progress. And with the CRG team, he's been phenomenal. And they've really raised their game. And I'm fairly sure that Gabriel Gomez can take a lot of credit for that. He really has motivated these guys to keep pushing, to keep finding more pace. And in the same way we saw a resurgence from Sodikart last year, I think we're going to see a resurgence from CRG this year.
Yeah, we could definitely see that. I mean, it's always these sort of phases that the teams go through, isn't it? Sometimes, they can drop off and they can drop off for a while and then they start to come back and then they're on the scene and then they're at the top and they're pushing it forward and then they could be there for years. Like you say, we see it in every form of racing. If it's top tier, even at the lowest tiers, it doesn't matter. You always get those phases. And right now, like you say, CRG could be on one of those upward phases there.
There is Gonzalo.
Yeah.
He's the top race director in Spain, don't you know?
Well, no, he's the 4th best. No, he's not the 4th best.
Don't you
He's
dare
the
say
best race director. He's only done 4 race weekends. That's what it is. So I always get those two confused.
Don't poke fun at him. He'll have a go at you later. No, Gonzalo, one of our esteemed colleagues, and fabulous to see him continuing his climb through the motor racing ladder as he always has been. He's been our race director in previous race weekends and still doing a fantastic job. And obviously, the 2 men atop the gantry this time, Pasquale Lupoli and Nigel Edwards, as we always have for these FIA events. Nigel Edwards is in the assistant position this time. Pasquale Lupoli taking the lead this weekend, which is great to see. He's obviously always been the race director for the Academy Trophy events in the past, but now he has taken the lead from the gantry on this particular occasion, so it's great to see. Right, okay, qualifying heat. A versus D. Gabriel Gomez and Alex Powell on the front row of the grid. Talk about a battle. This is going to be a great one. Second row, Arthur Poulain and Joe Turney. Third is going to be Ian Eichmans and Chu Yan Pu. Then Jules Caranta and Mark Dubnitsky, Lucas Samalisto and Lucas Flusha, Maciej Gladish and Len Nige, Sebastiano Pavan and Alva Simas Varas, Zoe Florescu and Mathieu Kolnagi, Adam Hideg and Newman Chi, Matheus Morgado and Vasilios Michailidis, Petro Babachkova and Matilda Pads from Peter Stiller and Filippo Florentino, Enea Frey and Ivo Basterda, Nicola Nalati and Arda Turpanen from Ronnie Stefani, 29th at the tail end of the field. Now, who is going to win this particular psychological game? Gomez, Powell, or what about Poulain in third?
Do you know what? I'm thinking, actually, Joe Turney in this one.
Joe Turney's got a good shot.
He's starting on the outside row, granted, but he's on the second row, and I reckon he could be okay. There's your deputy race director this weekend, Mr. Nigel Edwards.
Yep, former race driver himself, of course.
Yes,
He raced in the Rover Cup back in the 1990s alongside the British Grand Prix. So he knows what he's doing.
Well, very much so. He's positioned himself in his nice little square box of tyres. He's just at the entrance to the back straight, so he's got a nice view of turn 1 and all of that good stuff.
He's absolutely on the ball, as he always has been in the FIA events. And great to see him giving the keys to the castle this weekend to Pasquale Lupoli. The two of them have a great relationship. They really do work well together. There's good chemistry there, and they've always been fantastic at making these decisions. So Gabriel Gomez and Alex Powell, Arthur Poulain and Joe Turney from Ian Eichmans and Chu Yan Pu. Caranta, 7th place. Definitely one to watch for as this weekend continues. They haven't quite found the sweet spot with him in the energy course yet, but they're not far from it. Mark Dubnitsky, Lucas Samalisto, and Lucas Flusha. One to watch again in this one. Wait for him to come into shot. There he is, Maciej Gladish, the Ricky Flynn driver on the Lando Norris chassis. He's already had a couple of decent races where he's pushed his way out of that position to increase his form. And I think he's got another one coming, potentially.
Well, we'll have to find out in that one, because this race is about to get underway as drivers are making their way onto the back straight. And hopefully we can go racing first time of asking. Like you say, this is going to be a very interesting one. Those front 2 rows packed full of talent, but the rest of the field as well. Also, you can't deny any of them, all with a chance here at a heat win as we go into the final sector. Across the red line they go now. They're not allowed to overtake, and it's a very late formation at the front. They're going to get it going now.
But I think it's a solid one. I think they've kept the speed low, which is what's going to make this one count as a good start. But Powell and Turney ready for the action. They come off the turn, the engines rise. Is this going to be a good start? No. No, it's not. You were right. It is a late formation and too late to get it formed by the look of it.
So, yeah, that was not going to be the one for them, which is a bit of a shame. But, yeah, you saw as they went through that red line, a lot of them just not in the right positions. Yes, they may have got it before they went into the final corner, but something was awry in the field.
Well, that's the thing. If in doubt, send them around again.
Yeah, yeah. If in doubt, the lights do not go out.
Oh, I like that. You are properly in Robert Burns mode this weekend, aren't you?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
Poetry. My name is racing. So Gomez, Powell, Poulain and Turney, Eichmanns and Chu, Karanta and Dubnitsky, Samalisto and Flusha. Trying to see if there's going to be another push through the field from Matthias Morgato. He certainly seems to be working his magic to go through. That was such an incredible performance last year at Sarno, though, when he came through for the DPK racing team to give them their first World Championship title. Certainly not Kart Republic's first, but certainly DPK's. And he's returned back to his beloved Birolart. And, well, qualifying didn't go well, but he's certainly finding his feet and getting motivated once again. Gomez just checking over his shoulder. Are you all behind me? Of course you are, but is the form going to be better this time as Gonzalo is there, just to remind them on the way into the final turn to get their starts sorted and get it nice and formed as they come through on the final turn. And so Gomez, Powell, Poulain and Turney. They come off the turn. This looks much better as they're going to come up to the line this time. We are going to go racing up to the first corner. Good start from Gomez. Poulain is going to tuck in behind him and go for second position nice and early. Powell is not going to lose too much time. If he can hold the Prema around the outside, he will only drop to third. That's not a bad start at all for the Jamaican. Eichmanns has got a good one. So too has Karanta. He's come up to fifth position. Turney has actually held a little bit of ground lost there, down into about seventh position for Joe Turney on this occasion. So I think Eichmanns, Chu and Karanta have all managed to get the better of him, but there's a long way still to go. And on the first lap, Gomez is in front of Poulain and Powell. Yeah, nice little breakaway then from the top four as they break free from the rest of the field. But nice start there from the driver on the CRG, Gabriel Gomez, controlling this race. Onto the back straight he goes for the first time. And Poulain still there in second place, has latched onto his rear bumper. Into the final chicane they go, and back onto the start-finish straight. How do the seniors line up in the OK category? Across the line they go. It's Gomez from Poulain, Powell, Eichmanns, then it's Karanta, Turney, Samalesto, then it's Juanpu, Flusha, Gladys the top 10. This is going to be an interesting one as they continue to chuck their way through. The fastest mover in the field is actually Arda Turpinen. She has come up 7 places on the start. Terrific from the Ward Racing driver. She's making good work of it. As side by side, we've got this terrific duel going on as the Ward Racing driver Alva Simas Vara is dueling away with Dubnitsky, Kolnagi and Nige, having a great little tussle. And that's Karanta losing out to Turney. Turney gets through. Lovely. Yeah, the Joe Turney finishing third last year in this category in the championship, really showing what he's got made of. He's not won the FIA Championship as of yet, has he? And I think, you know, does he want this year to be the year? Because it's getting there, and you know he's quick. You know he's got what it needs. He knows what he's got, what it got to take. It's just got to put it all together. Well, Joe is one of those drivers who really got scuppered by the worldwide pandemic. He really, his whole racing career has been completely transformed by it. He had a single-seater drive lined up for the 2020 season, having had a great run in karting up to that point. COVID-19 hit, the money disappeared. It was always going to be one of those problems. His single-seater opportunity died. He decided, right, I'm going to go back to karting, something I know that I can win at, something I can be really strong at. And he went to the big teams and said, look, I'm Joe Turney. You know what I can do. You know I can be an asset to you. Tony Kart went, absolutely, we bring you in. For the 3 seasons he was there, Joe was the linchpin. He was absolutely the archetype. He helped the younger drivers develop. He helped the chassis to move further forward, and he raised the level of all of the drivers' motivations. He was an absolute asset to the team. He wanted to change for this year. He's come into Kart Republic, the absolute opposite end of the Italian karting coin, and now he is going to be just as good an asset to Chiesa's boys. I'm absolutely convinced. And he's shown that, hasn't he? Because the Kart Republic team has done a brilliant job, and they're demonstrating it perfectly, going down the inside there and getting past the Eichmanns. You know, it just shows that, yeah, that kart is improving weekend by weekend. He's doing a great job with it. It was never really off the boil, but they have moments of sporadity, which really they need to kill in 2023. They've got so many good drivers in their fold, including Joe Turney. If Joe is going to win a title, He wanted to change it up. He needed something to be a little bit different. So coming into 2023, why not cut Republic from his point of view? And he's absolutely settled in perfectly. He's still, for my money, the top British talent in the OK Senior category. He's still the best all-rounder as far as I'm concerned. He can perform well on Friday, can perform well in the qualifying heats, can raise his game when he needs to in the super heats. And in the final, there's not many people who will be as smooth whilst also being as aggressive.
You're right there. Polaine and Powell, second and third, and Alex Powell at the moment is all over the back of Artur Polaine. I'm looking at Polaine's nose cone there, looking very dented in. There's a replay through turn one.
Do you know what?
Polaine.
You're right. Look at that.
I think that's happened from the race start. I don't think it's dropped.
But that's marginal, isn't it? Look at that. It's clearly been bent in.
Yeah.
He's had contact with somebody in front, but is that loose? That's going to be the key factor. It doesn't have to be. It's not a problem if it's bent.
Yeah.
But if it's loose, that's where it's a problem.
Is there, and correct me if I'm completely false in this one, if it's been pierced in a way, does it have to be replaced? It can't be used again?
Yeah, I
if
think
it's got a hole in it, because essentially it is it's a bumper.
Yeah,
effectively.
exactly.
So yeah, it has to be solid.
So it does have to be replaced or at least fixed.
It's already dent in there.
Yeah, that's happened before the race even got underway.
Yeah.
So that's happened on the formation lap. And that does happen from time to time. You do get a little bit close to the kart in front of you. But you can see, look how close it is. These drivers working their way through, hopping over the curbs. Gladish staying out of trouble in the middle of that gaggle as well. Joe Turney just slotting in behind Chu in the initial parts of the lap. But now we've got a battle on our hands. Is that Turney in front of Powell? It is.
It is, yeah.
So Turney has got past first Polaine and then Powell.
Well, there we go. He's on a move here and now down the inside. Nice little move there.
That's Polaine on Powell as well.
And Polaine.
You were right.
Yeah.
Joe Turney is the one who is making the moves in this one. You were right.
Yeah, so you say he was looking quick in this one. Back down the inside. Powell goes through on Polaine.
Got to tidy the exit.
Yeah, because now Polaine's going to have the momentum here, checks over the shoulder, sees the gap and says think, but Powell thinks against it and goes slightly defensive in towards turn one.
Well, the thing is, Powell has to go defensive now from his point of view because Gomez is a second and a half up the road. Joe Turney is a second ahead of him. You're never going to catch them back. So the best you're going to get from this race now is a third.
Yeah.
It's the only thing you can really hope for in terms of a decent point score. Let's have a look again. This is how Turney got first Powell and then Polaine.
So,
beautiful textbook move on Powell.
Yeah, that was through turn one. And then, was it a mistake?
Oh, look at that. Absolutely as opportunistic as you like from Joe Turney. A little whisper of grass from Polaine.
Yeah.
And Joe Turney basically returned the favour on the inside. He had a wheel on the white line, perfectly legal, but he absolutely nailed the inside move. That is absolutely the perfect overtaking move, done as masterfully as it's possible to do.
Can he close that gap up, though? It's a big one. 1 second, crosses the line, takes a little chunk out of it, but not enough. Not long left in this race as Vasilius Michailidis with a warning flag, the 143. He's currently running down in 23rd place at the moment. Will not like to see that one.
And Turney is going quickly, 54.9. He is one of only 2 drivers so far to lap the circuit in under 55 seconds. The other one is that man, Gabriel Gomez. So they are matching each other for pace. But Joe Turney is the one going slightly quicker at the moment. But there's still 4 laps to try and get that gap down. Turney has gone quicker than Gomez by almost 1/10 of a second. Powell has started to accelerate ahead of Polaine. There's Ian Eichmans, the Belgian, part of that epic racing family, who have been very strong in karting at national and international level for the Eichmans team. They've done so many incredible things over the years. But Ian Eichmans still pushing on in the senior category here as he comes across the line in front of Lucas Samalisto and Maciek Gladish. Gladish having another great race as Caranta dives in on the inside of Pavan. And that's a good move from Pavan. Is Flusha going to get in? He almost thought there, Lucas Flusha, that he had the chance to overtake as well. Pavan comes back at Caranta. Watch if you're Lucas Flusha. He's going to dive in. This is his chance to get Caranta. Caranta goes long on the throttle. No, you don't. You're not getting through.
Yeah, that was nicely defended there by Caranta. Very tricky place to try and stop someone from going down the inside, especially if you've committed to a move round a corner previously. So, yeah, very well defended there. These drivers having a pretty decent race in the order.
Joe Turney, 0.2 of a second quicker than Gomez. He does want to go for the victory if he can try and close up on him. If he can get something on the CRG man up front, it's not just about winning and getting more points. It's about the psychological upper hand. It's taking this dominant pace away from Gomez. If Gomez wins, he wins 3 out of 3. He gets the maximum 150. If Turney can be the one to get under his skin and take a win off him, that's big in terms of the psychology.
Yeah, and again, it just makes it a little bit easier going into the super heats tomorrow again. That, yes, okay, the points may go up a lot more, but yeah, it might make it very interesting. And if Turney can do that, that would be good. Until the Pats is under investigation at the 178. Not sure what that is for, though.
Great performances through the field. And I tell you who's making good work of it. Samalisto up 3, Gladish up 4, Pavan up 5, Petra Babičková up 5, Arda Turpinen up 5. The ladies in this race are the ones making the biggest impression.
Yeah, this is a good race so far.
Turney's got this gap down to 4/10 now. Look at it.
It's pretty impressive. There's Powell, though, in 3rd place.
Look at him. He's going for it. He's not going to hold back at all. Turney's going to make Gomez really work for this.
Does Turney want to do this, though? He's pushing those tyres an awful lot to try and close this gap. Yes, okay, you're making a point, but do you want to maintain your tyres for later on in the day?
He's Joe Turney. If anyone can make it work, it's going to be Joe. He is going to absolutely push Gomez to within a limit of his CRG. Can he get close enough to do something spectacular in the final chicane? A little bit of a drop on the curb for Gomez. This is the kind of thing that Turney is doing. That's the reason Turney's doing this. He's trying to get in Gomez's head. He's trying to make him drop the ball. He's trying to get in his weak spots. He wants Gomez to make mistakes. He wants him to drop the ball. Turney is just going to throw everything at this. And look, Gomez has responded. He's found another 10th in the sector. Now Turney's not going to get him, but that's the kind of thing that Turney wants to do. He wants to get in Gomez's head. You're not going to have this easy, mate. You are going to work for every single inch of this racetrack. Gomez is going to get the win, but Turney's proved his point.
Yeah, exactly that. Turney dropped off another half a second there. As soon as he knew he wasn't going to catch Gomez, he instantly backed completely off, maintained the tyres.
Yeah, after the tyres, absolutely.
I pushed, wasn't enough, now maintain them. He'll slow right down on this up now. That's the sort of driver he is. But anyway.
But that's showing the Joker up the sleeve a little bit to CRG. That's letting them know, come the final, if I'm anywhere near you, run. Properly run, because I am not going to give you a moment's respite.
Exactly that. Gabriel Gomez then takes a perfect 3 out of 3, and he gets 150 points. He's got 2 more races today to get through before the finals and pre-finals, well, super heats tomorrow. But he's happy with that one from Joe Turney. Alex Powell at the end finishes in 3rd place from Arthur Poulain. Question mark over Poulain's nose cone on that one. But yes, a brilliant race indeed.
CRG man going well, and a fantastic performance, going great guns as he continues on his way. So Gabriel Gomez is going to make it 3 from 3, but Joe Turney pushed him all the way. Alex Powell in 3rd position from Arthur Poulain. Ian Eichmann's in 5th place from Lucas Samalisto and Maciej Gladish. Sebastiano Pavan and Gilles Caranta, and then Lucas Flusha rounding out the top 10. Alvar Simasvara and Chu Yanpu in front of Mattia Kolnagi and Len Nige of Belgium. Adam Hideg of Hungary in 15th position in front of Petra Babičková, and then Mark Dubnitsky ahead of Zoe Florescu. Matilda Pats ahead of the world champion from last year, Matthias Morgato, only P20 on that occasion. Vasilios Michelaidis in front of Chi Newman and Arda Turpinen. Peter Stiller from Filippo Fiorentino, Ronnie Stefani, Ivo Bestauda, Nico Lanalati, and Enea Frey. All 29 drivers that started were able to bring it to the flag, and only 22 seconds apart. One of the best races in terms of the competitive nature of the sport that we have seen so far this weekend. Really good stuff to see everybody putting on a great job. So that's exactly what we were hoping for, and a really good start to proceedings as the competition continues in fine style. So we're going to see some more great action and some more great racing from all of the competitors. Here they come again, and this is the highlights from that race. Alex Powell just taking a watching brief as Arthur Poulain got the run towards the first corner. But Poulain was the one who held on to 2nd position. Now watch some of these moves in the midfield, because you get a lot of drivers trying to assert themselves nice and early on. Joe Turney has already lost ground quite early on here to a couple of the drivers around him, but he's kept the kart nice and present and nice and strong in that middle sector. He's not being pushed around a lot. This was a little bit interesting, as we had Alvar Simasvara trying desperately to hold his own amongst Mattia Kolnagi and some of the other midfield drivers in the mix there. Arthur Poulain having a little bit of an issue with that front fairing. I wonder if that's loose. That could cause a real problem if he is in as high as 4th position. That could cost him quite dear. Hopefully it hasn't, but we'll have to find that out post-race. Joe Turney, though, once he got going, he was not going to be denied, was he? Alex Powell was first, and then comes this little trip on the grass for Arthur Poulain, and that's enough for Joe Turney to squeeze by. Alex Powell went through with him, and even though Poulain defended and came back at him, Powell was the one who came through eventually. Caranta versus Pavan, that was a nice final couple of laps battle. It did end up eventually in the way of Sebastiano Pavan, but Gabriel Gomez making it 3 wins out of 3. 6 points ahead of Stalgimanis and 12 ahead of René Lammers. This is going to be a fascinating battle. Anthony Jordan is down there in pit lane, and he will talk with our race winner.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here with Gabriel Gomez, and like we were saying, 3 for 3 on that one. Maximum points so far, 150. A great start to the first round here.
Yeah, it's a great start for the first round of the European. It's nice to see how the equipment is going. Everything together is going good. And now we're still working more to improve a little bit more always and try to keep this one in front.
We were talking a lot about the CRGs and how they've been coming through, you know, the performance that have been given to you. How's it been with the team? Have you been working really hard on setup going into this weekend?
Yeah, we try a lot on the end of the last season, the start of this season, to development for this. The European and the World Championship is our target. And now we have a lot of things good in the team, and the team working together is so nice to see.
These race starts for you have been pretty calm. You've been starting at the front. You've not really had to worry too much about anyone. Going later on to the day, you've still got 2 more race heats. Do we feel we can maintain that momentum?
Yeah, now we need to keep this pace, and this position is perfect.
Well, Gabriel Gomez, congratulations. Well done. 3 for 3 so far. We'll wish you best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Gabriel Gomez. More races to come, but we'll head back up to you, Jake, in the commentary box.
Thanks, DJ. Great to hear from Gabriel Gomez, and a great run from him so far. 3 from 3. Back to the OK Juniors, and it's Elliot Kaczynski and Tibor Ramakas that will take up their residence on the front row of the starting grid once again. But this time, it's the first time they'll go together. Salim Hanna and Jack Eilif, Dries van Langendonk and Mies Huben from Alpaksoy and Kier Fardin, Ethan Lennon and Joel Pokela, Moreno de Roca and Jindra Basil from Noah Montero and Noah Wolf, Arjen Kreling and Augustus Toniolo from Tiziano Monza and Boris Leisen, Raoul van Tharen and Ludovico Busso from Wojciech Woda and Sun Jiao Yu, then Luca Horton and Lev Krutelov, Luis Francis, Mark Brovko, Matt Corby and Javier Herrera from Mexico. Now, what has happened to Jack Eilif? He has not come out onto the circuit in his regular position. I want to see if Jack Eilif is actually out there at all. There is no Parolin up in the top 5, and there certainly should be. So has Jack Eilif had a problem in the pits, or is he not starting at all? As that's a slight concern for Jack Eilif. He certainly retired from the last race, but I didn't really know if there was anything in particular to keep an eye on. He might have picked up a minor defect with either the kart or himself, so we'll have to come back to that one. But certainly the American driver, Jack Eilif of Parolin, he's not out on the circuit for this one. So a big problem there for the driver that should be starting on the second row of the grid. That's how difficult a situation it is. So with one driver missing then, we will continue the race battle. But now we're going to see 2 drivers going head-to-head in what could be a preview for the final tomorrow. Elliot Kaczynski, who leads the interim at the moment on 144 points, versus Tibor Ramakas, Mr. Domination. Are we going to see these 2 lock horns? And if they do, who's going to win out? This will be a fascinating one between Ramakas and Kaczynski.
Yes, it will be. Now, Tibor Ramakas, like you say, this time around, he's on the outside row, so he's got some work ahead of him. What can he do here? You know, this has been pretty decent, hasn't it, between these 2? Kaczynski's been dominant. Ramakas has been dominant. Now they're battling each other. Yeah, like I say, this could be a show. Well, let's find out as they go on to the back straight. And like you say, hopefully they can get a nice grid. Like you say, no, not gridded up just yet. Quite a late formation once again.
Well, all Thibaut has to do is hold the kart present around the outside, and they'll get a decent start of it. But obviously, for 6th position on the grid, Mies Huben actually has to hold his position here alongside Van Langendonk, because with Jack Eilif absent, he cannot afford to get too close behind Tibor Ramekers. Are we going to go racing this time? No, we're not.
We're not. Oh, dear, and nearly coming together there. That concertina effect, I think, is Noah Wolf got a problem with his car. He was looking down. No, he's still going.
Just double-checking, I guess.
Yeah.
But he has lost a little bit of momentum in position, so he'll have to gain that back again off the start. So he'll have to make a few overtakes. But yeah, the absence of Jack Iliff actually causes a little bit of an issue for Mies Huben, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was walking over the dummy grid just as you were saying that. I overheard the PA system and I had a look. He definitely wasn't on the grid at all, so it wasn't a breakdown in there, so he's not even made the dummy grid.
Well, that seems to come back to his previous race then. We wonder if he's had a light injury picked up, because we didn't see anything that could have caused, you know, a long safety car or even a red flag, so maybe just a minor defect and he's had to miss a race as a result of that. Hopefully he'll be back out this afternoon. We'll try and double check over the lunch break to see if there's any developing news on that one, but certainly the American driver Jack Iliff for the Paralin team not out there on the circuit, and that's very unfortunate indeed. So now we're going to bring ourselves back into position again, and Kaczynski versus Ramekers. This is probably going to be the toughest junior rivalry we've seen so far this weekend. But the Belgian, all he has to do effectively is hold the kart relatively strong around the outside and go through turn one in third position worst. And then he can start his race building and developing from there. He just needs to stay relatively level with these two, Kaczynski and Hanna. He's got a good run of it. They're in the tram lines. That's better. Now we're racing. Up to the first corner goes Kaczynski. Hanna goes with him. What about Ramekers? Ramekers is going to have a bit of pressure from Mies Huben, who got a good start as a result of him not having Iliff to deal with up front. But Ramekers, look, he is through in third place. That will do for the moment for the Belgian. And as they work their way through the chicane for the first time, is everybody going to go through? A couple of drivers over the curbs. But yes, everyone's still facing the correct direction as drivers put in a race or two. And they're trying to get themselves up into a strong position. So Salim Hanna holds on to second place. The Colombian now has Tibor Ramekers breathing down his neck.
Yep, Dries van Alendonk there in fourth place as well. Took advantage of the missing American driver, Jack Iliff, who, yeah, unfortunately not out on track, so moves up into P4 as they go through. Rest of the field slossing through. Nice breakaway between the top three. Top six also with a breakaway. It's kind of 3 by 3 at the moment as they negotiate their way round the final corner for the first time. Back onto the start-finish straight. A little wide on the exit there for Salim Hanna, but Salim now being back on the straight and narrow. Now, crucially, though, Tibor Ramekers will have seen that and thought, right, okay, I might try something next time then through there.
He wasn't quite close enough to make a move of it on the first corner of lap 2. But now he's definitely looking threatening into the S's. Can he dive out on the inside line? Yes, he can. Tibor Ramekers, do not give him an inch. He will take a mile, and he has got through in a second place.
Yeah, the work's not done yet this time around. He's still got to get past Kaczynski. That's going to be the tall order there. Down the inside, battling the 242. Nice move there. Was it 243? Is that Noah Montero?
It is. It's Montero and Huben.
Yeah, and
he's got him.
Yeah, nicely done. Well calculated.
It took him 2 apexes to get the move done, though, because Huben was absolutely determined to fight him for it. But Montero gets through, and that puts him up into 7th behind the South African Ethan Lennon, who has now just made the move on Alpak Soy to get through into 5th position. So the top 6 are clear, and Montero leads the charge behind with Huben, Rocha, Bochiola, Fardin, Monza, Wolf, Paisel, and Kraling coming up with more challenges up in front of them. But here we go. Ramekers released in second place, now closing in on Kaczynski. Fastest of all in first sector. Elliott, you better be careful. Thibaut's coming for you.
You've got to be very, very careful here. Like you said earlier on, this is kind of like a shadow of potentially what we could see in the finals. Tomorrow, there's some debris goes up. Someone's off the track and is dropping down the order, going very slowly through the section. Not sure who that is. We'll find out when they next break the timing beam when we see who drops down the order.
It's one of the energy courses at the back of the field, I think.
Was that Murilo Rocha?
It is Murilo Rocha, you're right. So Murilo Rocha has dropped right down to the back of the field then, the Brazilian. Very unfortunate indeed for him. Here comes Thibaut on the warpath, closing in on Kaczynski. He may even go for it in turn 1, and that's an invitation as far as I'm concerned. Kaczynski checking over his shoulder. Ramekers knows that Kaczynski is going to be running scared here. So now the Swede has got to pull out something special to keep Tibor Ramekers from making the move. He won't go for it in the right, but he will go for it in the left. Elliott, you better be ready. Thibaut is going to go for it. Here comes the move. No, he can't get through. Nicely handled.
Yeah, I think Kaczynski's not going to let this one go too easily. You got to think Kaczynski's leading in the points here. 197 versus Ramekers 174 in the current positions that they're in. Ramekes gets past. I don't know what, in terms of maths, I haven't got a clue at the moment.
Well,
Work
even
it
if
out.
Ramekes does get through and pass him, he won't take the lead of the points. There's the move he made on Salim Hanna, and Hanna having to bail out of that quite dramatically. But even if Ramekes got through and got past Kaczynski would still lead. He'd just be on 187 compared to Ramekes on 181. So it'd be very close between the two. But instead of being a 20-point gap between them, it would suddenly become a 6-point gap between them. It was very, very tight because there would be a 7-point sway, a 6-point sway, sorry. So it'd be an interesting one to see how it all battles out. So Kaczynski, I'll do the math again very quickly. It would end up on 188, actually, and Ramekes would end up on 180. So 8 points between them rather than 6. But still, very tight. And again, it's not necessarily about taking the lead. It's about the upper hand. Who's got the psychological edge on the other? Ramekes wants to show quite early to Kaczynski, there's no point trying to beat me because I'm already in your head and I'm already quicker.
Yes, exactly. I think he's in everyone's head going into this weekend. Here's a replay of that overtake from Noah Montero on his Huban.
Now watch Huban, because they bang wheels. So Huban thinks, right, I'm going to hold it to the inside, but then he drifts out wide, and that's enough for Montero to cut back to the inside line and take that position back. Now Ramekes again, all over the back. This is going to be Lennon trying to defend from Van Langendonk and Montero. Montero makes mincemeat of Van Langendonk in the inside apex.
Yeah, I think that was just going into that one. And yeah, just had the momentum to hold that inside line. This is very close now. Is Ramekes going to go for the move this time? No, thinks against it. Again, you saw the racing line there from Kaczynski, though. The kart was in the middle of the track, refusing Ramekes to go down the inside. Again, very good defensive positioning from Kaczynski there. This could be a very tight battle, and we are running out of time here. We're on lap 6 of 9 at the moment, so he's got to, if he's going to do it, he's got to do it quickly.
Both drivers absolutely convinced that they have what it takes to beat the other one. So Ramekes maybe into the chicane. No, you don't, says Elliot Kaczynski. I'm going to hold on to this. This could be not just the battle for the victory today. It could be the victory for the title between these two. They look so strong. Ward Racing versus VDK, and Timmy Ramekes getting very close to Elliot Kaczynski. This is the warm-up for the final tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, the two strongest men in junior consistently over the entirety of the weekend thus far. Don't forget that Tame Soleil is going to be part of that as well later on in the weekend. But certainly for the moment, Ramekes wants a piece of Kaczynski, and he wants to put one over in him. The Belgian versus the Swede. And as they come onto the back straights, this is where Timo Ramekes really needs to deliver something special to get past Kaczynski in his current form.
Yes, indeed. This is getting very, very tense between these two. Sweden versus Belgium here. Probably that would be a battle I'd very much like to see throughout the ages here in karting, and we're seeing it right now as Kaczynski into the final corner. Looked like, again, he moved that kart a little bit to the inside there just to cover the inside line from Ramekes. But Ramekes here is trying everything he can to try and find a gap through, but Kaczynski's just holding it beautifully here. Meanwhile, though, keep an eye on third place. Salim Hanna is starting to close in. The gap is less than a second here. And if these two really start scrapping into these final laps, he might go for the move. Kaczynski, with the fastest lap, though, 56.150, is starting, I think, now to maybe break away from Ramekes here.
A sole 0.02 of a second quicker than Timo Ramekes has managed over the course of this race. But crucially, that wasn't the lap Ramekes set that lap. This is very much now or never for Timo Ramekes if he's going to get one over on Elliot Kaczynski. Can he make this one stick? Ramekes is running out of opportunities, running out of time. He needs to get a little bit closer to the Tony Kart in front of him for the Ward Racing team. He's so strong in the slipstream because he's slightly shorter, so he can tuck back in behind Kaczynski's head in the aerodynamic flow. This is a good last chance. Kaczynski, head over his shoulder, knows that Ramekes is right there, but he also knows that, crucially, he's got a kart length between them. He's got a tiny bit of breathing space.
Yeah. Noah Wolf under investigation, the 227 for something, not too sure what it's for. As we go on to the final lap here, it's going to be a last-ditch attempt here if Ramekes is even going to try and go for the move. But like I say, Kaczynski's quick enough that he might not even be able to catch him. Kaczynski is doing a brilliant job here with just positioning that Ward Racing kart in a perfect place. Checks over the shoulder just to see what the story is. It's just Ramekes there, and so far it's looking pretty comfortable. But watch out for that final chicane.
If there is ever going to be a last gasp dive from Timo Rämäkäs, it's going to come at the end of the back straight. He knows he's got a shot. He's going to be right in the slipstream through the right, flat out king. Up an opportunity coming in. Kaczynski's going to move the kart across to try and hold him at bay. If he gets a good slingshot out of the turn, he might just get alongside into the line, but it is going to be Kaczynski. He hangs on by 600ths of a second. Great racing, and that's probably, to use a tennis analogy, that is a break point as far as Kaczynski is concerned to put one over at Timo Rämäkäs when it counted. Rämäkäs has been dominant almost every time he's come out onto the circuit. The fact that Kaczynski got him, that's a big scalp at this point in the weekend. Very, very important for the Swedish driver to take one to the Belgian. And so that was such an important race win to take. Rämäkäs did his best. Second was all he could get on that occasion. So for Elliot Kaczynski and the Ward Racing team, this is where they've got a real shot to do something magic over the course of this weekend. Salim Hanna, a very solid third place, fourth position for Ethan Lennon, the South African, doing a terrific job thus far. And that's a really, really strong run from Ethan Lennon in the Forza Racing kart. He can be very happy with that one. Noah Montero, though, doing a sensational job, making more places up than anyone. 8 places to come up to P5. So there you go. Kaczynski versus Rämäkäs take one. It's the Swede ahead of the Belgian. Salim Hanna in third from Ethan Lennon and Noah Montero. Dries van Langendonk in sixth, ahead of Alpak Soy, Kian Fardin. Mies Huben in ninth position, and in the top 10, it is Tiziana Monza. Joel Pohjola for Sodi Kart in 11th place, ahead of Ralph van Tharden and Jindrop Hazel. Noah Wolf in the Leclerc by Lennox, Charles Leclerc chassis. Ian Kraling in 15th place for Kart Republic. Behind them, it is Augustus Toniolo of Brazil. Sun Zhao Yu finishes in front of Luca Horton, and then the Australian Lewis Francis ahead of Matt Corby. Wojciech Woda ahead of Boris Leeson, Lev Krytelov, Javier Herrera, Ludovico Busso, Mark Brovko, and after his incident in the race, Morello Doroca came home at the back end of the field. One non-starter, and that was Jack Iliff of the United States. We'll try and update you with the reason for that absence over the course of the lunch break, and we'll update you when it is necessary. So, very interesting stuff, but in the battle between Elliot Kaczynski, Timo Rämäkäs and Tame Saleh, that's a little glimmer of hope for all of them, because Rämäkäs has been vanquished by the Swede Elliot Kaczynski, who has scored all but 6 of the points available to him in his first 4 races of the weekend. They went round again after this formation start, but we had some proper racing after that point, and every driver that started the race was able to bring it to the finish line. But now Elliot Kaczynski has scored 194 points out of a possible 200. There's 50 more available in his final qualifying heat, but that's certainly the best possible frame of mind for Elliot Kaczynski to be in coming into this one. And he's got quite a long wait now until his final heat. He's got to wait to the very end of the day at 5:20 for his last qualifying heat to take place. But what a great run it's been from him so far, as Timo Rämäkäs did everything he could to take him on and try and work his way further forward. His last qualifying heat comes up at 4 o'clock today, local time, by the way. But Noah Montero made some good plays out there on the course as well. Some great performances from him in this one. And his final race takes place at 5:20 later this afternoon as well. Looking good. So a race to the line, but Kaczynski just managing to fend off Rämäkäs by 600ths of a second. The Swede, crucially, is the one that stays ahead of Timo Rämäkäs when all is said and done. A very interesting battle for them as they continue. So, Elliot Kaczynski has scored all but 6 of the points available to him across the 4 qualifying heats. Anthony Jordan is down there with the Swede.
Jake, yeah, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner, Elliot Kaczynski. Elliot, brilliant race there for you, leading the points by 20. Main story, though, you managed to beat Timo Rämäkäs. How do you feel for this one?
Yeah, I'm really happy for this moment, and it was a close one, right? He was really fast in the beginning, and he was right in my bumper. So I'm really happy with the results, that I could hold the lead the whole race. So I'm feeling pretty confident for this moment, and we'll see what we got.
We talk about going into the finals later on, that it could be between yourself and Timo Rämäkäs. Winning this one, do you feel like you've learnt enough to go into that one and potentially win this weekend?
Yeah, maybe. I have a great pace. I mean, I lead the points, but I need to still have I need to like improve really much in the heats. So I gonna give my all in the last heat, and I hope I start P1 in the pre-final tomorrow.
Well, we'll hope for the best. Congratulations on this one. I'll let you join with your mechanic and team. Congratulations, though, Elliot Kaczynski.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Well, more races coming up. It's nearly the lunch break. Jake, we'll head back up to the commentary box. Back to you.
194 points scored out of the possible 200 for Sweden's Elliot Kaczynski. It's looking so good right now for him. There is one more qualifying heat to come before our lunch break pause, and it is coming up to 1:20 local time, which means that the OK senior drivers in qualifying heats B versus E are now going to give us a little bit of a storm. And what a storm. From the front row of the starting grid, it's going to be Enzo Tarvanichkul, the Red Bull Junior from Thailand, alongside the Polish driver Jan Paszrowski for the Tony Kart Factory team. Check out that skyline. 49 flags from around the world, all 6 continents represented. And it is a wonderful sight here on the back straight at Valencia. Back in the pits, though, you can see that the tension is mounting a little bit. The drivers gearing themselves up ready. Interesting to see who decides to push themselves out onto the circuit and who will get their mechanics to do it. Partly psychological, but also partly a skill that some of the drivers really want to learn and do well with, knowing that they've got the strength in their upper body to be able to push their way onto the race circuit under their own steam. It's quite a useful skill to have, especially if there's a spin in the middle of the race. To be able to have that ability is quite an important one. So let's go racing. For the last race of this rotation, after the lunch break, of course, we will end up with another 10 races still to go. They will come from the junior and OK qualifying heats for D versus F, A versus C, D versus E, A versus F, and B versus C. That's how it's going to finish off the day. But certainly a lot of great race battles before we even get to that stage. A lot can still happen, and a lot probably will here in the FIA Karting European Championships. It's been a terrific day at the races so far here in Valencia, and it's a terrific location for racing at this level. First time we've used this circuit in FIA Karting accreditation. The RGMMC group have been here several times for several events over the years. There is your race director, Pasquale Lupoli, who has been at the top of the gantry all weekend long. Last year, of course, he was the race director for the Academy Trophy, and now he is the incumbent FIA Karting race director for the OK and OK Junior race weekend here in Valencia, and hopefully for the continuation of the season as well, with assistance from his deputy, Nigel Edwards. Qualifying EB versus E then. Enzo Tarvanichkul and Jan Paszrowski on the front row of the grid, but they've got big pressure from behind. René Lammers, Nicolo Kuman, Nathan Tai, and Kirill Kutskov. A lot of big names to challenge. So Enzo Tarvanichkul and Jan Paszrowski from René Lammers and Nicolo Kuman. Nathan Tai and Kirill Kutskov from Luigi Coluccio and Teresa Babachkova. Marlo Bollier and Thomas Strauven from Adrian Ferrer and Olin Gali, Elo Gonzalez and Maxim Orlov. William Go and Marcus Sater from Leo Nilsson and Alexander Bogonovic. Simone Bianco and Martti Rittinen from Gazi Modlaka and Jakob Rashki. Zhang Shimo and Max Angelard from Kasper Henriksen and Alex Soya. Ludwig Fransen, Ryan Vincent, and at the back of the grid, it is the Swede Leon Hjetfjors. Now, so far so good for Gabriel Gomez. He won't be beaten in this particular heat. He has 150 out of 150. But for Enzo Tarvanichkul, this race is quite an important one. A win here gets him back into contention.
Yes, it does indeed. That's going to be the one he needs to focus on here. So, like you say, they've got a tough challenge ahead of them because Gomez leads. Obviously, he's dominating the points in this one. He's 3 for 3 in the points. It's the last race before the lunch break as well. It's the first half of the day completed after this one. So, like you say, time running out, I think, for a lot of these drivers. You know, they've really, if they're going to start to make moves, they're going to have to start making moves in this race.
Well, the driver that's best placed to take the provisional lead of the rankings in this one are René Lammers and Kirill Kutskov, by virtue of the fact that they are ahead in the points after 3 races, and this is their 4th race. Jan Paszrowski is definitely one to watch in this one as well. He'll probably try and work his way through to the provisional top 3. So those are the big hitters in this one. Lammers, Tai, Kutskov, and Paszrowski. Those are the ones to watch for. Lammers, Tai, and Kutskov are actually 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the interim rankings after 3 heats. This is their 4th, and Gomez and Stochimanis are going to have their 4th race later in the day. So we can expect that it's probably going to be one of those 3 drivers, Lammers, Tai, or Kutskov, that takes the provisional interim lead going into the lunch break at the end of this one, depending on how many points they score. But certainly for the Red Bull Junior, up in front, Enzo Tarvanichkul, leaving it incredibly late to form the field up this time. That could mean a bit of a difficulty in forming up. You've got to remember that Enzo Tarvanichkul is still brand new to OK Senior, and his first FIA karting victory was the World Championship title last year. So yeah, we are going to go round again. And let's not forget the fact that Enzo Tarvanichkul does not have a massive amount of experience of leading a field around from the pole position.
You know, it comes with experience, it comes with practice, and like you say, it's one of those things. I'm sure it will come to him. And yeah, in this one, it's a lot of pressure, though, on a driver. You know, these race starts, you may be thinking you could be sitting at home. Yes, and I'm talking to you, sitting down on your sofa at home right now, thinking, I could do that. Well, let me take you through something. They're going through at some high speeds right now. The pressure, the temperature, the heat, you know, everything like that they're having to contend with on this one. And trying to line up a grid of 20, you know, 29 odd karts out there. It's very, very challenging. There's lots to think about. Positioning of where you are, the speed, the lines, what you've got to focus on, getting into the tram lines as well, your acceleration point, thinking about what we're going to do into turn one, how am I going to defend it? There is so much a driver thinks about in this stage. So for the person who is at home with a cup of tea in their hand, sitting on the sofa thinking, oh, I could do that, looks easy. I can guarantee right now, it's very much not. These are the best.
Yeah, anything but. You've got to be a top-class athlete to be able to cope with these pressures. Here we go. Enzo Tarvanichkul makes a good start. Pretty good start from Petrovsky. He almost drew level with Tarvanichkul as they came through. Command getting a good start around the outside as well. So the even... Oh, problems. Connecting. And that's Bollier, I think, who tangled in there with one of the... That's Teresa Babichkova.
Yeah, Teresa.
A brilliant race weekend. Oh,
yeah.
I can't believe it. She was doing such a good job. She's been top 5 on pace all weekend long, and she's the one who gets spat out on the very first lap. That's so cruel. Meanwhile, Tarvanichkul has pressure from René Lammers already.
Yeah, exactly. Really pushing that kart to its limits. A little bit of contact between two teammates there in the mid-pack. Two of the Kart Republic karts coming together, but all's fine and dandy. They make their way out of the corner. No dramas there whatsoever. Back down the back straight they go. Tarvanichkul still leading the way, but René Lammers, like you say, from third on the grid, is into P2 and is in the slipstream now. Potentially will go for a move in towards turn one. Checks over the shoulder. There's the move now. And René Lammers takes the lead. No drama there whatsoever because Tarvanichkul knows, just thinks, right, okay, if he wants to go, if he wants to push it, it's fine. I'll just follow him and I won't battle.
But Lammers will not hesitate for those gaps, will he? He won't wait around. He just wants to be at the front. He knows that in the parallel, he's got good pace and good rhythm. Ty goes for the move on the inside of Petrovsky, and Coluccio goes with him. So Ty and Coluccio working together. So this is going to be an interesting one as Nathan Ty tries to move up from third position. Tarvanichkul trying to stay with Lammers. Lammers is pulling clear. Lammers has got to be careful on these tyres. By the time they get to the end of the fifth heat, he may not have any tyres left.
That is the question mark, isn't it? Because he has been a driver that's been pushing, but is the kart set up that it's able to push like that and doesn't put the wear on the tyres? That's the question. Maybe it's just a quick setup that they've got there and he's not pushing too hard.
Oh, bit of defensive tactics having to come in there from Command as he has Olin Gali breathing down his neck, and here comes Eloy Gonzalez trying to come through on the inside. Gonzalez can't get through, but they drift out wide. Command is going to have a bit of an issue here, keeping them at bay. Gonzalez gets through. Gali trying to get through. This is a proper squabble between the three of them. Command looks so unsettled at the wheel of the Expert.
But is that, again, maybe that is tyres. Maybe his tyres have gone off a little bit more than the others. Has he pushed a bit too hard as well this weekend? You know, as we are nearing the end of the phase for the tyres as well. So you got to think for the drivers, you know, that question mark, again, it still cuts to play in.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation for the competitors. There is the 102 of Jan Petrovsky, the man, 105, I should say, sorry, of Jan Petrovsky, the Polish driver. Vice champion of Europe in junior last year, behind Anatoly Kavalkin. Won brilliantly at Franciacorta, the final round of the championship. But look at Nathan Ty now. He's catching up to Enzo Tarvanichkul. I wonder if the Prema's tyres are just struggling now to keep their momentum. You've got to remember that Prema is still coming into this as a new team in 2023, part of the Kart Republic operation, of course. Max Angelard getting a warning flag there as well. But it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? It's not quite as easy going for Tarvanichkul as he would have liked. Let's look at the start again. Look at Petrovsky on the right side of Tarvanichkul. Was there contact? No, they just avoided each other. But Kumar trying to go right round the outside, losing ground. And there's Lammers making the bid on the inside of Petrovsky. A little bit of a chain reaction. Bollier locks it in with Babichkova. and there is nothing that poor Teresa Babachkova can do.
Yeah, and instantly that kart will come to a stall, and yeah, you can just see there the hand gesture. She's had to let go of the steering wheel because essentially she was a passenger in that. The kart, there was 3 karts that had come together, and she was the meat of the sandwich there, and yeah, just got squeezed out onto the runoff. A huge shame.
So unfortunate. She did not deserve that, and she's been one of the stars of this weekend, considering this is only, I think, her second or third outing in an FIA karting meeting of any kind. So she's done a terrific job there. Rennie Lammers, Nathan Tye, now ahead of Enzo Tarvanichkul. I didn't see where he got through, but he has got through. The Sodi kart is now in second.
Yes, he is on a charge here. Lammers might not be all swings and roundabouts just yet. He might not be all happy because Nathan Tye, like I say, this is his best start I think he's had, and he's got his best opportunity to really gain here on Lammers. That gap, 0.6 of a second. I suspect it shall come down a little bit more, but keep an eye on Coluccio as well, because Coluccio also looking quick. He's next in line behind Tarvanichkul. Tarvanichkul, again, very quick. Keep an eye on those gaps.
Well, how important is it that Nathan Tye catches and passes Rennie Lammers if he can? Quite significant, because at the moment, if it stays like this, the gap between them is 12 points. If Tye were to get ahead of Lammers, they'd be dead level.
There we go. Quick maths there for you, ladies and gents. Glad you're good at maths, I'm not.
One of us certainly needs to be. Here's the move from Tye.
Nice. Yep.
Perfect, textbook.
Straight down the inside, no drama there whatsoever.
And he left Tarvanichkul enough room to negotiate the curb afterwards as well. So there was nothing aggressive about that move, just dictatorial, just firm, I've got you.
Yeah. Well, this is all kicked off a little further back here because Galli's got past Command finally. So Command there in 9th place now on the charge for Gonzalez, who managed to get past both of them earlier on, didn't he? Yeah, it was a nice little overtake that we saw, getting past the 2 of them. Keeping an eye on that gap was 0.7 of a second, crosses the line. 0.5 of a second now between the 2 leaders. So Nathan Tye is on a charge here.
Fastest lap of the race so far has come from Rennie Lammers, but Nathan Tye just set the fastest 3rd sector of anybody in the race. So a good run so far from the Brit. And this is the kind of form that Sodi kart were threatening from quite some time. You've got to go a long way back. Oh, we've had an incident. 2 karts.
2 karts off.
And one of them is upside down.
Simone Bianco's one of them.
Simone Bianco and Marlo Bollier. Bollier's kart upside down. He's out of the kart, thank goodness. But Marlo Bollier, the kart rolls over. Nigel Edwards is already with Marlo Bollier to make sure he's okay.
And
you can see that.
Look at the marks on the suit.
That's not gone well on the suit, has it, for Marlo Bollier? But goodness me, the 149 goes up and over Marlo Bollier. A big moment there. I'm not sure if we caught that one on the first corner or not, because that's a big one. But Marlo Bollier, fortunately, he's okay. So I think we could have a look at the replay of that. He's not very badly hurt, certainly. They're just double checking. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm all right. It looks worse than it is. So if we have a camera down there at turn 1, we might be able to see how Bollier and Bianco crossed swords. Bianco, interestingly, was able to keep going, but Bollier obviously off on the same point of the course as Teresa Babachkova. Lap 8, Lammers in front of Tye by 0.8 of a second. Tarvanichkul 3rd, and then Coluccio, Kutskov and Petrovsky. So Lammers, just look at him, just disappearing out in front. There's not a lot that Nathan Tye can do about this.
Well, yeah, we thought he was closing up, didn't we? But then, yeah, I think it may have been just a dodgy lap, maybe. Everyone has it one lap in a race, don't they? It always just seemed to happen. But that gap has opened up again to 0.9 of a second now as they go through the final corner. Keeping an eye, though, further back, though, in the order. Kutskov there in 5th place is behind Coluccio, and Perovsky is still there in 6th place. So Jan Perovsky doing a good job in the 105, just trying to close back in. This is a little look further back in as well. There is Coluccio, though, in 4th place. He's not managed to latch on to the back of Tarvanichkul, I think, because it looked like he was closing in, but Tarvanichkul's found some pace on this latter stage.
Certainly has. It's been an interesting one for him to disappear away from a little from Luigi Coluccio. But again, it's all about when do you push the tyres, when do you get a little bit more out of them? Can you survive a little bit longer in this phase of the race prepared to when it comes in for the next phase of the race? Alexander Bogunovic with a warning flag down in 23rd position ahead of Ludwig Franzen. And I can tell you that Simone Bianco has pulled his kart into the pits now to retire after his involvement in the incident with Marlo Bollier. So his kart was obviously more damaged than first thought. René Lammers in front of Nathan Tai and Enzo Tarvanitschkel, Luigi Coluccio, Kirill Kutskov and Jan Pestrovsky. Then on Ingali, Nicolo Kuman, Elo Gonzalez and Adrian Ferra in the top 10. But René Lammers doing exactly what he wanted to do, and he is going to take the intermediate classification lead by virtue of the fact that after 4 races, he would have scored 188 points out of a possible 200.
Yes, indeed. This is looking very interesting all the way throughout this one. Lammers looking very quick and commanding this weekend, and he'll be liking everything that he sees so far in this weekend.
Well, with this being his second win coming up, that means that mathematically, that's 2 wins, 2 seconds. Very impressive.
Indeed. Yep, very nice set of results for him. Nearing the end of this race, and once again, I think we've just reached that moment now where everyone is just looking after tyres. Yes, okay, we've battled. Yes, we've got our positions. Now it's just maintain everything and just cruise it back to the checkered flag as the last lap board goes out. René Lammers, who's leading this one by 0.8 of a second there. Milo Bollier, and like you say, devastated, but thankfully, okay.
Well, that is the biggest comfort. It's never nice to see a kart upside down. They are easy to flip if you get 2 wheels interlocking. It's that inertia, that chain reaction when they lock wheels and they're both moving mobile objects at that point, of course. They are traveling, and so the friction, it can just spit a kart up into the air. Unfortunately, Malo Bollier is disappointed, but at least he's disappointed and not worse than that. He is perfectly okay. René Lammers, though, looking good for win number 2 out of 4. 2 wins, 2 seconds. There is Nathan Tai keeping the Sodi kart very much in the hunt. And it's 188 points out of 200 for René Lammers, 176 out of 200 for Nathan Tai. 2 drivers there with a very good race in the offing. Looking very, very strong at this point. So a fabulous run for the contenders and a great performance from René Lammers. Nathan Tai doing a great job there in 2nd place. Enzo Tarvanitschkel in 3rd. And that is a very important race win for René Lammers. 2 out of 2, and then a 2nd in the other occasions. There might even be a little bit more up the sleeve of Parolin yet.
There might be. We'll find out what happens later on today, as that's the first half of the day completed. The second half will be kick-starting at around 35 minutes past 2 local time here at Valencia. You can catch all of the action. You can check all the results as well on the FIA Karting website, as well as ukart.io, as the karts make their way back into the pit lane. René Lammers then, again, a dominant performance and showing that Parolin has got the pace and is a force to be reckoned with this weekend for the first round of the FIA European Karting Championships. As the drivers make their way into the pit lane, we'll have a look at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat B and E. René Lammers takes the win from Nathan Tai. Enzo Tarvanitschkel from Luigi Coluccio. Kirill Kutskov and Jan Pestrovsky round out the top 6 from Nicolo Kuman. Oli Galli and Eloy Gonzalez rounding out the top 9. Adrian Ferrier and Thomas Strauven round out the top 11 from Leon Nielsen, Marcus Sater, Chimo Zhang and William Go round out the top 15.
In 16th place, we have Martti Rittinen from Gazi Motlakar and Maxim Orlov, then Jakub Rashki and Max Angelard, Ryan Vincent and Kasper Henriksen, then Alex Bogunovic and Ludwig Franzen, Alex Sawyer ahead of Leon Hedfors. The retirements, Simone Bianco and Malo Bollier after their collision, and unfortunately on the very first lap, we also lost the Czech driver Tereza Babičková, who of course in the second round of the championship will get to race on home soil at Třinec on the steel ring in the Czech Republic. Very unfortunate, though, that she was the one who exited stage left on the first lap of the race. And so in OK qualifying Heat B versus E, René Lammers and Nathan Tai are the ones that come through with the spoils. So let's go back over the best bits from that particular qualifying heat and see how Enzo Tarvanitschkel did the very best he could to hang on. But unfortunately, Lammers and Tai have just got too much pace at this point of the weekend.
They do. It was initially a very good start from Tarvanitschkel. Like you say, holds on to the lead. The outside line there, closing in and trying to switch back. But keep an eye there, and that was the moment where just that little bit of contact and ended up in a sandwich. And unfortunately, Tereza Babičková race ended before it really started.
Yeah, I don't think Babičková had any break to the kart, but the problem is she's been tagged at the point when Bollier's got off, and then she's slowed, and then she's on the grass, so she can't keep the speed up. She couldn't keep the throttle in. So it's totally nothing she did wrong there at all. And actually, you can see that there's a little... two of the components of the car have actually come loose there in that incident, so it was probably more damage than we first thought. Tai getting the move on Tarvanitschkel not long after Lammers did. Marlo Bollier, the cart rolling over. Fortunately, he's okay. We didn't actually see what happened to him, unfortunately. But Nigel Edwards checking him over. Yes, I'm all right. I'm just annoyed and I'm fed up because I could have had a much better result than that. But Loreni Lammers, 2 wins out of 4 and 188 points out of 200. The Dutchman looking very comfortable at the moment.
Yes, indeed. He crosses the line and he leads the intermediate classifications with 188 points from Nathan Tyres, 176. Bill Kustoff rounding out the top 3. Here's a look at the rest of the schedule for today. And again, it's the same throughout. It's the juniors and then OK interlocking throughout the day until we go to the end of the day before we end that one. 1 hour, 2 minutes until that next race. That is the length of the lunch break here at Valencia, at the Kartódromo International, Lucas Guerrero. And again, from myself, Anthony Jordan, Jake Sanson in the commentary box. It's been a brilliant first half of the day. What would you sum it up? 3 words. Sum it up, 3 words.
Tough, technical, tantalizing.
Ooh, I like it.
It's going to be a very interesting afternoon of racing. You can come back to us in an hour or so, and we will be ready for racing once again. The afternoon session will tell us who is going to be in pole position for the Superheats in OK Junior and OK. Join us in an hour. 20 down, 10 to go. Qualifying heats day here at the FIA Karting European Championships at the Kartódromo Lucas Guerrero in Chiva, near the beautiful ancient city of Valencia in Spain. It's a beautiful sunny day, 23 degrees Celsius air temperature. Track temperature is going to be in the mid to high 30s, and it's very much the business end of the weekend for all of our competitors. The D, F, A and C classes have 2 races to go. Anybody who are in the E and B classes only have 1 race to go, and it is going to be a tough one. And there is Gonzalo, who of course is looking after things out on the circuit. Do you know what? He ran a marathon last night.
Yeah, I think the camera's just putting that one on there because I don't think Martin Bean knows at home that Gonzalez actually walks on his feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, he ran a marathon last night. Okay, admittedly it was on the Olympics video game, but hey, he ran it and he ran it well.
He did indeed.
He insists that he ran a marathon last week, actually. I mean, we keep telling him it's a Snickers, but, you know, he won't be told. So we're going to get ourselves ready then for the competitors in the junior category to get us underway in the D category against the F category. It's going to be an interesting battle for supremacy amongst them all as we continue the challenge. And in the front end of the grid for this one, it's the man who has bounced back in fantastic style after his performances last year. He had a curtailed season which ended in Spain. It's great to see that it's got back up to speed again here in Spain. Alexander Bondarev is back in action in 2023.
So I think this season will be a good season for me because I have already some experience in junior category. So I'm looking forward to maximizing my performance this year and hoping for it to get really good results this year. I think that it's a good opportunity for me because most of the people that were here also last year were racing on the tracks that they were in the calendar last year, and I wasn't able to do it because I was out of racing after my crash. So I think it's a good opportunity for me to be on equal knowledge of the tracks as the others. The toughest challenge was for sure getting my leg back to speed because it was I needed some time to recover, and I think now it's back to almost 100%. So I'm feeling confident with it. Yeah, I think it'll be very competitive. Of course, we already tried, we already raced with the same competitors a couple of races already this year. So yeah, I think it'll be a very competitive year for everyone, and our goal is to win. I think I'm quite confident because, of course, KR is a really good team, and I feel like I can maximize my performance this year with KR.
Everybody in the sport of karting is delighted to see Alexander Bondarev back up to full strength and full speed, and his switch to the Kart Republic team really has put him in the best possible frame of mind. A new challenge, a new season, 4 new circuits to play on. This is his best chance of winning the title, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. And, you know, when you come back from something that happens as horrific as an accident, you know, when you do get injured, it is always a long road to recovery, but it just shows that the best drivers out there can come back quickly. And he has in this, you know, he qualified well. He put in a good spot and, you know, he starts this one on the front row. And I think, you know, it just shows it's a testament to everything that he's achieved over the years.
And he's absolutely one of the contenders for the victory this weekend here in Spain. It's going to be a tough one, but he has all the tools up his sleeve to get it done. Zach Drummond and Alexander Bondarev on the front row of the grid. Davide Bazzaro and Matthias Orjuela on the second row from Maria Giamanito and Scott Lindblom. Then it is Vivek Canthan and Luna Flusha, Sebastian Lettemaki and Merel Beldez. Henry Domain and Marcus Schilkunas from Filippo Sala and Oliver Kinmark, Scott Marsh and Kimi Tani, Sebastian Mins and Alphonse Mietanen. Then Jackson Burns and Jensen Burnett, Travis Teo and Klara Kowalczyk, Victor Rad and Nikita Nikishov from Vasilios Apostolidis, Tamas Gender, and from the back of the grid, Stepan Antonov. It's going to be a really exciting battle from him as he has already got a reputation this weekend of charging through from the back to the front.
Yes, indeed. We'll keep an eye on Stepan Antonov as this race progresses and see how many places he can get. Like you say, at most races, he's got himself up into the top 10. It'll be curious to see what he can do this time around. Like you say, as the weekend progresses, tyres degrade more and more, and the challenge of getting through the field gets harder and harder. So, you know, it will be a challenge. The sun is still shining. The air temperature, 23 degrees here. Beautiful day for racing.
It really is, and on the circuit like this, you really do get the best of what the sport of OK karting at either junior or senior level can give you. This circuit is technical, it's tight, it's twisty, it's fast, It's open, it's flowing, but it's also complex and incredibly tortuous on tyres. So it really does test the kart in every single way possible. It tests it in terms of its engine and water temperature, on its tyre management, on its top-end speed, on its handling through the tough apexes. This circuit really is the best of every world out there on the circuit, and it's a perfect venue to start the season. The locals here have been absolutely phenomenal. Lucas Guerrero himself is smiling from ear to ear. I don't know if I've ever seen him look so happy. It's an amazing moment when a circuit owner gets to host the European Championship. It's such a big honour. And what an amazing opportunity this is to watch some of the best racing you're going to see this spring take place in your backyard.
Like you say, the eyes of the world are watching this weekend, because we look at grids here of future Formula One drivers, and, you know, that is not, you know, an understatement. That is a fact, really, here. There will be drivers who you are watching right now that in a few years' time will be on the world global scene racing for, you know, the Formula One World Championship. So, you know, we'll have to see who will get it. Into the tram lines we go. Green lights are out, and away we go in towards turn number 1. And it's Zach Drummond with a good run on the inside, but round the outside. Bondarev, brilliant start, takes the race lead.
That is a phenomenal launch from the young man from Ukraine, and he's leaving them standing as he goes through. Bondarev leads from Drummond, absolutely magnificent from around the outside, and the boy wonder from Ukraine has absolutely monstered it. Drummond is now going with him. He's picking up momentum, and the Paralin is going to try and challenge for the lead as soon as the opportunity strikes. But what a start from Alex Bondarev. Up to third has come Matthias Orjuela, the Colombian. Luna Flusha's on the charge. She's looking very strong in there behind the 2-1-3 of Marianito. So the ladies are pushing on front of the field. And there's Lindblom taking his prisoners as he goes to battle. But what a start from Bondarev.
Yeah, brilliant start. It was well timed on the getaway there. Absolutely side by side with Drummond, but just could carry more speed around that outside line as chopping and changing. Lindblom under pressure here as through goes Davide Bottaro. Down the inside through turn number 1. He's got the rest of the field coming through as well, because through goes the 2-1-3.
Well, Nito almost got through. Lindblom was not prepared to let that happen, but this could be an interesting double act. There's Nito and Flusha, the two ladies from Portugal and Spain. They could team up here, and they can actually go through the field together and show the boys what is absolutely the way to do this. 271 is in behind. That's Henry Domain, and then his teammate Filipos Sala just in behind in the two Sodis. But Bondarev under pressure already from Zach Drummond. Watch for Matthias Orjuela, the Paralin, in third position. He's got a good chance to move his way forward. Sorry, no, the Leclerc chassis. He was in the Paralin last year. Now he has moved across to the Leclerc by Lennox race team, and he's got the Paralin behind him of Vivek Kanthan. So up to the chicane. Kanthan's going to get his move up the inside. Lovely job. He was playing American football in the paddock in between the lunch break and this race. And to be fair to him, he has absolutely got himself up into a nice bit of adrenaline rush, because he is now fighting for the victory up front.
Yeah, always good to get your heart pumping before you go even faster out on track. But like you say, doing well up into P3 with a nice overtake through that final chicane. On lap 3, Bondarev still leads, but like we say, he is under pressure here from Drummond. Checks over the shoulder just to see what's going on behind. He can see that Vivek Kanthan's got through into P3 now, but he's still got that buffer, the battle buffer as I like to call it, to go to work if he needs to. Like you say, as he goes through this section here, staying behind, but he's got a good exit out of this corner onto the back straight. Can he maintain that momentum as he goes through? No, it looks like it's just struggling a little bit on the top end here, is that Paralin as he goes through. Does close up again under braking, but just can't match the pace of that Kart Republic car as it goes back across the start-finish line. This is the closest Drummond's been. Is he going to go for the move? I thought he looked like it, but he thought against it. Stays there in P2.
Well, this is the difference, isn't it, between the IAMI engine in the back of Alexander Bondarev's Kart Republic and the TM Racing unit in the back of Zach Drummond's. So they are obviously very competitive, but Vivek Kanthan is now the top man in the race in terms of lap times. Drummond had the inside line nailed there as he gets through past Alexander Bondarev, and now they're going to have strength in numbers. Vivek Kanthan is almost certainly going to make his own play to get through on Bondarev. In fact, Bondarev knows he's coming, lets him go, but this will be interesting. There are no team orders in karting. Kanthan will want to win just as much as Zach Drummond. If Bondarev keeps it nice and patient in third, he could still pick up a win.
Like I say, it's Paralin 1-2 here. Drummond and Kanthan, they're going to do well here if they can latch onto each other and just break away from the rest of the pack. But like you say, it is down to Kanthan here. He could just go for the race lead if he wants to. It's a question mark of if he does or not. Across the line they go. It's still Drummond who leads from Canthan, Bondarev, Ojuela, then Botaro, then Lindblom, Flusha, Sala, Neto and Marsh, the top 10. Scott Marsh, brilliant race. Alphonse Mittinen, 7 places gained as well. And where's Stefan Antonov? 10 places gained. He's up to P17.
Yeah, really good run so far from Alphonse Mietinen, the Finnish driver for the Diamond Racing team. Going very strong here in position and keeping it nice and tidy as he makes progress through the field. He's been working his way gradually through. And the Finn for Diamond Racing looking good. Now, Bondarev has not given up hope on the win in this one just yet. He still has plenty of opportunity to work his way further forward. Vivek Canthan is not going to take too many points off him. Drummond will, but he's going to hope that Vivek Canthan is going to have his own designs on the victory here. They come off the turn and Canthan is going to go for the move on the inside of Drummond. He dives in. That is not really what Drummond wanted to see. He was hoping his teammate would work with him to pull away, but Bondarev is insisting that Drummond doesn't go for the move on Canthan, just stretches away, and the 3 of them can run in tandem.
I'm amazed that Canthan went for the move there into the final chicane. It's a risky place to do it, let alone on a teammate mid-race as well. So he got it done. Obviously, Drummond saw the move coming, so he didn't try to defend it at all.
Bondarev coming back in.
There it is. And again, Drummond won't like that at all. He's got to try and fight this one back. But Bondi, like you say, is pushing away now, up for 2nd place.
Bondarev tapping his helmet now. Come on, think. Let's go after Vivek Canthan together. Let's work as a team. And Ojuela running in 4th place. And Davide Botaro in 5th will want to join in on this. If the 4 of them can cut through the air efficiently, they can gain back the ground on Vivek Canthan. But this is great news for Bondarev. He's going to take points off of Zach Drummond. He's only going to gain 3 while Drummond gains 3, so they'll end up on the same amount of points if it stays like this. But Bondarev still has good top-end speed in the Kart Republic with 3 to go. So Drummond and Bondarev are both going to have 173 at the end of this one. 1 point off the mark of Tibor Ramekers, by the way. So Bondarev will definitely want to overtake Vivek Canthan before the end of this one to move back in front of the Belgian. Let's have a look at a replay. This is further back in the pack. That was the dive from Canthan initially to get through on Lindblom, and that's what started the chain reaction. So Vivek Canthan, ever since that point, has been absolutely monstrous. And there we have, this is Nato trying to get in on her teammate Lindblom. And watch the insistence of Scott Lindblom. No, you don't. And that was so nearly Nato spinning off for a 2nd race in a row.
And Luna Flusha would have gone with that as well if that had gone wrong. But luckily it didn't. And they all still remain in this race. Only one driver, I don't think even started the race or has retired. Victor Rad, who's not come across the line. The 497 looks like a retirement.
Yeah, Victor Rad, I think, actually pulled into the pits to retire because I can't see him anywhere out on the circuit. And I didn't see his transponder stop out mid-flow, so I think he's actually had to pull into the pits to retire his kart, which is very unfortunate indeed. But Canthan, fastest 1st sector of all out in front. There doesn't look like a massive chance of him losing that much ground to Bondarev anytime soon. He's on the penultimate lap. So Vivek Canthan, I think, is about to come of age here, the American. He's done a fantastic job in the build-up to this weekend. And now here in the Paralympics, he's got a chance to take centre stage for the first time. Yeah,
solid performance so far, but eyes are on the battle here, a little further back, being led by Botaro. And I think he's actually managed to get past Ojuela. He has, yeah, so Botaro moved up now into P4. Lindblom still in that battle, and Luna Flusha at the back of that as well as latched on. Dropped Ria Neto, who's, you can see there coming through the chicane. He's got the close company of Scott Marsh for the Sodi team. Coming through in the back of shot, but eyes on this one. No moves going through turn 1. Everyone just buying their time, but Lindblom looking like he wants to try and get past Ojuela here. Ojuela looking like maybe struggling in this latter start of the race.
And Vivek Canthan has just set the fastest lap of the race at 56.0. Of course, he had a difficult weekend earlier on. If you remember, he had that retirement. So his tyres have not been worked quite as hard as other people's around him. So he can afford to push a little bit harder to go for the victory here. So Bondarev getting into 2nd and Drummond being in 3rd place. That's not bad going from either driver. But Bondarev setting the fastest 1st sector of anybody in this race just for good measure. Canthan responding with the fastest 2nd sector of anybody in this race. But Bondarev is going to have enough of a gap over Drummond to be comfortable. Vivek Canthan, meanwhile, is going to get his first win in FIA karting of any kind, sort or description. A brilliant run from the American. Vivek Canthan takes the flag. That will be a special win for him in the Paralympics. Had a fantastic run. And it turns out, doing what he does best, playing American sports in the lunch break, has given him just the right key in to go for the victory, and he's done a great job there ahead of Bondarev and Drummond.
Yeah, brilliant little result there. He'll be very pleased with that one. So Parallel Motorsports, Vivek Kanthan from America, after 9 laps, 12 kilometers, takes the win here at Valencia. Bondarev finishing in P2 from Zach Drummond. Botaro finishing in P4 from Ojuela in P5. Lindblom, Luna Flusha, Maria Neto, Scott Marsh, and Alphonse Mittenen rounded out the top 10 in that one. They'll make their way back into the pit lane again. All the results that we say today will be, of course, provisional until the classifications will be released later on today. You can stay up to date with all the live timing on the FIA Karting website, also at ukart.io. First race after the lunch break is done and dusted. There are 9 more races to go today. Plenty of action to come up.
Vivek Kanthan, though, breaking his duck for a victory in the FIA Karting paddock. A great run from the American. Alexander Bondarev second. Zach Drummond in third from Davide Botaro and Matthias Ojuela. Scott Lindblom ahead of Luna Flusha. Marianito in 8th place in front of Scott Marsh and Alphonse Mietinen in 10th position. Oliver Kinmark and Stepan Antonov. Again, a good comeback from Stepan. 12th place for him. Filippo Sala ahead of Merel Peldez. And then Henry Domain in 15th for the Solikart team ahead of Sebastian Letemaki, the Finnish driver. Canada's Jensen Burnett in front of Australia's Jackson Burns. Then Marcus Silcunias. And then it's Kimi Tani in 20th in front of Klara Kowalczyk and Vasilios Apostolidis. Nikita Nikishov in front of Travis Teo, Sebastian Mins and Thomas Gender. Just the one retirement, Victor Rad from Romania, who retired on lap 5. So, a fascinating battle then between Bondarev and Drummond. They now have the same number of points, 173 points after 4 races, just 1 point less than Thibaut Ramaker's on 174. This is definitely going to be an intriguing battle for the top spot.
Really is. Looking forward to that one. That will be coming up tomorrow. It will be a busy day on Sunday, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because the rest of the action here at Valencia is about to kick off. Like we say, 9 more races to go before the end of today. Still plenty more action from the qualifying heats. And like we say, you can stay up to date with all the results on the website. So let's have a look then at some of the highlights from that heat. And again, it was initially a good getaway for Drummond, but Bondarev on the outside line, much better getaway from the start-finish line and sweeps all the way around the outside to take the lead early on in the race. It all kicked off then further back as everyone squabbled for position as a trio of Tony Karts coming in line astern, albeit not for the same team. Crossing through the final corner, it was the nice train forming. This is where we saw Lindblom get under pressure from Botaro. Botaro went through, and then we start to saw Maria Neto and Luna Flusha trying to get through as well. Very close, but Lindblom closing the door late on the apex.
How close was that to a big accident between Neto and Flusha? Drummond getting his move on Alexander Bondarev fairly rapidly in, but then Vivek Kanthan picked them off one by one. First Bondarev got that one done fairly nicely, and then in the chicane to get the move on Zach Drummond. That was brave, but it was bold as brass, and it was a fantastic move from the American as he dived through to take the place of his Scottish teammate. So a brilliant run, and Vivek Kanthan just cannoning it all the way to the flag. Eventually Bondarev did steal second place back again to level the points tally between himself and Zach Drummond. And there were some good charges through as Botaro then took on Matthias Ojuela to get into 4th position before the end. But Vivek Kanthan becomes the latest driver in junior to take a victory in the FIA Karting paddock. A big result for the American and a great run for the Paralympic team. Now, we turn our attentions from OK Junior back to the OK Senior category run. And this man, 12 months ago, set himself off on the path to become a European champion. He's hoping to be the first driver since Andrea Kimi Antonelli to win back-to-back European titles. The Japanese driver who races under a British license in Europe, Kian Nakamura Berta, for the all-new Prema Racing team.
It's given you more confidence starting last year. You were a new driver in the OK Senior category, you don't know what to expect, and now I know that I can look to go for the title again, which would be amazing, and yeah, it's just given you a whole lot of confidence, really. There'll be a lot of drivers from the junior category you've never raced with or might have done a little bit in the juniors, but there's a lot of new drivers. It's also a lot more pressure on your shoulders going into the next year as champion, which will be definitely one thing, but I think those are the 2 main challenges. There's just trying to keep the title is always the hardest thing to do, and just a lot of new drivers coming in. It will bring a new aspect. I mean, I doubt many teams have been to any of the 4 new tracks, so it will be interesting. Me, myself, I've never raced or tested on any of these tracks until I came here, so it will be interesting. I think we'll be learning throughout the whole of the weekend to understand where to overtake and such, so it will be exciting. Many drivers from last year have stayed, and like I said, many drivers from the junior category have moved up, so I think it will be as tough as it was last year or even more tough, and we'll just have to find out. I mean, I think the team has the same goals. They want to bring back a 1-2-3 in the championship, which is always their hope, and me, myself, hopefully I can be first and just try to bring back as much silverware as possible and as many first places, really.
Kian Nakamura-Berta, eyes firmly fixed on the challenge ahead. He is alongside Alex Powell on the front row of the grid for this next qualifying heat. 2 drivers who have already battled with each other over the past. They were teammates last year, of course, don't forget, in the Kart Republic factory outfit. They have switched to the Satellite Prema Racing team together, and they battled for the title last year at Franciacorta. Alex Powell took the win, but courtesy of a little bit of gamesmanship from Evan Gilter, Kian Nakamura-Berta was able to move into second place to win the title. But now, the 2 of them are absolutely adamant. They are not going to lose the 2023 crown to the other.
No, exactly, and that's going to be one heck of a fight over this season. So keep an eye on that one. Like I said, and it's good to see, you know, one of the satellite teams up at the front this time around, not one of the factory teams. Okay, granted, the factory team is very good, and it's always good to see them battle, but it's always nice to see the satellite teams coming in and taking it to the factory teams, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a very different operation compared to what we've seen from Kart Republic in the past. A lot of the Kart Republic independent teams have been out of the awning, and what we've seen from Kian Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell last year was they were in the Kart Republic awning. They just had different liveries compared to the rest of the factory outfit. This time, they've actually gone to a completely different team. Prema Racing has been set up as a totally new karting team to extend what they do in the single-seater world from Formula 2 all the way down to Formula 4. And this is an extension of that program, essentially giving new drivers the chance to have a full race program with a Prema team in karting. So this is a good opportunity for some big names like Kian Nakamura-Berta, Alex Powell, Enzo Tarvanichkul to really hone their skills in the OK Senior. For those 2, Kian and Alex, this is their 2nd year now in the OK Senior category, and many people are predicting it could be their last in the senior category before they start to think about making the switch to car racing. So for both drivers, you know, there's an onus on trying to get this race done. They want to make sure that this is the year they become champion. And for a couple of the drivers in the field who are in their 2nd year in OK Senior, they'll probably be thinking likewise that if this is their 2nd year, this is their best year to try and get it done.
Yeah, again, whenever a driver jumps into a season for the first time, it's like, you know, new class, jump in, first year, yes, okay. You may get that 1-2 drivers who will immediately shoot straight to the top and be at the top and always perform. But it always takes an experienced driver to really show dominance in a championship, especially in the senior class. They get themselves ready, the engines fire up, it's qualifying heat D and F. They make their way out onto the track.
So the Jamaican sensation alongside the Japanese champion of Europe from last year, Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura-Berta. But watch out for Joe Turney and for Francisco Macedo. Then Chu Yan Pu and Martin Molnar, Mark Demnitsky and Anatoly Kavalkin, Lucas Flusha and Nasho Tunion from Lenage and Jimmy Helias, Albert Simesvada and Guillaume Bouzard from Mateo Kolnagi and Gustav Wisniewski, Chi Newman and Kiana Blum from Vasilios Michalaidis and Max Popov, Matilda Pats and Emili Koivisto, Filippo Fiorentino and Mark Kastelic from Ivo Besterda, Peter Agiv, Arda Turpanen and Maxim Haratunian. Now, who is going to get the win in this one? Considering the fact that Joe Turney is starting directly behind Alex Powell, who is alongside Kian Nakamura-Berta, the Kart Republic factory team is going to want to take one off the Prema satellite team.
Yes, probably so. But then you've also got to think you've got Francisco Macedo alongside as well, factory CRG driver. And we know how quick the CRGs have been this weekend. All you need to do is just look towards Gabriel Gomez. Again, person who has done a brilliant job so far this weekend. But, like you say, it's going to be a tough old time still out there. It's let's see who's just going to take it to each other because, like you say, Prema lock out that front row. But Turney, Kart Republic team, he's got that inside line again. And we know how good he is at the start. Just keep an eye on it. Let's see what happens. Cross your feet, cross your fingers, cross everything, cross your eyes. Don't do that because then you won't be able to see the screen that you're watching. And, of course, if you are watching us and joining us around the world, welcome. Let us know where you're commenting or watching from. You can let us know in the Facebook live chat. You get your comments in on that one. We'll dabble in and have a gander through there if you want to know. Let us know where you're watching from. But, yeah, this is, you know, a lot of these drivers, I think they're primed ready for this one. It's been a challenge. It's been a tough weekend. It's been a long winter as well that they've been away from the FIA calendar. And I think I think all of them are happy to be back going again.
Oh, totally. I was going to come back to what you were saying about Francisco Macedo and the CRG team.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that Gabriel Gomez has won all 3 of his first 3 heats. This has been a long time coming for CRG to get back up to form. I mean, they have only had 2 European champions in the last decade, namely Pedro Hiltbrand and Max Verstappen. So this is a big opportunity for them to come back into the fray. And, you know, when you think that, you know, Max Verstappen's European Championship title was 10 years ago. So this is obviously a really important opportunity now. They can see that Macedo's up the front, that Gomez is up the front, that Galli's up the front. They've got a real shot. They really want to make good use of this opportunity. So the fact that they are now towards the front end is no mistake. It's no accident. Here we go. Let's find out how this race is going to play out. Powell and Turney to the first corner. Nakamura Berta slingshotting right round the outside. Can he hold it and get alongside his teammate? He does, but he has to set in behind him. Powell holds the lead from Nakamura Berta and Joe Turney. 4th place, that's the fast-starting Martin Molnar of Hungary. And it's a big chop across the curbs there in the chicane as everybody works their way through. The top 3 is unchanged, but Martin Molnar in the energy course has worked his way through to 4th position in phenomenal style. And there's contact. It was always going to end that way with so many drivers getting close together. But it looks as though they've just about kept it going on the straight and narrow. A couple of drivers having to bail off the throttle, but somehow, despite the contact, they are all facing the right way.
Yeah, that was quite incredible how they're all still going there. Now looking down, just checking the engine, all is still well as they go through into the final corner. We'll try and find out who did drop down the most in that one, but I think they got away with that one slightly. Across the line they go then. It's Powell who leads from Nakamura Berta. Turn is still there, and Nakamura Berta just trying to go down the inside there. Failed to get that move done, but Molnar still there in 4th place as well from Juanpu as well. So the Prema team doing very, very well in this one, maintaining their lead.
Matti Kolnagi out of the race, I do believe. He was the one that suffered the most damage in that first corner melee, first lap melee, I should say. So unfortunately, he is out of the race by the look of it. He's not come home at the end of the 3rd sector, so I think he's pulled it into the pits. Now, there is Chu, Chinese driver, going for his move on Martin Molnar. Interesting how Kia Nakamura Berta's words in his earlier interview look like they're coming up to prominence now. They want to get a 1-2-3 in the championship, and they are currently 1-2-4 in this heat. They've got to get an opportunity to close up on Joe Turney, as here goes Dubnitsky trying to get his move on the inside of Martin Molnar, and he's done it. Another CRG driver on the charge. Mark Dubnitsky going great guns. Joe Turney on the inside line to go for Kia Nakamura Berta, and he splits the Premas.
Turney's seen that interview that Kia Nakamura gave and thought, you know what, yes, that's a valiant effort, but I'm going to try and stop you from getting that 1-2-3 as best as I possibly can. Up into P2 he goes. Now it's Alex Powell he's got to deal with, and Powell is not a driver you want to get past, and it's not a driver you get past easily either.
These are the top 3 drivers from 2022, battling away in 2023. Alex Powell, Joe Turney, and Kia Nakamura Berta. Chu's going for the inside of his teammate. The Chinese driver gets through on his European champion teammate. So Nakamura Berta down to P4, and here comes the move from the CRG of Mark Dubnitsky. Dubnitsky is trying to get himself in the mix there. This is fantastic from CRG. Up in the front end, diving through on the inside. Lovely job. And the Estonian is up in a 4th place. This is so encouraging for CRG in 2023.
Yeah, they're looking very, very strong this weekend, and CRG will be happy with this one as he gets through in towards P4 now. He's got to keep an eye, though, because, like you say, Nakamura Berta will instantly try and fight back as he tries to do it. Kavolkin with the fastest lap of the race there. You're pointing at something?
He just got past Molnar. That's what I was going to point out. There is the start from Molnar. Watch him as he just tucks across on the inside line. And watch as he tucks in behind Joe Turney. And that gets him up into 4th position. There was a great spread as he tightened up through the inside line. Here's a replay from the start from the drone as the karts work their way through on the hairpin turn. And a very good start. You can see a little bit of rocking. That's where the big hit comes in, and Mattia Kolnagi is the one with the big damage. How on earth is Gustav Wisniewski still racing? He went airborne and landed on the quarter of the car on one side. Now, look at Joe Turney making his bid for Alex Powell. No hesitation. Job done.
Yep, squeezes past through turn one, a well-executed move there, just with that slipstream effect, had the momentum to just send it down the inside through turn one as mechanical flag goes out for Max Popov, which is a big shame for him. His race will be over. Dubnitsky now with the fastest lap of the race, 55.173. The CRG's on a charge here in P4.
They certainly are. Max Popov does indeed get the technical flag, and I can see exactly why. His rear bumper is dragging off the back of the car on the right side. So unfortunately, it's a little bit like a ticker tape on a shopping trolley at the moment. It's just dragging behind him, and that is a very big danger to the other drivers around him, because if that comes off, it could end up going into one of them. So obviously, he's got to come into the pits to fix it. Well, by that point, most drivers would say, you know what, game over.
Yeah, indeed. Well, as they go across the line, 5 laps completed, we enter onto lap 6. A bit of dust kicks up as one of the drivers going slightly wide out of the final corner. All is well, though. Everyone's still running. Turney leading by about 0.4 of a second now from Alex Powell. Powell, though, under pressure from his teammate, Chuan Pu, who's on fire here. He's just driven through the field. The Prema karting driver has done a brilliant job.
So Chu obviously taking advantage of the fact that he had a retirement earlier in the weekend, so his tyres will not have gone the same distance as some of his counterparts, but you've got to make the results come your way to make that happen, so it's good stuff from him. Dubnitsky, 4th position. Nakamura Berta down to P5, as we know. Down to P6, because Kavalkin's got it, and Antonio Kavalkin's got past Kia Nakamura Berta now. Then Martin Molnar, 7th. Then it's Macedo, Tunion, Nige. And in 11th place is Lucas Flusha-Cross, the 5th member of the racing family, because obviously you've got Lorenzo Flusha-Domine, the father, who is a great rally driver and competitor, hoping to compete in the Dakar one day. Then you've got Lorenzo Jr., who races in Formula Regional. Then you've got Lucas, and now you've got Luna Flusha, but you've also got Lizabel, who is a co-driver to father Lorenzo. So they really do keep it in the family.
Very much so. Racing is in the name, I think, in the Flusha family.
Absolutely.
7 laps completed, and a black flag goes out to Max Popov. I think he's failed to report into the pit lane after seeing the technical flag. It is easily done. You can miss it. And Alvar Simsvara under investigation as well. So it's all kicking off in the later stages of this race, isn't it?
Yeah, disappointing for Max Popov. I mean, whether you're in the battle for a race victory or not, you cannot really ignore the fact that he's out there, and you can see it from a distance. His rear bumper is all over the shop. It's almost completely parted company with the kart now, such is the way it's flailing off it. But Powell in 2nd, Chu in 3rd, Dubnitsky 4th, Kavalkin 5th, Nakamura Berta P6. This is not good news for the Japanese driver, is it?
No, it's unfortunate that it's gone that way, because it was a brilliant qualifying. Unfortunately, it's just not gone the way in the races, which is a shame. But I suspect that he's working with the team in somewhat. Maybe again, it's just maintaining the tyres. Maybe it's strategy, thinking, yes, okay, we can suffer here, but we can come back in the super finals, or the super heats, I should say, and then come the finals later on, we get the fresh set of boots, and we should be okay. So, it could be strategy. We're not too sure.
Max Popov retires from the race. He pulls in just before he's shown the black flag. It was prepared for him, but he didn't receive it because he came into the pits to retire before it was actually shown to him. So I don't know whether that counts or not. We'll have to double check on that one. Joe Turney, Alex Powell, and Chuan Pu going through into the first corner. Dubnitsky in 4th. 5th is Kavalkin. 6th is Nakamura Berta. 7th is Martin Molnar. And then it's Macedo, Nige, Tunion, Flusha, Simsvara, Helias, Pats, and Fiorentino. Guillaume Bouzard really struggling in this one down in 16th. Now, what's this? A replay of? This is Popov's bumper. Look at that.
Yeah, that's completely come off there. So
yep.
I'm surprised he's not felt that, because that will be rubbing on that rear tyre. And if anything, that'll have hindered him more, staying out longer than he did.
Well, I suppose when you're so in the zone, he's obviously felt the contact. So he clearly feels, well, if the kart is still drivable, maybe I can still get something out of this. unfortunately, if he'd have seen the technical flag the first time, what I would have done is, okay, race is over. That's 3 less laps that I don't have to run my tyres.
But like you say, he might not have seen it. Like I say, I can put it down on the sun. It's quite sunny out there.
It is actually, to be fair, and you get it at that angle. It is actually on the way towards turn 1, so that is a bit tricky. Here's Kavalkin. He's got right up to Mark Dubnitsky with 2 laps to go here. CRG versus Parolin. Estonia versus Anatoly Kavalkin, the European champion in junior last year, has stepped up to senior this year. And Mark Dubnitsky is trying to hold him off. CRG versus Parolin, 2 brands that are trying to go for it. And on the inside, lovely from Anatoly Kavalkin, the man who is responsible for giving Parolin their first ever FIA Karting European Championship title. And he is on the charge up into the top 5.
As they go through, we're on lap 10. Last lap board will be out this time for Joe Turney, who still leads the way. Powell there's Roberta, still there in P6, so he's not fallen well off the pace. Like I say, I think he's just not defended anything, maintaining the tyres, looking after them. It's just a heat race. He's still up there in the sharp end, and I reckon he can still make moves, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Final lap board is out. And it's still...
Oh, spin on the main straight.
Oh, yes.
A spin on the main straight. It's 135. It's one of the Kart Republics that's gone on the main straight. That, I'm afraid, is Lucas Flusha.
Yeah. Now, what's happened there?
Dear, oh dear, that's frightening.
It is indeed. Was that an engine seizure there? I'm going to wait to see what the marshal pulls it if the rear axle's locked.
Very hard to tell. Yeah,
yes,
it's locked.
It is.
It's a seizure on the main straight for Lucas Flusha.
That's the second time we've seen that this weekend. Frightening, isn't it?
It's terrifying when it happens on the main straight because you've got absolutely no warning of it happening and you're already accelerating and it just throws you off the road. Lucas Flusha so lucky that he wasn't hurt. But Joe Turney coming up to the chicane, and you can see the yellow flags at the final corner, so there's no overtaking anyway. Joe Turney takes the checkered flag and moves, crucially, 2 points ahead of Powell and 8 points ahead of Kian Nakamura-Berta after 4 qualifying heats. That is how important that was for Joe Turney to get that race won. A significant moment for the British driver this weekend.
Yeah, very, very significant. And for Kart Republic and 11 laps of racing, Joe Turney from the UK takes the win, and he'll be delighted with that one.
He certainly will. Anthony is now going to go down and see if we can grab a word with our race winner. And Alex Powell and Chuyan Bu are in the mix there, trying to give us plenty of entertainment and drama in that one as well. But Anatoly Kavalkin doing a great job. Mark Dubnitsky doing a great job. Kian Nakamura-Berta, there'll be some long faces at the end of this race. I'm not sure he'll have any answers immediately for why the kart was so far off the pace of some of his opponents out there, because that's a really tough one to take. So it'll be an interesting one as the competitors continue to put on such a good run. So now we're going to get to see what happens next. But Joe Turney has moved ahead of Powell and Nakamura-Berta in the rankings. Powell second, Chu is third ahead of Kavalkin, Dubnitsky and Kian Nakamura-Berta. Martin Molnar, 7th position in front of Francisco Macedo. Then Len Nige and Nacho Tunion. Alva Simasvara in front of Jimmy Helias. Matilda Pats making improvements all the time in 13th ahead of Guillaume Bouzard and Emili Koivisto. Then Keanu Blum in 16th place in front of Gustav Wisniewski, Filippo Fiorentino and Mark Kastelich. Vasilios Michelaidis is in the top 20. Then Peter Agiv and Maxim Horotunian, Ivo Besterda, Chi Newman and Arda Turpinen, the last one home. Lucas Flusha crashing out on the final lap with an engine seizure, we think. Max Popov had the broken rear bumper, and that was sustained in the incident that caught out Mattia Kolnagi on the first lap of the race. So some big movements and shakers in that particular one. Then Joe Turney managing to move up to the head of Alex Powell and ahead of Kian Nakamura-Berta as well. That's quite a crucial one as far as the championship ramifications are concerned, and certainly for this weekend, hoping to get to the super heats. So Martin Molnar making a good start there in the middle. You can see Nakamura-Berta trying to draw level on the start earlier on. There's a replay of the highlights. Nakamura-Berta just slotting in behind Alex Powell. Good start initially, and clearly he just didn't quite have the staying power. So a very tricky situation for all of the contenders as they work their way through. But a little bit of jumping and changing. There's the big point of contact as Koivisto, Kolnagi, and also Gustav Wisniewski all caught up in that one. And we're very lucky that they were able to keep going, the ones that did. Joe Turney, though, picking them off one by one. got his move on Alex Powell. No problem, no hesitation, and managed to take the victory in fine style up front. I wonder if we actually got to see what happened to Lucas Flusha. We'll have a look on the main straight. I think the drone may have picked it up. We can see it on the far side of the course, can we? No. Lucas Flusha, that's not happened yet, so that's a little bit further round on the course anyway. But a fantastic run for Joe Turney. It gave us plenty of excitement out there. The British driver coming through to take the victory. There's the line from Kavalkin diving through on Mark Dubnitsky. It's a really good run, and as you can see, Flusha's kart is already gone on the main straight. But Joe Turney now moves 2 points ahead of Alex Powell and 8 points ahead of, 12 points, I should say, ahead of Kiya Nakamura-Berta. So it's really significant that Joe Turney has picked up the win. How does he feel about it? Here's DJ to find out.
Down in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, Joe Turney. Joe, fabulous race out there, really pushing the Kart Republic team kart there to its limits. Let's talk a little bit about the strategy that you've gone through this weekend. Of course, tyres the main focus. How are they feeling so far into the weekend?
Yeah, okay. I mean, we have to do a lot of laps on the tyres, so everyone's managing as best they can. We struggled a bit at the start in the heats, but obviously we were managing the tyre as well. So I think the bit that we saved in the early heats is now paying off.
Yeah. You know, we're looking at the points now in the intermediate classifications, and you've put yourself in front of Powell and Nakamura-Berta now, so that's a nice step forward going into the rest of this weekend as well.
Yeah, of course, they're both fast, so it's important that all three of us are up there for the final. Their team are doing a really good job. I think we took the whole top four there, so it's important that we're all there for the final, and hopefully we can have a good race tomorrow.
Valencia, again, a brilliant track to go racing on. Do you think it's a good one to start the season for the FIA?
Yeah, for sure. It's something a bit different for everyone here. The weather's nice, so it's good to have a first round here. And yeah, a new challenge for everyone, and it's good.
Well, congratulations on the race on that one, Joe Turney. We'll see you later on in the weekend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Brilliant stuff there from Joe and the rest of the Kart Republic team there, taking it to the Prema team as well. There's plenty more races to go. We'll head back up to the commentary box. Jake, back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Good to hear from Joe Turney, the winner of qualifying heat D versus F in the OK Senior category. 8 races left of the day. The next race is the 4th one for the drivers in groups A versus C. Firstly in junior, then in senior. And it takes us back to pole position for Taim Saleh, the German driver who has been very quick over the course of the season. And the Sauber Academy ace has come straight back into the fold for 2023 and has been very strong indeed. One of only 2 potential, well, I suppose technically, yes, you can call him a Grand Prix junior because he is in the Sauber Academy, which of course the Sauber group is based around the Alfa Romeo F1 team. So Taim Saleh, the German talent, with a great opportunity to continue pushing the focus. But there's a lot of Formula One links in the paddock, of course. You've got to look at the fact that the chassis that is being used by the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team is called the Lando Norris chassis, part of the OTK group. And of course, the DPK racing team, of whom Nicolas Schaufler is a driver. You can see him there on the front row of the starting grid, carrying the colours of Fernando Alonso Racing. And it is the Alonso kart, which is part of the Kart Republic group, that he is racing there on the front row of the starting grid. So there are a lot of F1 links, none the least, of course, by the fact that there are other drivers in the field who are going to be in Formula One one day, and a lot of the Formula One drivers currently on the grid have come from this very paddock. Down in the 3rd row of the starting grid, you've got another Formula One link, Giorgio Pantano's race team and chassis. The Pantano race team, they're being driven by the wildcard Dan Dalakian from Armenia, who is racing under a Spanish license, and he is right up there in 5th position on the starting grid for this one. Could be a very strong potential for the junior driver, Dan Dalakian. So let's see how it all plays out. The driver's heading out onto the circuit, and it's Taim Saleh from Nicolas Schaufler on the front row of the starting grid. So the contenders get themselves out onto the course, and it is Saleh and Schaufler, front row of the grid, an all German-speaking front row. Jacopo Martinez and Christian Kostoya from Dan Dalakian and Lewis Werrell, then Gabriel Kunekan and Marius Barry-Berg. Kirill Ditiev and Kit Belovsky from Gerasim Skudinov and Sandro Perez. Alex Martinez and Alfie Slater from Roman Kamyav and Kozai Aguma. Then Louis Cochet and Alex Chartier from Hugo Marti and Guy Albag. Sebastian Kopeng and Jason Bralic. Jensen Burns and Jared Clark from Louis Castellini, David Cosma, Enzo Ruggiero and Mickey Blaskos. So 28 drivers in the junior category. They're all out there on the starting grid for this one. And once again, we have some interesting battles to watch for. Lewis Werrell, definitely still a contender in this weekend for me, but he's lost a fair few points for various different difficulties. One win being taken off him with the front fairing being loose. But he's obviously shown great pace around the circuit, but he's starting from the outside of row 3, not quite where he wanted to be. Dan Delakian, let's talk a little bit about the new Pantano chassis. This is their debut weekend in the European Championship. And right up at the front end, a wildcard driver, Dan Delakian, is showing everybody that Pantano have got a bit of magic up their sleeves.
They've proven themselves in the other championships over in Europe as well already, and I think, yeah, stepping up into the world stage in the FIA European Championship as well, this it shows that the team have done a brilliant job with the kart, and you know, working with it, it's, you know, they've been a dominant force, and I think one to really watch out for over this season. Maybe it will not come into full fruition this season, but I reckon if they continue this pace that they've got and the momentum that they've got, I reckon 2024 could be a very interesting season for the Pantano team.
Absolutely. I mean, they've been doing things very gradually. They basically gave a bit of a go of the World Championship last year. They didn't really know what to expect. And Ruben Moya, who is acting team manager this weekend rather than driving, he actually brought it to 5th position in the World Championship last year on the team's debut.
Yeah.
Which is quite astonishing when you think about it. I mean, it's one thing for a driver to do that on their debut, but for a chassis to do it on their debut, that's phenomenal work.
Yeah.
So, but then, of course, you could always say that that was sort of expected. What Giorgio Pantano doesn't know about karting prowess really isn't worth knowing at all. So, kind of similar to the likes of Danilo Rossi, who, of course, has his own chassis, the DR Racing kart. And there's obviously going to be a lot of different schools of thought on that one. So, out of the final turn, we have Tame Soleil. That's a fast start. I have a feeling too fast. Yep, he's just getting a little bit too eager on these launches, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit eager to get away there. Bit of jostling in the mid-pack there. Not sure what happened there. A couple of drivers coming together, but all still running straight. Yeah, just one of those things. A little bit too early on the loud pedal, and the rest of the field maybe not actually paying attention to what was going on as well. You could probably argue that also. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to work out, and they'll have to do another attempt at the start of that one. But like you say, it's not the biggest end to the world, but it does mean one thing. It's another lap that you drive around on these tyres that you don't want to do. You've got to keep them cool. Well, drivers make their way around then for the start of this one. And like you say, there's a lot of drivers you can get away from this one. Kaczynski so far in this leading the points, but who do you put on this one? We were talking about the drivers out there, you know, that have all got a shot on this one, and we're talking about Dan Delakian. But I want to keep an eye on Gabriel Koeniken as well, the CRG. Yes, okay, we were talking about it in the senior category as well. They've done a fabulous job so far this weekend, and they're really coming back strong, are the factory team. But he also had a brilliant start, didn't he, in his heat earlier on, did Koeniken? Yeah,
he did. But this is, you know, quite relevant because you've got, you know, it's not just a stronghold in the senior category, it's in the junior category as well. And Valo, they're very adamant to get the guys slowed down, ready for the start. That looks a bit better to me. Come off the turn, in the tram lines. No. Second time a false start. Oh, no, I apologise. No, it is a great start. I do apologise. My screen froze, that's why. I would go by that because I can't see the green light going. Anyway, Soleil battling away for the start. Jacopo Martinez has come through in a second place.
Oh,
and there's contact at the back. And is that one of them, Lewis Werrell? Werrell is one of them.
Yeah, he is. He's off the track, and it's also Skulinov. Skulinov off the track. He gets back on.
Two of the big names in this field then. Skulinov has had a bit of a difficult weekend, and Lewis Werrell has gone completely as well. So that is an absolute nightmare for Lewis Werrell. That really has curtailed any chance he might have had of starting for the top 5 as Schaufler gets back in on the inside of Martinez, but lets him drift back through up the inside on the exit. And so Schaufler's going to have to try and come back at Martinez one more time. Delakian now finds himself in 4th position. So a fascinating run as they continue, but it's all looking pretty perfect for Soleil as there goes Schaufler back on the inside, having to take to the curbs Martinez. That's allowed Delakian to come through, and here comes the charge from the CRG up the inside. This is going to be a tough one for Koeniken to hold on to, but Koeniken is there, and so too is Ditiev.
So Tame Soleil leads the way, then holds on to it as they go through. Schaufler there in second from Delakian, then Martinez, Koeniken, Ditiev, Belovski from Barry Berg.
Koeniken!
Yeah, again, just show it. Like I say, he's on a charge this weekend. He's done so well.
A big dive from Gabriel Koeniken. That was absolutely perfect. And he manages to make the move look serenely perfect. Dalakian, though, back on the inside. He puts the Pantano into third, and Ditiev's going to try and go with him. Holds it round the outside, then tucks back in for the inside of Dalakian. Mugs him. Brilliant run from Ditiev.
Jacopo Martinez, the driver in 7th place with that warning flag. Not sure what for, but it instantly gets it as they go through into the final corner now. Top 2 breaking away, eyes on the battle for 3rd place as they go towards the start-finish line. Ditiev all over that one as Dalakian tries to follow through a little further back. Kit Belowski coming through and contact.
Belowski.
Oh, dear me.
That was him and Kamyab, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yet again, Belowski just getting a little bit too eager in the duel with another driver there.
Well, the move, the gap was looking like he was going for it. I think the door closed just at the last second. Out of the pit lane comes the 267 back out onto the track. That's Christian Costoya. I think just double checking the card is back down the inside. The 4.9.
That's Dalakian,
isn't
it?
It is Dalakian, yeah, who's come back through there. He's back up into 3rd place past Ditiev. So Ditiev not able to respond to that one. Has to go back into the slipstream as they go onto the back straight now. Crucially, though, I think we need to double check the timing on that one because apparently...
Oh, that is Slater, isn't it?
250.
Is that Slater? I think it is. I think that's Alfie Slater.
It is Alfie Slater.
What a disaster for the British driver. And it's really, really cost him dear this weekend, that one. The retirement on this occasion. Alfie Slater was having a fairly decent weekend up to that point. And I'm afraid it's all come unstuck for him.
Yes, indeed. With timing sorted out and back to Ditiev back down the inside there through turn 7.
Yeah, there was Ditiev on Dalakian and Martinez on Kernikan.
And there's a...
Is it him? Oh, I don't believe it! Dalakian making the move on Ditiev, and he's accidentally caught the back end of the cart and pirouetted the Tony Kart around.
Now, was the contact fully made there, or was that a lockup? I'm not too sure. I was looking up a timing screen there, judging by the body language.
He's furious, and that's the CRG dropping out of the race as well. What is going on here?
They're dropping like flies. The 246 is off the track. Gabriel Kernikan. Oh, it's Kernikan.
It is Kernikan. Unbelievable. 2 of the big names from this race. Kernikan's gone. Ditiev's gone. Ditiev is absolutely furious.
And that's at the same part of the track as well.
So I wonder if Kernikan tried to make the move after that particular move unraveled, and he just got it wrong, because he was in the same part of the racetrack. We saw Ditiev spin, and literally 1 corner later, Kernikan came off the road. Now, Martinez battling valiantly here with Dalakian and Martinez. Barry Berg's in the mix. Look at these wild cards right up the sharp end here. You've got Martinez, Barry Berg, and Dalakian all dueling away. This is 3 wild cards taking on the established guard.
This is brilliant to see, and they go in towards the final corner again. Crucially, though, they are some 3 seconds further down the road from your top 2, who's only got separated by 0.4 of a second, Thames Delay and Schaufler. But Martinez from Dalakian, Martinez, Barry Berg, and Crochet all there, line astern. This is fantastic to watch. The multicolored livery of Martinez there in the 496. You could spot from a mile away if you wanted to see it. Marius Barryberg just behind as well. Again, the only thing that's on Marius's mind is his new trainers. As long as he makes it to that final, he's all good.
I want new trainers, Dan. It's that simple. I am going to make it all the way. Terrific stuff. Now they battle again. Barryberg's got a good run here on Martinez. If they come off the turn, he's going to get up the inside. Lovely job from the Norwegian.
Nice little switch back there. Christian Costoya, fastest lap of the race, though. Currently, where is Christian Costoya?
He rejoined at the back of the field, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, he did. Yes, that's correct. So he's got that clear track in front. Well, this has certainly been a shake-up in OKJ this time around. The wildcards proving the victors. Now this is the replay.
Yeah, now that's quite telling.
Well, again, I missed it again.
We're going to see it again. Now watch. Bang.
Oh, yeah.
Just the slightest love tap.
And I mean, I think it looked like he was more trying to get down the inside, and I think he just clipped it.
Yeah, you can just about see the little tag on the front fairing. That was not intentional. He was trying to go left of Ditiev to make the overtaking move, and he just mistimed it by a fraction of a second. There was nothing intentional about that at all. Kirill Ditiev will not see it that way.
Well, that'll be sorted out after the race, I'm sure. But as the race progresses, we are on lap 7 of 9. And still Tame Soleil leads, but crucially, that gap's come down. Here we come to them, your race leaders. Schaufler there in second place is closed up. The gap 0.2 of a second, if anything, lunge distance. But this time around through turn 1, not quite close enough. Much tighter line there from Nicolas Schaufler. Working well here for the DPK team. Through into the infield they go, and again, Tame Soleil, though, he's had a brilliant weekend as well so far. He took a win earlier on quite convincingly. This time around, he's going to have to work for it a little bit. That pressure coming in as Guerrero there with the fast lap of the race, 56.188.
So can Schaufler get Tame Soleil before the end of this race is done? It's going to be quite tight to see if he can actually make good work of it. But it is going to be very tight to the checkered flag as they come through one more time.
Kipolowski under investigation.
Yes, indeed. That was obviously for the little love tap he had with Roman Kamyab. I do feel sorry for race control. Joanna and David are going to have a very tough race of it this time. All sorts of incidents to look over as Nicolas Schaufler now tucking in behind Tame Soleil. Tame Soleil getting a little bit wide. Sandro Perez with a warning. But this is where Schaufler can really start to attack. There's going to be at least 3 key overtaking points where he could challenge Tame Soleil on this final lap. He can get his first one here if he can get close enough, which he can't. So he's going to have to follow in behind again. Both drivers on Kart Republic chassis, don't forget, so similar equipment. Now he can get a good run off the turn here and go for the inside of the left-hander if he can find the time. He can't, so he's now got to try in the chicane. If he can get through in the final chicane, he can steal the win off Tame Soleil.
He can try, but at this moment, he is struggling to get through. Tame Soleil has done a brilliant job in this one, just maintaining that pace. As Castora again, fastest lap of the race at the back of the grid, but into the final corner they go. No real lunge attempt there from Nicolas Schaufler. So across the line, Tame Soleil will take the win, and he'll be delighted with that one. The Sauber Academy driver with a beautiful result there. And he'll cross the line. He puts himself up into second in the point standings to 191. He gets in front of Nicolas Schaufler with his 176. So the points are now starting to stack up here in OK Junior. As the race is now finished, the investigation flags come out once again, this time to Sandro Perez at the end of that one. But Tame Soleil, after 9 laps, the German driver for the Sauber Academy team, takes the race win. And he'll be delighted with that one. He'll make his way back into the pit lane and hopefully have a nice little celebration with his team. I'm sure they'll be happy with that one. Nicolas Schaufler then takes second place from Jacopo Martinez. Marius Barryberg, a P4 finish for the privateer, the only privateer in the paddock. I've got to say, it's so heartwarming to go through this paddock, to see the big teams, all this, all that. Look at our Arctic trucks. Little van, little trailer, little easy up, pop it out. Off we go.
Just like the good old days. And Marius Barryberg up in P4. Never before has a pair of trainers meant so much to a race driver. Never has so much been at stake. Tame Soleil and Nicolas Schaufler ahead of Jacopo Martinez and Marius Barryberg. Dan Dalakian in front of Alex Martinez from Guy Albag and Roman Kamyab, David Kozma and Louis Cochet. Jared Clark in 11th place in front of Lewis Werrell. And then we have Kit Belowski in 13th in front of Kosai Aguma and Sandro Perez, although it's worth pointing out that Sandro Perez is currently under investigation, so we don't know whether he'll be able to maintain that 15th position. Then Enzo Ruggiero in front of Alex Chartier, Jensen Burns ahead of Gerasim Skudanov, Miki Blaskos ahead of Sebastian Kopeng, then Jason Bralich, Hugo Marti, Louis Castellini, and Christian Kostoya, who had to go through the pit lane and then rejoined. Kirill Ditiev, Gabriel Koenikan, Alfie Slater. The 3 retirements from a very trying race for those 3. But for Ditiev and Koenikan in particular, that's a devastating end to a race that could have ended in the top 3. And probably, in Ditiev's case, he will argue should have done. So, a fascinating duel. Let's go through the highlights of that one, and we should be able to see what actually happened again to Ditiev. I wonder if we'll get a look at Koenikan's spin-off as well, because obviously that was just a corner later. I don't think we really got to see what happened there. Relatively clean start, though. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy until Lewis Werrell cannoned off the road with Gerasim Skudanov. They dropped all the way down the order, and that's definitely cost both of them a chance to run in the top 5. So good battles everywhere you look. And we were certainly always going to have some interesting challenges through. Nicolas Schaufler asserting himself quite well, but then so too did Dan Dalakian. He ran as high as 3rd position at one stage.
Yes, he did. investigation flags came out thick and fast all the way throughout that race. We saw the moves here as Koenigen got sent down the inside of the Antonio driver of Dan Dalakian, who managed to get through, but then the switchback came through again, and it all chopped and changed midway through that race. And again, the overtake from a different angle as around the outside, you saw there everyone just trying to find a piece of track.
Now here comes the incident, I think, that we're going to see. This is Belovsky versus Katyab.
This is one, yeah. Oof. And I reckon the gap was, well, I don't know.
It's tough, isn't it?
It's tough.
But Belovsky did have to bail out of that one because he ended up almost cannoning off the road. There it is. I think there was a gap. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit too far to the left to make it work. That's the difficulty. Now, here's the duel between Dalakian and Ditiev, and unfortunately, it ended in heartbreak just a lap later as Alfie Slater furious to retire from the race. But I think Kirill Ditiev has an even bigger reason. Bang! It's just a little bit of a love tap on the back bumper. And Kirill Ditiev absolutely enraged as he gets spun out of the race. Completely unintentional from Dan Dalakian. He was trying to make an overtake, but he just didn't time the move to perfection.
Yeah, the body language there from Ditiev, you can imagine. He's not a happy one out there, understandably. But, yeah, that is a shame for him. The checker flag, though, it went out, and it was a very close finish. 0.2 of a second separated Taim Soleil and Nicolas Schaufer across the line. They will come back into the pit lane. And again, an interesting race, a busy race indeed.
So, obviously, we have more great races to come, and it's going to be an interesting one as the duels continue here in the FIA Karting European Championship. And it's going to be Gabriel Gomez who goes back onto the front row of the starting grid, this time alongside Liverway Sam Budler. If you look down the line, the number 121 to the left of your picture in the Birrell art, it's the man who won the World Championship last year in Sarno. Times have changed a bit from them since he's gone back to racing in North America, but he's back in Europe to try and win it for a second year in a row. Matheus Morgado of Brazil.
Well, for sure, becoming a champion just didn't change my attitude, but change also my way of being recognized on track. So I think now many people have much more respect from me. So yeah, this changed a lot for me. I'm looking to be on top again. I will do my best to be on top. We will work hard, it will not be easy, but we see what we can do. It's my first time on the Valencia track, so it's a surprise. I hope I can get to learn fast and be fast as soon as possible. There's many junior drivers that passed up to okay now, many good drivers. I think last year was really competitive, and I hope this year is too. So for sure will be hard, will not be easy, especially with the names that we have in the grid. So yeah, really excited. Well, I think we have high expectations. I think we'll do an excellent year together. Birrell has been always a family to me, so I'm really happy to be back with them. And I'm sure we will work as hard as possible to be in the top always when we can.
Always difficult when you've stepped out of the world of European racing for a few months, but obviously he's been making some great headways in the American karting leagues of late. Great to see just how much hard work he has put in, Matheus Morgado. But the return to Europe with his beloved Birrell Art Racing team that he spent the majority of the last couple of seasons with. He's very enamoured with the chassis as always, of course, but it's been a tough one for him to really maintain that sort of advantage this time, and qualifying did not go well for him yesterday.
No, it didn't. He obviously starts this one in P19. So yeah, you're right in saying that qualifying didn't go too well, but it happens to the best of drivers. And we did see yesterday that wasn't live streamed, unfortunately. Qualifyings, there were some of those sessions that were a little bit messy. Some drivers, bringing it back a little bit, getting concertinaed up. So yeah, was a bit of a shame to see, and some drivers losing out on that one. But the engine's fire up. They make their way out on track. It is okay. Qualifying heat A and C about to take to the circuit.
So the grid is going to be a busy one. Gabriel Gomez and Liverway Sam Budler, then Arthur Poulain and David Walter, Ian Eichmans and Thomas Stolchemanis, Gilles Caranta and James Zagozzi from Lucas Samalisto and Dante Vinci, Maciej Gladish and Emanuele Olivieri from Sebastiano Pavan and Aaron Garcia, Zoe Florescu and Finn McLaughlin from Adam Hideg and Jacob Kamenik. Then Matheus Morgado and Miguel Costa, Petra Babachkova and Joel Bergström, Peter Stiller and Louis Leveau, Anea Frey and Andrea Dube, Nicola Nalati, Xavier Avramides, and at the back of the field, it is the Italian Ronnie Stefani. So, a tough one, but can Gomez make it 4 from 4? Surely not.
Well, we're about to find out. Like I say, if he does get it, 200 points he would be accumulating. He'd be ahead of a lot of people by, some way. Some way he'd be a lot ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the most competitive OK Senior field that I've seen for about 5 years. And yet, Gabriel Gomez and the CRG boys have managed to get 3 wins out of 3 so far. That's quite a phenomenal vote of confidence, isn't it?
It very much is. I'm very much looking to see what happens during this one. It'd be nice to see if anyone can take it to Gabriel Gomez. You know, he's had a good result all the way throughout this one. I'm sure he'd be happy to keep these results and, you know, keep getting them. But I'm sure the other drivers behind would very much like to have an opportunity of beating Gabriel Gomez. Liverway Sambudla on this one. This is his first time he's going to be starting on the outside row on the front line. So let's see what he can do there. He's seen several actually times today that the outside lines actually worked in favour. Way more than we've seen in the past, though.
That's true. I think the Valencia is one of those... that's Louis Leveau. So Leveau is going nowhere, I'm afraid, so he will not take the start. And there you go, you get the signal from Ross Upton, the pit lane manager there. It's curtains. Sorry, mate, you're not going to be able to get that started. So I'm afraid Louis Leveau will not take the start of this one. But no, to come back to what you were saying before, it's always a very intriguing part of the weekend, this, because now we get to the end of the 4th race. And there's going to be a few drivers that will think, do you know what, we need to get a few points on the board here. We need to work our way forward. So this might be the first time that drivers will start to think about the possibility of that spare front, that spare rear, time to do it. And which side would they go? Would they go for the left side or would they go for the right side? The smart thinking would be to go on the right side of the kart because that's the way that the circuit goes. But you do put a little bit more pressure on the left side in general around this circuit than you do on the right. So again, it all comes down to the feel of the driver. What do you prefer in terms of the gaggle of the battle? So as they come off the turn, are we going to go racing? We do. Gomez, good start. Up to the first turn. It's going to be a good charge forward from Arthur Poulain. He's going to try again to try and outfox the Brazilian through the first corner. They work their way forward. It's going to be an interesting challenge as they now work their way up. Ian Eichmann's into 3rd position of a good start. And Gilles Caranta trying to work his way forward as well as the drivers tried their best to keep out of trouble. 1 or 2 going off on the grass, but recovering. That's one of the Ricky Flynn karts that
was
drifted
Dante
off.
Vinci.
It was Dante Vinci, and now he's collided. Dante Vinci goes in. Now, who is that he's tangled with? That is the Gamoto kart, the 188 that he's tangled with. That's Jakub Kamenik.
Well, disaster there for Kamenik.
Oh, poor Dante. Just goes from bad to worse on the first lap.
I mean, yeah, it's a tough time. Hopefully they get that restarted. I think both do just about get them restarted. No, only one does. Dante Vinci gets it started, but unfortunately for the Gamoto driver, it is out, and Jakub Kamenik is out of this race, and a disaster. And the body language, well, was he a passenger in that one? We're not too sure. So, unfortunately, Jakub Kamenik out of this race in the 188. Not what you want to see in the early stages. Meanwhile, though, back at the front, we were talking about him earlier, Gabriel Gomez. Can he take another one? And so far, so good. He's leading the way comfortably at the moment, clear by 0.2 of a second from the rest of the field. Arthur Poulain is up into 2nd place now. He's managed to get past Sam Budler. Ian Aikmans is at 1 place. Other big movers in this one, Finn McLaughlin, he's up 4 places, up into P12. Further down, Peter Stiller, one of the wildcards in the 404, up 5 places.
Oh, there's the move from Stochamanis. He got through on Aikmans, so Stochamanis has made the bid. Meanwhile, Liverway Sam Budler trying to go for Arthur Poulain, and Poulain did not want that to happen at all. He was trying to edge him out, saying, come on, work with me. No chance.
Nice move there from Sam Budler. Comfortable move as well. Gets it done through turn 1. Now is on the hunt again for Gabriel Gomez. We'll have to see who can match the pace. Looking through sector 1. Gabriel Gomez on that last lap was purple, sector 1. Granted, Sam Budler and Poulain will probably be a little bit slower with that overtake through turn 1. Nevertheless, they will fight back in this. So, as they go through. Down the inside goes the 1, 2, 3, gets that one done. Samalisto on Ian Ekmans gets that done and moves up into P5. And again, nice moves all the way throughout this one. The Kart Republic team again looking strong here.
So Samalisto looking particularly strong this time. Towards the end of last year, Samalisto really had some good turns of pace. It all came unstuck midway through this season finale, I think it was, in Franciacorta. Oh, and off the road goes Eichmanns!
Oh, no.
Eichmann's gone up. I think he's got a problem.
Yeah, it's locked up.
Oh, dear. Is that an engine failure?
No, I don't think, no, he was just on the brakes there. That's,
Ian Eichmanns, what a great weekend it's been for him so far, and it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, the rear axle's still moving, so it's not a seizure.
Was it a chain come off?
It may have been. It may have been.
Dear, oh dear. Poor Ian Eichmanns. It was going well up until that point. Dante Vinci under investigation, clearly for his little moment with Jakob Kamenik. But unfortunately, Ian Eichmanns is the latest driver to be up at the sharp end of the race and to drop out of it. As there is Gabriel Gomez, still just keeping it going. Sam Budler, second, third, Poulain. Stodjamanis, Samalisto, Caranta, Gladij, Egozzi, and we're watching Pavan and Olivieri as they run just inside the top 10. Gladij going well in 7th, hoping not to lose this to James Egozzi, but Egozzi's already got him well lined up. And so the American from Miami in Florida gets through on the pole, and he's going after Jules Caranta in the energy course.
Sam Budler, fastest lap of the race, 55.016. Here's a replay of what happened earlier on. So that was off the track there for Dante Vinci. Then coming into the next corner, I couldn't quite see from that angle what had happened, but yeah, unfortunately, the two getting tangled. Watch it again.
So he's gone for the move here, and there it is. He just rides over the rear wheel.
It's such a tight corner there, and it's the first lap, and you can imagine just trying to recover back quickly, and yeah, very unfortunate for both drivers on that one. Unfortunately, though, Jakob Kamenik was the driver who had to retire from that one. So we're on lap 6 now of 11, and let's go down a little bit. There is, okay, well, that's a robust way through turn 1, I have to say. I don't think Finn McLaughlin will be happy with that one, and actually looked like a hand of apology there from the driver in front. I think that was Mortago. It was, yes, in the 1-2-1 through turn 1. And again, everyone just trying to put, and there's two cuts off.
Oh dear, that's the Parolin and the Leclerc. So I'm afraid that is Garcia.
Yeah.
And who is that that's gone with him? That looks like it might be the 128 Parolin, is that?
Is that Miguel Costa?
I think it is Miguel Costa. Yeah, disappointment. That's very unfortunate for both drivers. They worked very hard there, but Garcia and Costa, the Spaniard and the Brazilian, are the latest two to exit the race. And there's becoming a bit of a collection of Leclerc drivers there, up on the far side.
Garcia's not had the best weekend here, has he?
No, yet again. Oh, and a car just running on the grass as it comes through down the straight.
Yeah, I think he just clipped the curb.
Not retiring, but just so close to the white line. They're actually kicking up dust. There's Finn McLaughlin going through, battling away with Peter Stiller, who has made a good comeback run in this one. 7 places made up. Xavier Avramidez, by the way, has made up 10, the Australian. The same as the Swedish Birolot driver, Joel Bergström, in the 151 kart, who is 2 places in front of this. That's another retirement. That is Emanuele Olivieri. So that is the IPK kart coming off.
And he looks to be in a little bit of discomfort there as well.
Yeah,
so
that's just off. I think that's just off the exit of turn 1, actually. So Nigel Edwards is the deputy race director on the scene and going to make sure that Olivieri is okay. But they are dropping out big time. This is how tough it is in the OK senior category when the tyres start to fall away. It's a lot hotter than it was 2 weeks ago. So considering that, this is obviously going to be a tricky part of the race weekend. Plus, they've also got to make tyres go further than they did 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago in the warm-up race, they had 2 sets of tyres. Here they have 1.5. There's the move up the inside. Lovely job from Stolchamanis to get the move there on Arthur Poulain. That puts him up into 4th. Now he's got to give chase to Luca Samalisto.
yes, indeed. That's going to be a challenge up ahead, isn't it, as they go through. Time very quickly running out in this OK race. And again, this has been one of the busier ones. I'm sure Race Control's not going to be happy with this one. They've got lots to get through once again. But the team here working fiercely to make sure all these races go ahead well. Gabriel Gomez, though, still leads the way by half a second from the man on your screen here, the 163, Liverway Sam Budler. Started on the front row, on the outside row, has managed to make that work and has had a pretty decent race this time around. Has had, well, it was a brilliant qualifying for him at the start of the weekend. He put it on pole and group and, like I say, has had a fantastic weekend so far. So one to definitely watch out for as the weekend goes on. He's currently sitting 10th in the standings, point standings, with 154 points, is Sam Budler. So definitely a driver to watch out this weekend. Samalisto, though, up into P3, 6 places gained. Just behind this one is on the charge for this battle. But, like you say, time's running out. The gap's 2 seconds between those two as well, of Sam Budler and Samalisto. Here's a replay. This is the move. Now this was the move on Mortago. On,
that's on McLaughlin.
Yeah, on McLaughlin through turn 1. I was talking about this one earlier, and it was a robust way through. And, well,
McLaughlin wanted revenge, didn't he?
Well, no, he got the overtake done.
That was nicely done, but look at that.
That is 2. Currently sitting down in 20th place at the moment. We're on lap 10. And here your race leader, Gomez, who's going to come out of the final corner to see the last lap board this time around. What's the gap? 0.6 of a second. It's not going down. It's not going up at a fast of knots either. But Samalisto, he's not managed to close in on either of them either. So Adam Heidegg now under investigation as well.
Yeah, he had a bit of a problem on the previous lap of not transponding. I wonder if he missed a section of in front. I mean, this is just exemplary. Gabriel Gomez has driven through all of the attrition, all of the disasters. Kamenik off, Eichmann's off, Costa off, Garcia off, Olivieri off, Dante Vinci off. And now, incredibly, the man who has just driven round it all, Gabriel Gomez in the CRG. Who would have thought that if anybody was going to dominate the race weekend coming into the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship, it was going to be a CRG driver. Gabriel Gomez, 4 out of 4. That is monstrous domination in front of Liverway Sam Budler. And Gabriel Gomez and the CRG team have suddenly turned things around. We thought they were going to be fast. We didn't think they were going to be that fast.
No, indeed. They will make their way back to the pit lane, and I suspect smiles galore on the CRG team's face as he comes back. Gabriel Gomez then racing under an Italian license, but originally from Brazil himself. Brilliant result here and really showing what he's got this weekend after 11 laps of racing, 15.78 kilometers. CRG driver Gabriel Gomez takes the win, and again, they'll be delighted with that one. Sam Budler, I think, even more delighted. A P2 finish.
The frustration, of course, is going to be that if Gabriel Gomez takes the win, the Italian national anthem is going to be the one that's heard on the podium rather than the Brazilian, because he's obviously racing on an Italian license, so that's the one that's got to be played. But still, I think everybody back home is going to be absolutely ecstatic with Gabriel Gomez. I'd like to hear from Liverway Sam Budler or Lucas Samalisto down in pit lane, so we'll have to see who is available for the interview at the end of a very tough race indeed. Gabriel Gomez, though, 4 out of 4. That is absolutely monstrous. Liverway Sam Budler, 2nd position. Lucas Samalisto in 3rd from Thomas Stolchamanis, Arthur Poulain and James Egozzi. Then Sebastiano Pavan in front of David Walter and Maciej Gladish. Gil Caranta coming home in 10th place ahead of Adam Heidegg, Joel Bergström, Matthias Morgato, Xavier Avramides and Peter Stiller in the Pantano. 16th position, Finn McLaughlin, where he started. Andrea Dupe and Petra Babachkova from Zoe Florescu and Enea Frey, Nicola Nalati, Ronnie Stefani and Dante Vinci, the last one home. Emanuele Olivieri, Aaron Garcia, Miguel Costa and Ian Eichmann's in the retirements list, along with Jakob Kamenik and Louis Leveau. And I've just spotted at the bottom of your screen, there is a Birolart that has come to a stop on the back straight, and that is Matthias Morgato, the world champion. Well, fascinating situation here at the Kartódromo Internacional. Lucas Guerrero, look at all the flotsam and jetsam around the circuit after this one. One of the craziest of the heats this weekend. Here we go. A look back at the highlights. Eichmann's trying his luck on Arthur Poulain nice and early. Liverway Sam Budler trying not to lose ground in the early doors. But the one that flew off the road on the first lap was Dante Vinci. Here's a replay of the start from the drone. You can see just a little bit of a conflagration there in the mid-pack. Here's Vinci going off the road, rejoining, and as he rejoins, he unfortunately finds the Gamoto of Jakub Kamenik. So very unfortunate indeed for those two drivers. Just trying to make up for lost time, and he just caught the left rear wheel of Kamenik's Gamoto. Very unfortunate. Meanwhile, Sam Budler mixing it nicely with the top names. Ian Eichmann's fighting in the top 5 nice and early. Sadly for Ian Eichmann's, it wasn't to stay that way. Pavan dueling with Emanuele Olivieri, and then a retirement as Finn McLaughlin duelled away with Matthias Morgato. They duelled again as McLaughlin came back at him. Garcia went for the same gap that was left open by Morgato, and he tripped off the road. Big moment for Stolchemanis, almost losing the kart altogether as he came out of the final turn. And that was a very scary one for the Energy Course driver, not happy at all with his rivals around him. But Finn McLaughlin and Matthias Morgato gave us plenty of excitement and drama throughout. The man up front didn't. Gabriel Gomez cruising to win number 4 out of 4. A brilliant run from the Brazilian, and the CRG team looking so dominant at this phase of the race weekend. So there are now 6 races to go. 1 race per driver left in the weekend. Down in the pits, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down in Parc Fermé, and I've got our driver who finished in second place, Loveway Sam Budler. Loveway, a brilliant result for yourself. You had a fantastic qualifying on Friday. You've really come through this weekend. Tell us, how's it been for you?
It's been good. The qualifying really helped because now I'm not fighting with the mid-pack, staying in front, trying to keep the top 5 in all races. This race was one of the best races this weekend. I didn't really get into trouble. I pulled away from the group and stayed with first Gomez, and yeah, I think this weekend's going really well.
We were speaking earlier this morning about starting on the front row. We were talking about, yes, you had the inside line for the majority of the weekend. This was your first race starting from the outside, and it seems to have worked better for you.
Yeah, in the start, I lost a little bit compared to the guy in front, so I did lose a couple positions, but I had to be a little bit aggressive so that I don't lose that many positions.
Going into the rest of the weekend, you're currently 10th in the intermediate classification standing, so looking pretty good. Do you reckon you could get away with this one for the first round? What's the plan?
Plan is to get as high as possible in the heats, so that in the super heats, I can get even more points, so that for the final I start high and I guess try win it.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck for that one. Loveway Sam Budler, congratulations on your P2 finish.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from Loveway. More races to come. The heat is coming down on us. The sun is shining. Jake, back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Anthony. Loveway Sam Budler doing a great job so far this weekend. Really impressive to see how much of a development he has made over the winter. Now, let's turn our attention back to the juniors, because from now on, ladies and gentlemen, every driver you see is in their last qualifying heat before the super heat tomorrow. So this is make or break for most of the drivers out there on the course. Everybody has now done 4 heats, or at least had the chance to be entered into 4 heats. Not all of them have been able to start all of the races, of course, and not all of them have been able to finish them either. So it's going to be a tough end to the day, and there are just 6 races remaining. The first of these qualifying heats is going to be the OK Junior qualifying heat for Groups D versus E, and that is going to put Zach Drummond on pole position alongside the Belgian Thibaut Ramakers, the man who has a really good shot of winning this entire event. But he has obviously got a lot of work to do. It's not going to be very easy for the Scot. Zach Drummond obviously putting in as good a performance as he possibly can to try and move his way further forward. But the racing really has been exceptional all the way through. Hello to everybody who is watching, whether you've only just tuned in or whether you've been watching right from the start. It is great to have your company, whether you are tuned in on the FIA Karting YouTube page or whether you are watching along on motorsport.tv. It is great to have all of your patronage and your company. Wherever you're watching from around the world, all 6 continents are being represented here this weekend. 86 drivers in the OK Senior category, 83 in Junior. What a great start to the 2023 season campaign. And once again, proof and testament to the popularity and the excitement of karting. You can talk about motor racing all you like in terms of what is the best form of racing out there, but without karting, none of the others would be in existence in the modern era, because all of the drivers that get to the top start out at this level. It is fabulous to watch, and all of these youngsters give us plenty of excitement and tantalizing action all the way around the course. Jake Sanson and Anthony Jordan with you here at Valencia. to talk you round in season. Then Jackson Burns and Ludovico Busso, Travis Teo and Sun Jiao Yu, then Victor Alexandra Rad and Lev Krutilov, Vasilij Sobrovko, Stepan Antonov and Javier Herrera. Now I think we've only got 27 karts out there on the course because again, I noticed that Jack Iliff has not got out onto the course. We hope he's okay. I didn't find out any information, I have to say, about him in the lunch break. So we cannot speculate or go to conjecture. We can only hope that he's okay and that hopefully he'll be back in race action very soon.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully he is all good in that one. But like you say, the racing must go on and 9 laps are ahead of us here. And Zach Drummond once again starting on that front row. We saw last time around, Timo Ramaker's, well, he's not had the perfect weekend, but he has still been a force to be reckoned with. But can Zach Drummond take it to him on this one? I'd be curious to see, because Zach Drummond's got the pace. We know that, we've seen it in previous races, but as soon as Ramaker gets into the lead, you can guarantee he'll always drive away. So it's a tough one out there. Let's see, though, who's going to get away with it this time around as well, because Davide Bottaro, again, another driver who has been up at the sharp end for the majority of this weekend, is another driver who you've got to be careful of, because he will just send it down the inside if he sees the opportunity and get that overtake done. And like you say, definitely one to keep a shoulder look over from as well.
I've been pleasantly surprised by Davide Bottaro. Of all of the junior drivers within the Tony Kart factory team, I would not have put him as the one to be quite so high up the field compared to some of his teammates out there. But he's been pleasantly surprising. It's been good to see him mixing it with his teammates up there. And he's, you know, got himself up into the 3rd position of the starting grid for this coming race. He certainly knows what he's doing out there. He's taking names and taking prisoners out there as well, which is great to see. He's putting in a good show. We're going to go round again for another formation lap because I don't think I was quite ready for Drummond and Ramakers. And there's a few other names that are worth picking up on. Maria Nito, top 6 in qualifying. She's had no luck at all today. But in terms of what she's been able to do on Friday, you know, looking at her sector times, I was looking at this in depth last night. And actually, of all of the missed opportunities in the junior category yesterday, Maria Nito could easily have ended up in overall pole position. I was looking at her times. She got the fastest first sector overall of anybody. Her second sector was pretty competitive. But because there was an issue in the final chicane, she had to bail out of the 3rd sector. She still managed with all of that to get, you know, 3rd row of the grid for every race she starts. Without that, she could have been pole.
She could have been, very much been, yeah, indeed. And that would have been brilliant to see, actually. It really would have been to just see what she could have done from there. Fortunately, it didn't go that way, but nevertheless, hopefully, knock on wood, it gets a little bit better this second half of the weekend. Here we go again then into past the red line. They'll approach Gonzalo and he will make sure they are all nice and slow, ready to go for this race. Around the final corner they will go. Zach Drummond on the left-hand side, Timo Ramaker's on the right. Are we going this time around? It is green flag, and away they go in towards turn 1, and a brilliant start from Drummond, straight into the lead and holding on to it. Ramaker's and straight off there.
That's Danilo Rosso.
Oh,
that's
dear
the
me.
Danilo Rosso kart, I should say. So that is Ludovico Busso. Busso's gone around.
Yeah, the 2-2-3, and that was very fast there. Rest of the field gets through the tight, twisty section of turn 3. But crucially, though, Drummond leads the way by Davide Bottaro, who's up there into 2nd place. Ramaker's there in 3rd.
So a fantastic charge. Ramakers is already going to go for it up the inside of Davide Bottaro. He will not rate around. So he's already going to try and mix it. Bottaro trying to get back in there on the VDK Racing car in 2nd position. So Davide Bottaro does not want to let Timo Ramakers get too far away. There is poor Ludovico Busso walking away. Didn't even get a much beyond 10 seconds of racing in that one. So very unfortunate indeed for him, as Ramakers is actually getting a lot of pressure now from Bottaro. Bottaro coming back at him, and Ramakers has only got one objective on his mind, and that is Zach Drummond. Bottaro tries again for Timo Ramakers in the hope he can get through. Meanwhile, 4th position, that is Maria Nito trying to get past Vivek Kanthan. Don't forget that Kanthan has already taken a race hit victory. So this is going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out.
Yes, it will be. And like you say, this is a completely different driving style now that Ramakers is going to have to deploy here, which is not just driving away at a normal racing line. He's got to attack and defend at the same time. So new territory here for the Belgian driver. If he can deploy it, I'm sure he will be absolutely fine. But Drummond leads the way at the moment, and he's doing a brilliant job. He's extending that gap now. It's now up to 0.2 of a second from Ramakas. But he's going to have to be careful because the slipstream is going to come into effect here now as they go through. Ramakas very close under braking as they go into the final chicane. It stretches it out now back across the start-finish line. Gats down to a 10th. Across the line they go and in towards turn 1. It looked like Ramakas was going to go for the move there as he's broken away from Bottaro now. Bottaro struggling to maintain pace. And guess who's there in P4? It's Canthan, the American who's back after a win earlier on.
There was definitely a temptation to go for the move in the first corner, wasn't there, from Timo Ramakas? He had to bail out of it in the final moment. But Canthan and Nito, 4th and 5th, they're dragging each other up to the tail of the top 3. So Davide Bottaro going to have a look. Canthan actually having to protect from Nito a little bit there in the run through. Ramakas again just trying to close up on Drummond that little bit more. As they come off the hairpin again, Ramakas looking to be on 2.18. Drummond is actually going to get ahead of him on points if he stays where he is. So this is an important win for Drummond to hold on to. Not that he's going to, if Ramakas can pull away now that he's got through. So Timo Ramakas gets the overtake. Sebastian Mins is under investigation himself. Drummond coming back at him. Don't you dare, Timo. This is my win.
That's the first time Tebo's had someone fight back almost instantly on the same lap as they come through. Brilliant stuff from Drummond to hold on to the race lead on that one. Crucially, that's brought them back with pecking order with Bottaro. Bottaro now looking to maybe go for the move here. They make contact between himself and Ramakas through the infield section. Now Bottaro under pressure from Canthan. Canthan now looking maybe into the inside here. No, thinks against it, stays behind in P4, but now goes defensive. And again, Bottaro on Ramakas. He's really trying to get past, but it's not phasing Ramakas at all. He is still latched onto the back of Drummond, and Drummond is still under pressure here. Are we going to see a repeat of what we saw in the last lap from Ramakas? No, stays behind. They'll have the slipstream down the start-finish straight. Drummond may have to look out in towards turn 1 here.
Look at how angry Ramakas is becoming as he now dives again for Drummond. Absolutely no hesitation. Dives far into the inside line in the hope he can get through. And that is the move from Timo Ramakas. Now Drummond has got to get him back instantly. He cannot afford to let him get away. But Timo Ramakas has other ideas. He's going to try and pull clear instantly. Drummond goes for it back again. Ramakas on the retaliation. Brilliantly read. And so now Ramakas steals it back. Drummond's got to get back past him in the next bend. Ramakas knows that. So Drummond goes again. Not going to happen. I think Ramakas may steal this unless Drummond can get him back one more time. Fardin now diving up the inside of Canthan.
Well, Canthan's up into 3rd place now, actually, so Canthan's there. So he's comfortable. He's behind his teammate of Drummond, but crucially now, Ramakas has broken away. 0.3 of a second is the gap before they even reach the start-finish line. After that top and tail, 3 lead changes in 1 lap. Brilliant stuff. Across the line they go. Ramakas leads from Drummond, Canthan, Fardin, Bottaro, Nito, Huban, Domain, Letamaki, and Wolf, the top 10. Good showing from Noah Wolf in this one. He's shot up the field. Same with Stefan Antonov. 12 positions gained. He's up into P15 as well. Big movers as we are nearing the end of this race. Timo Ramakas now, it took a little bit longer than he'd like, but he is now in the race lead.
Bottaro gets back in on Kian Fardin. That puts him up into 4th position. If you are Zach Drummond, you are so frustrated at this point. I've got to try and get back on terms with Timo. I've tried everything to keep ahead of him, but Timo is just so strong around this circuit in this VDK Cup Republic. He just has the magic element this weekend around this circuit. So that is going to put him back into the lead of the intermediate classification on 224 points out of a possible 250. So he's done a very strong job here as Timo Ramakas. So too is Zach Drummond, but he really wants more than he's currently got. Maybe he's going to hope that Vivek Canthan can get through and then take more of a run a bit, but Timo Ramakas at 55.7 on the last lap compared to everybody else in the 56s. Ramakas is not going to lose this opportunity. Look at that, he's just smashed the fastest lap of this race.
Has that, though, question mark, put a blow on the tyres, really, on that one. He's really had to fight for this one, and the same as Zach Drummond. You were talking about the strategies and how they would deploy that. Would they put them both on one side? I reckon they would deploy one new one on the front, one new one on the rear, but on opposite sides. Which sides they would pick, not too sure. This was some of the replays here. The Thibaut Ramekers battling with Pataro. So Pataro really tried to get it down the inside through that infield section there, but the door just closed.
But look at the pace that Ramekers is just dropping the rest of the field. Everyone else is in the 56s, and he's done another 55.7, another new fastest lap. Is this too much too soon for Thibaut Ramekers? Because he's got the lead that he wants, but he's got a superheat to come tomorrow. You don't want to push too hard too soon.
Yeah, that is what it is. But again, another fastest lap of the race, 55.727. Again, it could just be that the setup is built to go that fast and maintain the tyres. You know, you just don't know if he is fully committing and fully pushing it. You look at the track there and you can see the amount of rubber that's been laid down across this weekend so far. I can happily say that the tyres have been very much used and abused so far in this one. We're on lap 8. The last lap board will come out this time around, and so far Ramekers is plain sailing here, 1.4 seconds further up the road. Here a little further back, Pataro still under pressure from Kian Fardin. Fardin wanting to get past in the 2.49 as they go across the start-finish late. You can see here Pataro now going defensive. Fardin with the late move down the inside. No, thinks against it. And they're going to have to be careful because Maria Nito is going to be closing in behind as well. The two teammates here are not scrapping. They're just staying line astern as Jackson Burns finds himself receiving a black and white flag.
And Thibaut Ramekers has suddenly gone from just about getting into the lead of the race to 1.5 seconds clear. That is astonishing pace from the Belgian. Something is just not quite right for everybody else. And Thibaut Ramekers, he's almost on a different class of kart compared to everybody else. Are they sure they haven't got the restrictors off on that thing?
Yeah, are we sure he's not in an okay out there?
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
Well, there's the move from Nito. Going wheel to wheel with teammate Bataro.
Oh.
Got to be careful. Nito holds on in front of Davide Bataro. Up in front, Thibaut Ramekers is going to get the victory. Drummond in second, Canthan in third. Ramekers makes it perfect. 224 points out of the 250 that were available. Excellent run from the Belgian. And that is going to be an excellent run for the VDK team as well. Done in fine style and fashion. Excellent work from Thibaut Ramekers. 91.25 kilometers average speed, and just dominant. 1.5 seconds clear at the end there. That's just monstrous how he was able to go from an overtake, having been battered and bruised by other drivers in the early part of that race, to suddenly stretching 1.5 seconds clear. That is absolutely extraordinary pace, and that's just phenomenal to see how he's been able to create that. So Thibaut Ramekers doing a fair job at this point in proceedings, and certainly absolutely dominant run. There is the next heat getting ready to go, and that's going to be Alex Powell and Nicolo Kuman towards the sharp end of the field. Don't forget that Jan Piotrowski is in that mix of drivers as well. But what a run. Absolutely extraordinary lap pace from Thibaut Ramekers. He pulls clear of Zach Drummond and Vivek Canthan. Kian Fardin ahead of Maria Nito, who held on in front of Davide Bataro to the end there. Good finish to her weekend, certainly for the Saturday. Mies Huben and Henry Domain. Sebastian Lettemarki from Noah Wolf and Jindro Pezel. Augustus Toniolo in front of Scott Marsh and Stepan Antonov. Sebastian Mins in 15th place in the Forza. 16th position for Filippo Sala in the Sodi kart ahead of Boris Leisen and Joel Pohjola. Then Lev Krutelov in front of Travis Teo, Javier Herrera, Sun Jiao Yu, Jackson Burns, Vasilios Apostolidis, Victor Rad, and Mark Brovko. The only retirement from the race, Ludovico Busso, who crashed out on the very first lap. And the non-starter, Jack Iliff in the Paralin, who we hope is okay after his earlier incident. So the drivers obviously coming to a close in the groups D and E, and Thibaut Ramekers now has 224 points out of a possible 250. Excellent work from the Belgian, but phenomenal speed. Where on earth does he get it from? This is a replay of the best bits from that race. We had Sala dueling away, or is this the last lap actually? Sala going off onto the grass. Oh no, this is the highlights from the race. Sala, Wolf mixing it up there. There's the move from Thibaut Ramekers to get through on Zach Drummond. And it was always going to be a tough race from that point on, but Zach Drummond determined not to let Thibaut Ramekers get that far ahead, so made the overtaking move straight away. But Ramekers always seemed to have good pace in the Kart Republic, was not going to concede victory. Some great battles. Look at that, Davide Bataro almost clattering into the side of Thibaut Ramekers as he made his bid. I'm amazed that Ramekers was able to make up that kind of time lost from Drummond. Drummond protects. No chance, says Thibaut Ramakas. If you're going to block me, do it properly, because that was a wide open gap, and I'm going to take it. Drummond got him back. And again, Ramakas, is that all you've got? I saw that one coming a mile off. Perfect domination from Thibaut Ramakas. Hang on a minute. Did he move his foot there? Oh dear. I really hope that isn't what I thought it was. Hopefully that's just relieving the pressure and the tension in his foot. But meanwhile, down there in pit lane, Anthony Jordan is ready to get our qualifying heat reaction.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down in Parc Fermé with our race winner, Thibaut Ramakas. Now, unfortunately, my French isn't up to par in this one, but Thibaut, a few words in French for us. How was that race for you?
Bah, c'était une chouette course. Ça s'est bien battu au début, puis après j'ai dépassé tout le monde et j'ai mis les cœurs, puis j'ai géré, et donc c'est une très belle course.
Well, a brilliant result for you. Top of the points as well, so looking good for the weekend?
Bah oui, je pense que ça ira demain, et j'espère le meilleur, et de toute façon, je trouve que j'ai réussi un beau week-end, donc il n'y a que de l'apprentissage.
Well, congratulations, well done, P1.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there from Thibaut Ramakas. Great to have a chat with him. I'll have to ask Jake to see if he can translate that one back for me, but brilliant to chat to him. Jake, back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Anthony. My best schoolboy French tells me he's been very encouraged with his debut for the VDK Racing team and just how strong it's been over the course of the day on a circuit that he really loves. And he hopes that he's going to be able to maintain this sort of pace going into the superheat. And then going on to the fresh tyres, he's confident that he can continue this Route 4. That's my best schoolboy French. I think that's about what he said. If I'm wrong, then please put answers on a postcard and send them to somebody who cares at etc. That's as good as I can possibly get in terms of my schoolboy French. I need to go back on Duolingo if I'm going to do better than that. So a fantastic run from Thibaut Ramakas. He manages to finish the qualifying heats 7 points clear of Zach Drummond with 224 to 217 the ratio. Back over to the OK Senior category, again for groups D versus E. And that is going to pitch Alex Powell on the front row of the starting grid alongside Jan Piotrowski, the Polish driver alongside the Jamaican in pole position. Now, there is the continuation of what we're going to see for the rest of the day. These are the remaining qualifying heats that we have for today. Just 5 races left. D versus E in the OKs, then A versus F in junior before OK, and then B versus C in junior before OK. And that's going to take us to about 10 to 6 local time, give or take a few minutes. And that is when we are going to wrap up proceedings for Saturday, ready for the big finals day. Superheats and the finals tomorrow for the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. One of the few forms of motor racing where qualifying goes on for longer than 24 hours. And I have to say, we are delighted about it because we get so much racing built into the day. So it's going to be an intriguing one as the drivers line up in the OK Senior category, battling away for procedure. Up at the front end then, Alex Powell and Jan Piotrowski. Watch for the man in third on the grid though, Joe Turney. He has already taken a brilliant victory over the course of the day, and he will want another one. Alongside him on the grid though, Nicolo Kuman, Mr. Friday. Very, very fast indeed on those Friday qualifying sessions, but the luck has never really been with him for long enough to translate that into a victory or two on Saturday and Sunday. But certainly, for Powell and Piotrowski, this is an opportunity. Powell currently 6th in the standings, Piotrowski currently 8th in the standings, and this is after everybody has completed 4 races. So there's a chance for Powell to gain some points, but he needs to gain them on quite a few drivers if he's going to move up from 6th in the rankings. So a victory right now is exactly what Alex Powell needs. Here is the starting grid positions. The Jamaican Alex Powell, pole position, alongside Jan Piotrowski. And then we have Joe Turney, Nicolo Kuman, Chuyan Bu, and Kirill Kutskov. Mark Dubnitsky and Tadej Babachkova from Lucas Flusher and Thomas Straven. Len Nige and Olin Gali from Elva Simasvara and Maxim Orlov. Mattia Kolnagi and Markus Scheiter from Gene Newman and Alexander Bogonovic. Vasilios Michelaidis and Martti Rittinen. Matilda Pats and Jakob Rashki, Filippo Fiorentino and Max Angelard. From Ivo Besterde, Alex Sawyer, Arda Turpinen and Ryan Vincent. Several drivers in the field making very good moves in the last couple of heats. We saw Len Nige mixing it up in the top 10. Olin Gali making good progress every time. There's only one driver that really impressed me in the last one, Matilda Pats, the German in the DPK. She made up about 8 places in the last race. And considering that this is still only her 2nd FIA karting campaign, she was in the Academy Trophy last year. So for her to step straight into senior with a new team, DPK, and be up there in the mix, she's put on some good performances this weekend.
Definitely so. And again, we always say this, it's good to see some drivers really do have what it takes to jump into a new category and basically go straight in with at the deep end, really, and start putting in the decent times and getting those positions dealt with. And, you know, scything your way through the field is always one good skill to have in motorsport. If you can get through from the back of the grid or mid-pack and you can deal with that pressure, yeah, you're a driver that's definitely in one step ahead of others. If you're, I mean, it all comes down to that fabled one of Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel back in the day where he was winning everything, and everyone started that argument, oh, if he's never overtaken anyone, he can't race. And then he proved that he can, of course, race. It just shows that, you know, if you don't need to, you don't have to. And if you do have to, it shows that a lot of these drivers can do it. And Matilda Pats is one of them.
Yeah, she definitely proved her credence earlier on today. There's Arda Turpinen, another driver who's had a very strong day at the office, considering qualifying didn't go to plan. She's been able to work her way through the pack quite rapidly, and it's very clear that the Ward Racing team have given her a lot of support and a lot of commitment, and she's rewarding them handsomely with some very strong performances today. She made up, I think, 8 places at one point in the weekend as well. So, again, it's just a case of doing the best you can, trying to work the magic and bringing up another gear and stepping up another attack, and she's done a fine job. Now, Alex Powell and Jan Piotrowski, front row of the grid. There is Gonzalo, fresh from his marathon, sorry, Snickers. And Alex Powell and Jan Piotrowski continuing on as they come through. It's going to be another false start, I'm afraid. Just a little bit eager from the 2 front row men.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of people in the background as well that weren't quite in formation as well. I think there was a bit of confusion with which side they were supposed to be on, which is completely understandable. I mean, I struggled to count to 20. These drivers have got to get them to 28. And they've got to do it while travelling at around 60 miles an hour on a formation lap, and everyone looks the same on slightly different colours. So, yes, it's quite a challenge to get yourself into formation on this one.
So Powell and Piotrowski from the front row of the grid. Piotrowski's had plenty of speed and pace. He's quietly got himself into a decent points haul, 157, the same number as Nakamura Berta, and they are tied for 8th position at the moment. Who else is going to be prominent in this one? Well, Joe Turney is currently 5th in the rankings. If he can get past Powell and Piotrowski, he's going to take some more points off them. If he can do better than Nathan Tywell in his heat, then he could end up 4th in the rankings. Stolchemanis is going to be pretty frustrated looking at this because he's 3rd position. He could have had a few more points on the board, but he had a frustrating heat last time, didn't he? It wasn't quite able to remain in the top 3. René Lammers is currently 2nd in the rankings. 2 wins and 2 seconds. He's a dangerous force. If he can go up against Gabriel Gomez in the last heat and take him on, we're in for a fascinating final tomorrow.
I am honestly very much looking forward to the final tomorrow. It's going to be a true shake-up of what is actually going to happen. But before all that, we have this race into the tram lines. I think that's not going to go.
You're right.
It's not.
It's
Round
not.
again. Too eager on that loud pedal.
Do you know what? That is a surprise. That's Alex Powell in pole position. He knows how to do this. He knows how to start this race. Do you think there's just a little bit of... Is he getting a bit antsy now? P6, he just wants to get on with it. He wants to find his form.
You know, maybe there is, could be a bit of that, but, you know, it's been a long day. And, you know, while I was down there, I can overhear a lot of the drivers talking, and there's not a lot of time between their heats. It's back to back to back, really, for everyone out there. So if you think it was only a few races ago, we were chatting to Joe Turning, and, you know, he's back out there racing. It's the same for Powell as well, and all the drivers. So the gaps in between that they've got is not that long compared to what other weekends might be. So, yeah, I reckon fatigue may be coming into this one. It's hot out there as well. Humidity's quite high. There's not much wind out there either, so it's quite stagnant. It's quite still out there as well.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky. 26 degrees Celsius air temperature. That's 3 degrees more than was predicted in the forecast as well.
And that makes a big difference.
It really does.
It's only 1 degree between freezing and not.
Well, that's true. And, you know, that's the thing. Gabriel Gomez battling his way through will be one of the drivers that's used to that fluctuation in temperature, but some of these guys will not be, especially when it's 3 degrees more than it should be. Here we go. Up to the first corner. Good start from Powell. Joe Turney is going to try and hold this. Piotrowski to his left. Trying to hold it round the outside. No chance. He has to let Joe Turney go. Turney into 2nd position then. Piotrowski 3rd. Bit of a late charge through from Kutskov. He's going to try and go round the outside to hold on to 4th position. A good run for the DBK. There's a little bit of jockeying for position further back, as we are used to seeing now, but everybody's keeping it on the black stuff, and there's no major shuffles. Can everybody keep it together? Yes, they can. Good start as they now hustle their way up to the end of the second sector. Powell is in front. Turney is in second. Petrowski is third from Kutskov.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Teresa Babichkova just behind Kutskov as well as they go through. And I got a little bit squeezed out there, but this time around, much better start. It's not ended up in the gravel first lap. I'm knocking on wood as well. Powell, though, in the lead. And, yes, much better run down in towards turn one. A much cleaner start and holding on to that race lead for the Prema team.
Joe Turney.
Yeah, he's up in the order now, up into P2.
But did you see him on the curb? That completely unsettled him, and that's how Petrowski's now got him.
Yeah.
A rare mistake from Joe Turney.
Well, that, again, that could be tyres, and that one, he did push it quite hard to catch up to the back of Gomez, didn't he, earlier on? But, yeah, maybe again, tyres could be a factor in this one.
He just overshot at the cuts. I would love to see that again, because now, look, Kutskov's getting him. Kutskov gets through on the inside line. Has Turney overcooked the tyres? It would be unusual for someone of Turney's caliber to have lost it by that much. But all it takes is one little error, and it suddenly all changes. Teresa Babichkova gets the move now. Up the inside of Olin Gali. Gali doesn't like that. Nor does Dubnitsky, and we've got issues. We've got a cart off the road. Now, that looks to me like it could be...
It's the 146,
it's Alex
a
Sawyer.
Falcon.
Alex Sawyer, the Vietnamese driver. So I'm afraid Alex Sawyer is out of this race on the second sector. And look at Joe Turney. He is now down to 4th position. This is not what Joe Turney wanted at all. Nicolo Kumar is giving chase.
Yeah, big shake up there in the field. But, like you say, Powell leading the way by half a second. And, well, this is an interesting one here as Turney now seemingly looking like he could be struggling with traction. But there, he doesn't look like he is.
Ooh.
Over the curb again, trying his best to get through. What's happening here?
This is not the Joe Turney we know. He's getting desperate out there trying to make the move on Kirill Kutskov. He's clearly got his back to the wall. Up the inside, that is Max Orlov, I believe, trying to get his move on the inside line there. And so he's managed to get the move on Gali. Dubnitsky has already long gone, I believe. Up the inside, there goes the DPK of Alexander Bogunovic. So he's managed to get the move there on Marcus Sater. And there is Alex Sawyer walking away. Very unfortunate for the young man from Vietnam. So Alex Sawyer in the Falcon Racing team. Everybody calls him Alex. So that's why it's different to what's shown on your graphic, of course. And I'm afraid Alex Sawyer having difficulties. Now, Nicolo Kumar is putting Joe Turney under pressure. This is not the Joe Turney we're familiar with.
Well, it's one that I'm thinking the other drivers are liking more because it means
Absolutely.
they can catch him and overtake him. Atia Kolnagi with the fastest lap of the race for CRG, 55.051. So good lap time there, currently in 17th place, so showing the pace is all the way through the field as Teresa Babichkova goes through a move there on Chuanpu for 6th place. I don't know if that came through there. I think it did. Is a replay then. So what happened to Joe Turney through that final chicane? Over the curb.
Clips the curb twice. And look, he nearly loses the car altogether. Ever since then, he's been out of sorts.
Yeah, just a brief moment there. And he knew what was coming because he checked over the shoulder as well and just straight past before they even reached the corner.
But the thing is, once you lose that, you lose the entirety of your momentum, and it takes you a good 6 to 7 corners to get it back. And before he's even got to that point, he's had drivers charge up the inside and steal places away. You've got Powell leading, Petrowski second, Kutskov third, Turney now 4th in front of Kumar and Babichkova. Turney's got himself back on the horse now. He's not dropping sectors. I'm looking at him in the sector times, and he's back up to pace again, but that took quite a long time for him to resettle. But look at Petrowski. He's putting Powell under pressure. He could go for the lead here.
He really could. It's getting closer and closer here. Petrowski looking like he wants to go for the mood. Actually, Angela, I'm pretty sure that's the second warning flag I've seen pop up, or it could be another message of the same one we saw earlier on. Not too sure. No, it is 2 warning flags for Max Angelard there.
That's interesting.
He's got to be careful as looking to the inside there, Petrowski.
2 warning flags in 5 laps is not good work, is it?
No, that's suboptimal.
So let's see if we're going to get Jan Petrowski making his bid on Alex Powell. Tony Kart is definitely starting to hustle the Prema. They come through. As much as Prema Racing is used to winning in cars, there's still new boys in karting. Tony Kart know everything there is to know about pushing the tyres to the limit. Let's see if he can get one over on Alex Powell. But Alex Powell is no slouch, and he's certainly no rookie. He knows everything he possibly can about this particular chassis and this particular battle out on the course. He's trying to just match Petrovsky for sector times. He was caught a little bit there by Petrovsky on the previous lap. He's now outpaced him in sectors 1 and 2. Now he's got to try and drop him out of the slipstream a little in 3. Kutskov in front of Turney, but Turney has caught him back up. We could see a lead change, but we could see a P3 change as well. Petrovsky goes for the move then on Alex Powell. That'll do nicely. Into the lead. And looking back, Turney has not quite made the move on Kutskov yet. Now he has. Now he has. Dives in on the chicane.
Yeah, gets that done just out of view of camera. I'm still watching your top 2, but yeah, again, every time that I see Powell get over to it doesn't fluster him. He's just, yeah, okay. And he carries on, and it's just, you know, everything that I feel like Powell does, it's for a reason. And I feel like everything he does, it's just he's playing the game here.
Yeah, you're right, because Alex Powell is one of those drivers who, if things aren't going quite right, he plays the long game. He plays the percentages. He thinks, well, you know what? As long as we're in the top 5 going into tomorrow, we're okay. We're going to be in the top 2 rows for the superheat. That's when he unlocks the pace. Now Kuman gets his move up the inside of Kirill Kutskov, and Nikola Kuman up into 4th position. Teresa Babichkova's catching up to these 5 as well. So Babichkova looks like she's going to make up for the retirement earlier on and try and steal a top 5 finish before we're done.
Yeah, that should be liking that one, especially after what happened earlier on today. Hopefully all is well, as Petrovsky now with the fastest lap of the race in the lead, 54.828. But yeah, with Teresa here all over the back of Kirill Kutskov, is just wanting to try and find that way through. He's got to latch on a little bit closer back here with the race lead. Powell not closing in as Petrovsky with that fastest lap of the race on the last lap. But what's happening behind Joe Turney? He's back there in P3 now, and he is about 0.8 of a second or so off from Powell. What are the sector times looking like? Personal best from Joe Turney, sector 1, slightly slower than Powell in sector 2, so they're matching pace, I would say.
This is fascinating, because Joe Turney has obviously had to get himself back together again after losing momentum at the start, and he's done so fairly quickly. Nikola Kuman now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 54.7 from the Italian. Just when you think he's done for the day, he pulls off something like that. He's got himself a chance here of the top 3 if he can keep this going. So Nikola Kuman on the Forza Exprit, still just pushing hard, looking to see other drivers that have made some work. Matilda Patz has unfortunately dropped to the back of the field after an incident during the last lap, and she was mixing it towards the middle of the field there. Arda Turpinen has made up 4 places, almost more than anybody else. Galin's made up 5, as has Max Orlov. Marcus Sater has made up 6 and currently finds himself in 10th position. What's this the replay of? This is Petrovsky's move on Alex Powell for the lead. Pretty dictatorial, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, nothing to really say about that. It was, you know, got the momentum out of the final corner, had the slipstream, pulled out, down the inside. No drama.
So Joe Turney is... Oh, we've got a slow kart on the main straight.
Oh.
That's a terribly frightening moment, as we've got a slow kart on the main straight. That's the CRG.
That's Gali.
That is Olin Gali. Olin Gali pulls to a standstill on the main straight. He was so lucky that he didn't get caught by another kart. He was cruising down the main straight. He was so blessed that nobody came close to him on that main straight, because if he'd have been hit at that sort of speed, well, that could have been another Bondarev-Dahlstrom incident.
Could have been, but luckily the other drivers aware of the impending danger and moving out of the way, which is good to see. And like you say, it might not seem like a lot just to move out of the way, but you've got to think, if they're coming at full chat down that start-finish straight, nearly at 80-odd mile an hour, if not more, you know, they've got to try and get out of the way pretty rapidly.
Final lap, and Joe Turney senses that Alex Powell might be a little weak on this final lap, might be a little bit more conservative than he will. So Joe Turney could steal a 2nd place. And what's that going to do if he does it? It's going to put him into the intermediate classification lead for now. So Joe Turney can see the opportunity. He's nearly gone for it there on the inside of Alex Powell. He's just got to read the situation a little bit faster out of the turn. Through the left-handers, through the triumvirate. Now making his way to the hairpin, into the first part, the left-hander. That's not where he'll go for it. I thought he might have a try in the right-hander, but maybe not. Maybe he's just going to follow in behind and, again, play the long game. He's got the back straight. Can he have a little bit of breathing room to go for the victory in this little duel for 2nd place? No, I think he's going to come from too far back. He's going to have to settle for 3rd. He knows it. Jan Petrovsky knows it too up front. He's going to move to 2:07 compared to Powell on 2:11 and Turney on 2:10. But Jan Prochowski comes through for the win. Good job.
Yeah, nice little run there for Prochowski. He'll be happy with that one, clear by 1.2 seconds as he makes his way round the circuit and back into the pit lane. All the temperature and all the speed starts to die down now as the drivers get themselves sorted out and start to somewhat relax a little bit more after a long, difficult race. 11 laps completed. The Tony Kart Racing team's Jan Prochowski takes the win. Then in OK qualifying Group D and E as they make their way round the track back into the pit lane from Alex Powell and Joe Turney, finishing in that top three a little further down the order. Powell holding on then to that second place spot, maintains the lead in the intermediate classifications for now, of course, with his 211 points from Joe Turney's 210. Prochowski puts himself up into third in the point standings with 207 from Kutzkoff 201. But remember, of course, Gabriel Gomez may be currently fifth in the point standings, but he is maximum points. He is 4 for 4 with 200 points without even needing to do his last race yet. There's a look then at the intermediate classifications then at the end of that race. Prochowski from Powell, Turney, Kuman, Kutzkoff from Babic-Kova rounding out the top 6 from Sater and Flusha, Orlov and Q rounding out the top 10. Simisvara and Dubonetsky from Kolnagi, Knight and Strauven rounding out the top 15 for the Cup Republic Motorsport team, some 10 seconds further down the road, which just shows the speed that they have. Vizela Miskalaidis then rounds out the top 16 from Alexander Bognovic, Matti Rittanen and Jakub Raschke, Maximilian Angelard and Chi Newman round out the top 21. Ada Turpanen and Filippo Fiorentino round out the top 23 from Ryan Vincent and Ivo Bastrada. Matilda Patz and Olen Gali, they rounded out the final couple of positions on track. Gali and Sawyer, the two retirements from that race. A look at the replay here. Powell with the brilliant start here. Turney taking advantage of it as well, holding on to P2 on that inside line. It was 3 wide further back as the whole field tried to squeeze their way through. This is the moment where we saw a slight mistake here from Turney. It looked okay in the entry, but then just clipped that curb a little harder on the second apex. And this is where then Prochowski took second place from Turney and then got up into that one and then was immediately on the attack of Alex Powell later on. This was the move for Powell. No real drama between this. Got into the slipstream and just drove away with it. No drama whatsoever in towards turn one. A favourite for the rest of the drivers. Powell tried his hardest to fight back in the later stages of the race, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it done as Turney tried his very best to close in at the checkered flag. Failed to do so. They go into the next round with 210 and 211 points apiece. But Prochowski takes the win, and the next group gets themselves lined up, ready to go. They have their little brief. And, of course, while we talk about that one, we talk about Scott Lindblom, of course, the driver who had a brilliant season last year in this team, this time around the Swiss driver, who's had a fantastic week so far with a decent qualifying. We caught up with him earlier on.
I'm looking forward to driving with Tony Kart, and I really hope we can make a success of this season, and I really hope we can get some good results. I think that all of these new tracks are going to be really fun to test some new tracks and just to learn them and to drive on them. The new team feels really good. Tony Kart is really good, and I've been preparing for this season to both train and to make myself better. For sure, the racing will be very competitive as last year. Also many new drivers, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm really confident with the kart and with the team, and I am really confident about to win. Feels really good, and the material is definitely really good, so I have very high hopes to win.
High hopes to win there for Scott Lindblom, and he starts this one on the outside row on row number 3. The next race is OK Junior, qualifying heat A and F, now making their way out onto the circuit. And once again, the front row. A very exciting lineup. Tame Soleil in the 208 starting on pole position. He's got Alexander Bondarev alongside from Jacopo Martinez and Matthias Orjuela starting alongside. Daniel Dalakian for the Pantheon team. He starts on that third row on the inside line next to Scott Lindblom. He's got Gabriel Koeniken behind and Luna Fluscher on that fourth row. Kirill Ditiev and Mero Peldas round out the top 10 on row 5 from Kresim Skulinov, and Marcus Silkunas rounding out the top 6 rows. Alex Martinez and Oliver Kinmark round out row 7 from Roman Kanyab and Kimi Tani. Louis Cochet and Alphonse Mittinen, they round out the top 9 rows from Hugo Marti and Jensen Burnett, the Canadian driver, starting this one on P20 on row 10 from Sebastian Korpeng and Klara Karolczek on row 11. Jensen Burns and Nikita Nikashov round out the top 12 rows from Louis Castellini and Tamas Gender on row 13. Enzo Ruggiero rounds out the 14 rows. He starts this one at the back of the grid. All karts make their way out onto the circuit, which is straight away a good sign. The intermediate classifications then so far for this one. Timo Ramikas leading the current point standings with 224 points from Zach Drummond's 217. Kaczynski rounds out the top 3 with 194, just 3 points ahead of the man who's starting on pole position on this one, Tame Soleil. And of course, with that points he would gain, his 50 points, he would then go back to the top of the intermediate classifications. The driver for the Sauber Academy team, who's had a very decent weekend so far, looking to see if he can capitalize on this one for the rest of it. So on the infield they go. They'll get themselves lined up in this one. We saw an interesting shake-up as well earlier on with one of these groups. We saw the drivers right up in the sharp end. We had Koeniken battling away with Mero Peldas. We had Ditiev down there. Skulinov was there. Alex Martinez was up in the top 1. All of our wild cards were battling. Kowalski was there. Hugo Marti was there. The same with Dalakian, of course, as well. All involved in that sort of top section. So brilliant to see as once again we go into the final corner, and Gonzalo there gets them slowed down. Hopefully we go first time of asking here as they make their way round the final corner. Tame Soleil on the left, Bondarev on the right, into the tram lines. Green flag goes out, down into turn 1. Great start then from Tame Soleil. Bondarev caught sleeping. Down in the pack, he gets swamped. Down into P4. No, I think he holds on to it, and 2 cuts off in the background. It's a Sodi and a Tony cut off.
Oh, that's gone very badly wrong indeed for the 226 in the middle pack. That's Louis Cochet.
Yeah.
And I think he ended up there with Kimi Tani, actually. And there's more problems further round.
Yeah. Louis Cochet out. Kinmark has got a problem. And Castellini.
Yeah, there is Louis Castellini. So he's gone. And it was Marcus Shilkunias that got involved in the incident with Louis Cochet initially. There is Cochet trying to get started again. It's not going to happen.
No.
And for Castellini, neither. So Kinmark is gone as well. He's on the far side of the course. The Kinmark in a separate incident. In fact, we've also lost one of the Ricky Flynns that's gone off there. That's Roman Kanyab has come off the road there with Gabriel Koeniken. So Koeniken is gone, and there is Roman Kanyab walking in. So there's 2 separate incidents that have happened on this first lap then. One at turn 1 and another in the second sector. So big problems at the start. Soleil leading Bondarev, who has worked his way back up into second place off the start. He dropped to 3rd position initially behind Jacopo Martinez, but he's been able to get back past him. So Bondarev is now in second to Martinez, Dalakian, Orjuela and Skulinov as they continue to mix it. So there is still a lot to battle with, but Bondarev is going straight for Tame Soleil. He wants a piece of the victory.
I thought some debris had fallen off a kart there. I thought it was a kart component. It wasn't. It was just a stone that got flicked up. Thank you to your binoculars, Jake. They came in very handy there.
They're not bad, are they?
They're pretty good. There's a look at the race start, and yeah, just you couldn't really tell from that angle, but it just looked like, yeah, it just got turned around, and I think the other driver there, the Tony kart, was just there, a victim there.
Yeah, that was
nowhere to go.
That was Marcus Shilkunias. Now, Bondarev all over the back of Tame Soleil. Sadly, we didn't see the incident that took out Gabriel Koeniken and Roman Kanyab, but they definitely went together. Now, Soleil gestures to Bondarev, come on, let's pull away. And for once, the driver behind decides to have a think about that for a moment, rather than just go for the move on the inside of turn 1. So Bondarev decides to give Tame Soleil the benefit of the doubt. Actually, if I follow you a little bit, I can look after my tyres and brakes a little bit, but I'm going to go for the move as soon as I think it's ready to, says Bondarev. His teammate Martinez is just behind him, so he'll want to go for the move when the opportunity arises. Well, with Castellini, Cochet, Kamyab and Kunakan out of the race, there are only 23 karts still running. Bondarev in behind Tame Soleil. Then Martinez's third from Delakian, Skudanov, Lindblom, Ditiev, Flusha, Orquela and Alex Martinez. So this is going to be an interesting one as they go down the back straight. Bondarev follows Tame Soleil for one more lap. Is he going to go for the overtaking move? He'll have to think about it into turn one. But Tame Soleil will surely know that Bondarev is still there. Is this going to be a charge forward for Alexander Bondarev? Well, he's not going to get the overtake this time. Meanwhile, Delakian's going to have Lindblom to the inside line. Lindblom gets through and Ditiev gets through. Much to the expense of Dan Delakian, who drops 2 places.
Yeah, Dan struggling in this one. He had a great showing earlier on today as Gil Ditiev sets the fastest lap of the race, 55.941 for the Tony Kart Racing team. It just shows that you can always have those up and downs. He had a great race earlier. Again, brings the question, did he push those tyres a little too hard? Now he's suffering from that joy he had earlier on. Now with the tyres struggling for traction, that always beggars the question. But Tame Soleil here leading the way. I wouldn't say comfortably from Bondarev, but Martinez is keeping Bondarev somewhat on his tiptoes a little bit here.
This is an important one for Tame Soleil to hold on to because Bondarev can really take some points off him and cost him the potential to start the superheat from pole tomorrow. So Bondarev really wants to gain a few more points though. He's on 217. If he gets the win in this one, that'll take him to 223. That'll push him past Zach Drummond. So this is quite an important one for Alexander Bondarev to win if he can make it happen. So he's got to keep pushing. He's got to keep the faith alive. He's right in behind Tame Soleil. The Sauber Academy driver is going to get the move here from Bondarev, but Soleil read it. He read it beautifully, and so Bondarev is going to drop back into second place once again. That was well read by Tame Soleil. He knew Bondarev was going to go for it. What about the next corner? Not going to happen there. So can Bondarev try again in the right-hander? Not going to happen on this occasion. Soleil going to take it nicely through. The trouble is you don't want to cost your tyres too much. You've still got to keep them going to the end of the superheat tomorrow so you can have as much of a race battle as you want. But the more you force the issue, the more you're going to burn out your tyres for tomorrow. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be tactical about when you make the play. Out of the final turn, down the home straight again. Is Soleil going to have to go defensive in a turn one on Bondarev? No, he can hold the position.
No, I don't think he's going to go defensive again, actually, because Bondarev, I think, while he had a quick look over his shoulder, did Tame Soleil, Bondarev just signaled to him, right, okay, let's go, because I can see my teammate Martinez just behind. I don't like that. I want to kind of break away a little bit, and I think Bondarev is going to stick to his word here and stay in second place to see if they can try and pull away.
The thing is, there's no reason really for no reason really for Bondarev to go aggressive on Soleil. He can just sit back and wait for his moment. As Delakian picks up a warning flag for his incidents earlier on, there is Skudanov dueling with Lindblom, and Kunakan is the one who gets the investigation for the incident with him and Roman Kamyab, which will just add insult to injury because, of course, both drivers, Kamyab and Kunakan, are now out of the race. So Soleil still has Bondarev all over the back of him. Bondarev very strong off the back straight. So as they go across the line, 3 laps to go. Bondarev's got to time the move for the lead effectively. He doesn't want to do it too early. Soleil drifts out a little wide through turn one. That's going to be a comfort for Bondarev. He doesn't want to push it too hard, but he also knows that the man in front is fairly vulnerable. So Bondarev with a little bit more experience of this than Tame Soleil. So he's got a good chance to make it work in his favour. Don't forget that Alexander Bondarev came into the 2021 season as an independent. They were a family little independent outfit, and he has managed to get himself up towards the top 10 on several occasions with that particular team. Then he switched to Ricky Flynn last year. Should have had a title campaign for my money, but unfortunately at Zuera it all came unstuck and he had to sit out the rest of the season with a leg injury. Now he is back in the Kart Republic. This is his opportunity. This is his chance. If he can get a podium here, then it sets him off on a good attack for the title. And so Alexander Bondarev really wants to make good use of things. He's all over the back of Tame Soleil. 2 laps to go. This is about the moment when Bondy will want to try and make the move for it.
I still don't think he's going to do it, though. I think he's going to just maintain the tyres. The body language that he's showing, usually at this stage, I'll agree with you, he'd go for the move, 100%. But we're seeing something a little bit different here, maybe a slightly more reserved Bondarev. He's got the fast lap of the race. Now he's going to go for the move. So he did go for it. I just thought he was going to do it a little bit earlier than he actually did.
And you know what? He managed to stop the kart travelling in the apex that time, so Soleil couldn't come back at him. That was well read from Bondarev. He learned from the first move that didn't work. Dan Delakian with a warning flag then. So that will add to his problems. And Matthias Orjuela as well.
That's his second warning flag in this race as well for Dan Delakian.
Yes, it is. So I have a feeling that Delakian is going to pick up a little bit of an issue post-race. He may have to go see the stewards for that one. However, Jacopo Martinez now wants a piece of Team Soleil, and this could be quite a dramatic change. If Soleil loses that second place to Martinez, that could change things dramatically. Bondarev is now only 1 point behind Timo Ramakas in the interim rankings, as Gerasim Skudanov now picks up an investigation flag. He's only in 6th behind Lindblom and Ditiev now. Luna Flusha there in 7th place, looking for good points as well. So it's very tight. And there's Martinez on the inside of Team Soleil. That is crucial. Soleil trying to get back at him. Got him back again. Beautiful.
Yeah, well calculated there from Team Soleil. Did exactly the same on Bondarev earlier on, didn't he? But now instantly going defensive. He's going to have to park it on the apex here to stop Martinez getting that cut down the inside line as they reach that power down this corner and onto the back straight they go. Final lap board is out, and Bondarev leading the way pretty comfortably.
History repeating itself for the second time in as many weeks. Soleil's going to hold on from Martinez, but across the line, just like Saturday night 2 weeks ago, it's Bondarev who gets the job done. Excellent work from Sasha Bondarev. He's got a real love of Aston Martin. Ironic, really, when that brand is associated with James Bond. And it is Bondi who gets the job done here at the front end. Alexander Bondarev, Sasha to his mates, has done a great job, and he has taken yet another Saturday night sensation to take him into Sunday. Brilliant stuff from Alexander Bondarev. That was beautiful.
Yeah, very nice little race there after 9 laps. The Kart Republic driver bringing it home, and again a solid result. He then at the end of that one pushes himself up into 3rd in the point standings, 223, just 1 point behind Timo Ramakas. But remember, Ramakas not in this race. He'll be out later on and he will extend that lead. Team Soleil though leads the point standings at the moment with 235, clear by 12 points from the drivers behind. Martinez there with the 205, rounds out the top 5 from Zach Drummond's 217. Drivers make their way into the pit lane. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of the OK Junior qualifying heat A and F. Bondarev takes the win from Team Soleil. Jacopo Martinez from Scott Lindblom. Kirill Ditiev and Gerasim Skudanov round out the top 6 from Luna Flusha, and Daniel Delakian, who rounds out the top 8. Hugo Marti from Alex Martinez from Kimi Tani. Jason Burns rounds out the top 12 from Alphonse Mittinen. Sebastian Corpeng and Matthias Orjuela rounds out the top 15.
Merel Peldes still doing good work out there in 16th in front of Enzo Ruggiero. Clara Kowalczyk doing fairly well from Marcus Shilkunas and Jensen Burnett. Then Thomas Jenda, Nikita Nikishov, and Oliver Kinmark, who did get going again to come home in 23rd. 4 retirements, all of them on the first lap. Gabriel Koenikan and Roman Kamyab were caught up in one incident. Louis Cochet and Louis Castellini were caught up in another. Just trying to do the math on where things stand at the moment. Soleil, Ramakas, Bondarev, Drummond and Martinez, I think, have all actually done their final races. So Soleil has 235, Ramakas has 224, Bondi has 223, Drummond has 217, Martinez 205. So that's not bad going. Soleil, Ramakas and Bondarev still all very much contenders for the race victory in tomorrow's final. Here they come. And as we look back over the highlights again, very aggressive start from Martinez. Bondarev, look, he actually got a poor start initially, but he held his nerve around the outside of the hairpins and slotted himself in. That's where we get the pitch around as Cochet and Shilkunas go sideways. Castellini is off the mix there somewhere. So too is Kinmark trying to get the kart going again as Castellini pulls off to retire. Fair play to Kinmark. He actually got the kart push started again. Kamyab and Koenikan, we didn't see their incident, but they got caught up in another separate moment as Lindblom and Ditiev went to battle with Dan Delakian, the Pantano driver, actually picking up 2 warning flags over the course of this race. But Soleil versus Bondarev, that was great to watch, and Bondi got Soleil. Soleil got him straight back again. And so Bondarev decided not to waste time battling, just give him a second chance. And then Bondarev got his move. This is how he got the win one, though, this time. That's the same move as before, my apologies. That's a different angle on the same move. With the later move, at exactly the same point, this is how he stopped it. Look at him on the inside apex. That's better. Stopped it travelling.
Completely different strategy that time around. Crucially as well, it was a smart drive from Bondarev. He waited for a while to stop anyone from behind making the move. That was where we saw the change from Martinez and Team Soleil as well. But Team Soleil able to defend that one exactly the same way he did from Bondarev, but Bondarev would take the win at the end of the 9 laps of racing, and again, a brilliant result. He'll be happy with that one.
The last race of the day for the contenders then in Groups A versus F, and one of the drivers who has stepped up to the world of the OK Senior category this year that we have yet to hear from is the man who won last year's European Championship as a junior for the Paralin Motorsport team, Anatoly Kevalkin, who starts from P8.
After I became the European champion, in my mind changed that I have to drive more calm and with more using the brain. With the European, I understand that I have to do the best that I can. Is not to be the fastest on the track, is to be the clever on the track. I think that these 4 circuits for the European Championship will be very interesting because nobody have not ever been here and nobody have not understand and have not know how to drive on these circuits, and very important to understand the line, the speed, how to work with the MG Tyres on each circuit. In each track, if we find the settings for the car and for the chassis and from the engine, I think I can be in top 5 of the best drivers in OK Senior this year. The best that we can do is win something because I think the car and chassis and engine works very good. Actually, this track I like it. I really like it.
Anatoly Kevalkin starting from P8 on the starting grid, the European champion in junior last year, stepping up to OK in 2023. And he has certainly proven himself to be one of the smarter drivers. He mentioned there in the interview, you know, his attitude has changed. He's a lot calmer now. He doesn't really see himself as needing to be the fastest out there, just needing to be the smartest out there. And he certainly seems to have taken that to heart, stepping up to the world of OK. As you can see there, 3 races to go here in the Saturday of running here on the Kartódromo Internacional. Look at Guerrero. So good to see how everything has come together here in Valencia. What a fabulous opening weekend this has been for the European Championship. It's your first time in the FIA karting paddock, but it's certainly not your first time to the Valencia circuit.
No.
How have you been able to get a read on, you know, just the intensity and the electricity around this particular event?
I think, you know, everything that these drivers do in the European scene, despite, depending on what category that they've been in, all builds up to this moment, you know, the first round and racing in the FIA Championship, because this is the one that means the most, I think, to everyone. Being the champion, the European champion in the FIA, and even later on in the series, world champion as well. It means the most to everyone. And I feel like this atmosphere that the drivers have around this beautiful circuit, I think brings a lot of clarity towards me about really the sort of skill that these drivers truly, truly have.
And if you look at the drivers that have come through from this world into the world of Formula One, I mean, you look at the drivers that have won the European Championship compared to the World Championship, some drivers actually say it's tougher to win the European than it is to win the World because you have to keep that level of speed and consistency across 4 weekends. The drivers that have won European Championships are the likes of Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton, Michael Schumacher, Alex Albon, you know, these kind of incredible drivers that have gone all the way up to the top of the sport. It is fascinating, isn't it, to see that, you know, sometimes it's actually harder to sustain that over the course of 4 weekends than it is to get through just in one World Championship weekend when it's gone well.
Yeah, and of course, when it is a one-off like that, you know, you have got that responsibility of the fact that, yes, okay, it was a challenge, but you could also be gifted it if there's an incident or anything like that, the 2 favourites crash or anything like that as well. So there is that benefit that comes across where you can come along there. So that's why, yes, I will agree and definitely say that, you know, it is harder to win the European Championship because, yes, you have to be consistent across those 4 weekends. And the levels of tracks that we've got this year, like you say, 4 brand new tracks for the series. This is going to be an interesting one. Very much looking forward to it. Engines fire up. It's next race. It's okay. It's qualifying heat A and F.
So for Gabriel Gomez, there is one easy task. Make it 5 out of 5. Oh, yeah, it's easy. Yeah, ask that to Gabriel Gomez. Is it easy? He lines up alongside Kian Nakamura-Berta, Arthur Poulain and Francisco Macedo from Ian Eichmans and Martin Molnar, Gilles Caranta and Anatoly Kivalkin, Lucas Samalisto and Nasha Tunion, Maciej Gladish and Jimmy Helias, Sebastiano Pavan and Guillaume Bouzard, Zoe Florescu and Gustav Wisniewski from Adam Hideg and Kiana Blum, Matthias Mogato and Max Popov from Petra Babičkova and Emily Koivisto, Peter Stella and Mark Kastelic, Anea Frey and Petar Agiv from Nicola Nalati, Maxim Haratunian and Ronnie Stefani. For Gabriel Gomez, 5 out of 5 is looking likely.
It very much is. We spoke to him earlier on today after one of his wins, I think, after he'd done 3 of 3. He did 4 of 4. I spoke to him briefly after speaking to Lefway Budler, and he was just like, oh, yeah, it's going well. He didn't sound nervous, but his face said a million words, I think. You think, what's going on?
This is such a different challenge for him, isn't it, from Lefway Budler? I mean, he's come into this weekend not expecting to be at the front, and then suddenly finds himself in a position where he is, and he's got to cope with it. In 24 hours, he's just got to adapt, switch, and then turn it on the dial. It's been amazing.
It's been brilliant. Smoke clears then as the drivers make their way around the track for their second formation start. And like I say, the crowds have been pretty decent here. The grandstand's relatively filled with activity. You see the engineers there on your right-hand side of your screen, just in front of the Digi flag board. And yeah, there's another little grandstand at the exit of turn 1, and you've got the main big grandstand that's at the final chicane as well, and all of them full of people. Also the viewing area on top of the cafe as well.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see the crowds flock into Valencia. This is one of my favourite karting circuits in the world. It's always got that real nice vibe about it, and I think you can't really fabricate that. There's certain circuits that just have a nice atmosphere and a nice environment around them. It's not just about facilities, it's not just about the circuit itself, it's about the feeling that you get when you walk through the gate, that pleasant sort of vibe that kicks in. And I've felt that ever since I came here on day 1 in 2018, years ago, for some of the other competitions that we've done. And we've now done multiple different types of race event here as part of the RGMMC group. But this place is so familiar, it's so friendly, it's quite close to the base of so many people that work in this sport. It's a wonderful, wonderful circuit, and it's fabulous that we've been able to bring the European Championship here. I think it deserves it. It's had an amazing amount of credence over the years, but to get the European Championship, it's a big one. It's a big feather in the cap, and I think Lucas and the whole team can be very proud of what they've put together here. So now we've got Gomez and Nakamura-Berta side by side. This will be an interesting challenge. Nakamura-Berta trying to read Gomez's throttle. Here we go. And the final time of asking for Groups A and F. It's a good start on the inside from Poulain. He follows in behind Gomez. Nakamura-Berta's gone out quite wide, and there's problems further back. 3 cars drifting off the road. That's Inea Frey, I think, going off the road there in the Beyond Racing team car. They've all managed to rejoin. It's also one of the Forzas that went off. I think that might have been Gustav Wisniewski drifting off the road there.
Yeah,
managed to pick it up, but that's a lot of time lost. And I think there was another kart that drifted off the road in that. I think it was Max Popov, who also drifted off and is down to the back. But it's Gomez from Poulain and Eichmans. Then it is Caranta, who has moved up to 4th position. Nakamura-Berta already down to P5. Not good.
Gladish going for a move there, going into that infield section.
What a start from Gladish, P6.
Yeah, brilliant result there, and it's all gone well. I think may have got in front of all that went off in that sort of mid-pack section as well, so that may have benefited getting up into that order. Out of the final corner they go then, back onto the start-finish straight. We end lap 1, and it's Gomez from Poulain, Eichmans from Caranta, Nakamura-Berta down into P5 from that outside line. Gladish up 5 places, up to P6. Kavalkin there in 7th from Pavan and Samalisto. Molnar, the top 10.
Eichmans is looking pretty threatening behind Arthur Poulain, and they are in different teams, don't forget. Tony Kart Factory versus Ward Racing. Eichmans having a look. Caranta, they're in 4th place in the energy course, going well, the Frenchman. And then we have Nakamura-Berta, 5th position. Last year's European champion, Maciej Gladish is going for him. And the Academy Trophy winner a couple of seasons ago has worked his way forward. Maciej Gladish just past the European champion. There's the feather, there's the cap, stick it in it.
104 managing to get through as well. Kavalkin getting past, and Nakamura-Berta also getting that position and moving up. So again, it's all starting to shake up in this midfield section more to the front, but crucially, look at Gomez once again. Now 0.3 of a second as Eichmans down the inside of Poulain. Gets it done through turn 1. Nice move.
Yeah, good run from the Belgian. Ian Eichmans into 2nd position, and now we watch for Caranta and Gladish, who are really starting to rain down on the parade. Gladish is having an absolute rout here in 5th position. Looking for the move on Karanta again. Can't quite get close enough to the Energy Course driver to make the bid that time. But he's definitely taken all of the problems out of qualifying in this particular heat. Here he goes on the inside of Karanta. He's nailed that left-hander move, hasn't he? He's done it a few times today. And now he has got himself up into 4th place. Right, that's Karanta done. Next target, after Poulain. Go get him.
Yeah, and he gets away with that move because the drivers behind don't see that that's where he's doing it. The people who only see it are the people he's overtaken, who then can't repeat it back on him.
Oh, this is lovely chance from Kavalkin, and Nakamura Berta actually went airborne, but somehow he comes out of it, still in the lead of it. Pavan now going side by side with Kavalkin. Here comes Samalisto to try and take it on the inside line as well. Kavalkin's going to drift wide. I really want to see that in slow-mo because Nakamura Berta, I'm not kidding, he went 4 wheels in the air. All of them left the deck.
Yes, unfortunately, during that process, he cut a corner. So he may come back to bite him if it's not already bitten with there. Warning flag, yeah, straight away for that one. Yeah, and again, you're right, it was all 4 wheels off the car. I don't think the kart appreciated that as well. That may have been quite uncomfortable.
Yes, indeed. But there is Kier Nakamura Berta, the part Japanese, part British driver, working his way through on the far side. Onto the back straight once again. And there's Maciej Gladish, now right on the tail of Arthur Poulain. He is just in overtake heaven. Into 3rd place comes the pole. Maciej Gladish is just storming his way up the order. And now Jules Karanta is going to get the same move on Poulain, is he? Yes, he is. He is not intimidated by Poulain's defensive tactics. He makes it stick and up into P4.
Yeah, Karanta taking full advantage of that one. And there goes Nakamura Berta as well, getting the jump on Poulain. So Nakamura Berta back up into P5 as Gomez once again, fastest lap of the race. Poulain now under pressure from Pavan. Sebastiano Pavan just behind, wanting to get past. And it's all going to start shaking up here and pulling out of the slipstream down in towards that infield section. And Pavan gets through. And Poulain here struggling in this midsection of this race. And again, he loses another one as through goes the 104 as Nakamura Berta is now under investigation.
Yep, Kavalkin picking up the move there. But unfortunately, as you say, Nakamura Berta is under investigation for that move at the final chicane. Because obviously, he not only hopped up in the air, but he actually gained positions technically. Let's look at it. Up in the air. And look, he's made an overtake on Kavalkin and Pavan.
Technically done there. Yeah, this is the other angle
They've
here.
got him. Look, they got past him.
Yeah.
Nakamura Berta overshot. 4 wheels in the air. Shot across. Got the places back. I'm afraid that's advantage by leaving the track, isn't it?
Well, the replay there shows that one, and race control will have to deal with it as they can.
He's going to argue it and say, look, they forced me off the road, but I don't think he's really got a leg to stand on. There he goes on the inside of Jules Karanta. Makes the bid. Guillaume Bouzard gets a warning flag, but Nakamura Berta gets back into 4th place. And Maciej Gladish is all over the back of Ian Eichmann's for 2nd now. Look at him.
Yeah, I don't know where Gladish has found this pace from suddenly. Again, has it just been he's looked after those tyres a little bit more? Or has he deployed the new tyres already in this session? Do you reckon he's done that?
It's red mist time, whatever you decide to do. And Maciej Gladish, maybe he has decided, you know what, I can score some big points here if I just put the fresh tyres on. He hasn't got a full set, of course, at his disposal, but every driver has got 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres. It's a 1.5 sets that takes you through the whole weekend. But Maciej Gladish diving in on the inside of Ian Eichmann's. The pole takes on the Belgium. It's wonderful to see a Ricky Flynn Motorsport car up in the top 3 of the senior OK category again. Brilliant job, and Maciej Gladish is flying.
Yeah, this is a brilliant showing here from Gladish. He's just all over every driver here. Just been overtake after overtake. He's got a few laps left in this race. Oh,
that's
dear.
the CRG. I'm afraid that
Ronnie Stefani.
Yeah, that's Ronnie Stefani. He's had problems all through the weekend, I'm afraid, but the Italian is out of the race. I'm okay. I'm just frustrated. Please don't talk to me because you're probably not going to like the end of it. I think he avoided the James Hunt moment there.
Yes, I think so. Gap then between Gomez and Gladish, 1.6 seconds as they just cross the start-finish line. There is a couple of laps left to go. Can he close that gap?
Well, he just
question mark.
He just set the fastest lap of the race. He just did a 54.76.
And he's taken 2 tenths out that lap alone.
Yes, indeed he has. So Gabriel Gomez dominating all 5 heats. If Maciej Gladish is the one that can catch him, pass him, that's going to be a massive confidence boost going into tomorrow.
It certainly would be a kick in the teeth as well for Gomez. I mean, I've had a perfect weekend, and then you come from nowhere and then come through and take the win.
This is a great job from Maciej Gladiš. He's had quite an incredible career in FIA karting over the years. He's not exactly had it all his own way, but he came through as a champion in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in 2021, representing Poland. Did a fantastic job that season as well and battled some great drivers in order to get the title won with a very consistent and solid job. Last year, he moved over to the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team with the new arrangement with the Lando Norris chassis. Had a good competition in the junior category. He did win titles last year as well in junior. It just didn't quite come together with him in the European Championship for whatever reason. It was always an issue in qualifying, or someone would push him off the road or whatever it might be. But he's always had the speed, he's always had the tenacity, and his mindset is absolutely rock solid. He just needs to have that belief in himself. Today, in this final race, he's got his mojo back.
Yeah, definitely so. It's worked out really well here as Caranta. Oh, and he did a bit of a DPK sandwich here. And, well, how on earth they all got out of that one, I'll never know, as through goes the 1-2-3 there as well.
That was brave, because you had Blum, Tunion and Samalisto all in the middle of that for Caranta.
Oh, carbon copy.
Yep, this time, however, Tunion doesn't gain places, he loses places. So I don't think he'll have any problems with that one. So there is Samalisto at the front of the queue now. There's Petra Babičková getting her weight around in the midst of that. Putting her elbows out, going for a few overtaking moves here and there. So she's managed to get past Koivisto and the world champion Matías Morgado in that, so that'll give her a little bit of a confidence boost as well. But Gil Caranta, having initially battled for the top 4, now finds himself down in 12th, just in front of Keanu Blum, and now he's not going to be in front of Keanu Blum anymore, because not only has Blum got through, but so too has Nacho Tunion. Caranta fights straight back again, and Frey picks up a warning flag. Here comes Petra Babičková. Thanks for the gap, I'll take it.
Yeah, that was well timed there from Petra, taking full advantage of that one. This is a good showing from her in this one. Up into P13 now. Through the final chicane they go, and you just saw there a warning flag going out as well to...
That's Nacho Tunion, I think.
Nacho Tunion, yeah, it was.
Now,
it went out too.
How about this? Gomez is probably going to get this win, but look how quickly Gladiš has caught him.
Like I say, the gap's 0.7 of a second now. It was 1.7 like 1 lap ago.
If there was 1 lap to go after this one, I think Gladiš might be thinking about the win, but he's just trying to showcase the kind of speed that he and the team have got. That is going to be resurgent motivation for Ricky Flynn Motorsport overnight. They're going to look at this and go, right, that worked. Let's get that ready for the superheat tomorrow, and we can barnstorm our way through the field. But for Gabriel Gomez up front, it's perfect. 5 from 5 after the fastest lap in qualifying. Gabriel Gomez, dominant, absolutely dominant here. And that is absolutely terrific from his point of view, from CRG's point of view as well. It's been quite a while since the days of Pedro Hiltbrand and Paulo de Conto and all of those heroes. But Gabriel Gomez, oh, after the flag! Gil Caranta, after the flag, has had an incident at turn 1. Now that I want to see again. Was that an engine seizure after the flag? I think it might have been, because that rear axle looks locked to me. Now I wonder if that's been picked up, because Gil Caranta, after the flag, has had an incident there. Goodness me. What a dramatic heat this one was. But Gabriel Gomez, well, he won't stop smiling tonight. 5 out of 5. Perfect result for Gabriel Gomez. But what a fight back from Maciej Gladiš. Game on, baby. Tomorrow is going to be awesome for the pole, as he gives himself an amazing opportunity to fight his quarter. So, Kian Nakamura behind Gomez and Gladiš in the end, but will he take a penalty? Ian Eichmann's 4th from Sebastiano Pavan and Anatoly Kivalkin. Arthur Poulain, Martin Molnar, Francisco Macedo and Lucas Samalisto in the top 10. Then Keanu Blum in front of Gil Caranta. Petra Babičková in 13th. A good fight back from her. 8 places made up. Nacho Tunion in 14th. 7 places made up for Emili Koivisto in 15th as well. Good drive from him. Guillaume Bouzard in front of Matías Morgado. Then Gustav Wisniewski ahead of the hard-charging Maxim Haratunian. Zoe Florescu ahead of Jimmy Helias. Mark Kastelic, Max Popov, Petar Agiv, Peter Stiller, Adam Ideg and Nico Lanalati. The retirements, Enea Frey and Ronnie Stefani. So that is the last race of the day for Gabriel Gomez. And out of the 250 points he could have won, He's won them all. 250 out of 250. You don't see that too often in the world of FIA karting, where a driver wins 5 heats out of 5 starts, and from qualifying in pole position as well. CRG definitely did their homework over the winter. So looks as though Ross Upton is gathering the juniors together so that Pasquale Lupoli, the race director, can have a quick chat with them before the start of this race. I wonder if this is just about the recent driving standards of a couple of the previous races. But anyway, let's look back over the highlights. That's what happened to Caranta post-flag. Goodness me, it just looked as though he hit the brake and the rear axle locked up on him. So an engine seizure post-flag by the look of it. Caranta was very lucky there. Again, you can just watch as Nakamura Berta drops a little bit of pace. The 3 drivers going off the road at the start, they all managed to get going again, fortunately. But right from the start, Gladish had designs on the win. He didn't quite manage it, but second place. And a positive start to proceedings then, finally, for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. They've had a tough start to 2023, but Maciej Gladish giving them plenty of hope, plenty of things to smile about, and a resurgent confidence. This is only his first weekend as a senior, don't forget. Nakamura Berta, 4 wheels in the air, and actually overtaking both Kavalkin and Pavan, who got him in the hairpin, in the chicane, sorry. Look at that, 4 wheels leave the deck. He actually gets back past them. That's going to be looked at later. But Pavan dueling away with Kavalkin. And a little bit of assistance from Lucas Samalisto. Some great racing all the way through. Gladish just picked them off one by one, though, picking them off like raisins through the race. Absolutely perfect. Nakamura Berta did get the chance to fight back. That move on Caranta, quite decisive for the rest of Caranta's race. But Gladish knew that Eichmanns was going to have to bail out once he had the move up the inside. Spent a long time catching up to Gomez. Final couple of corners, there were some big moments. Caranta getting in the midst of the DPKs. A Gilles Caranta sandwich on DPK bread there as they worked their way through. But Caranta had all sorts of problems. Flotsam and jetsam everywhere you look. Even Nacho Tunion couldn't keep it on the road. But up in front, it was Gabriel Gomez all the way. Good to see Caranta battling for every quarter he was giving and losing out on. Petra Babičková able to pick up some pieces there as well. But up front, the CRG man, Gabriel Gomez of Brazil. 5 wins out of 5. Monstrous, dominant. Catch me if you can, boys. Tomorrow is going to be mine as well, as far as he's concerned. Wow, fantastic. Down in the pit lane, we've spoken to Gabriel Gomez already, but what about the man who's just stormed through to second place? Anthony Jordan is with Maciej Gladish.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down in Parc Ferme, and with our driver who finished second place in that one, Maciej Gladish. Maciej, well, what a fantastic race that was. You came through from the midfield about P11, and you were thinking you could have won that race, weren't you?
Yeah, I think I could have won that race, but my mechanic was showing to me to drive more calm because we were trying to save the tires for the super heat tomorrow. But I'm very happy the pace was there, and I think, yeah, it was a very good race. I'm happy I finished second and not do any stupid move or something. So I think for the super heat I might start in the top, so we'll see.
Well, it's been a solid day for you. You've come through the field in quite some way. Like you were saying, qualifying didn't go your way. But let's talk a little bit more about the tyres, because the strategy have come into that one. What have you done? Can you tell us, like, you know, have you gone for like one or the other? Have you put the new tyre on yet, or have you saved them?
So basically, you need to save the tires. Like, first heat is the most important, because if you do something, you crash, then the tires are good. You can little bit push more in the heat. But if you do like not good moves or something and the tires are, you know, already bad, then for the next heat you need to be very calm. You cannot make any mistakes. Like 2 weeks ago I had like pushed too much because I didn't know these tires well, but now I understand quite well these tires. So yeah, but also when the tires are getting old, we're changing the sides, and for the last heat or fourth heat, we're putting 2 new tires.
Well, it's been a solid weekend for you. Like you say, you've come through the field, brilliant results, and it's looking good for the super heats tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll finish around top 5 or maybe even higher, because the pace is there, so we have big chance.
Well done today. Congratulations. We'll enjoy your evening.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent there. Great to chat to Magic Gladys there. But you can't take it away from Gabriel Gomez as well. He's had 5 for 5 in the wins. Only a few more races to go. Jake, back to you.
So the battles will continue here at Valencia. And now we've got the OK Junior qualifying heat, B versus C. This is the last junior race of the day. Elliot Kaczynski, Nicholas Schaufler, Salim Hadar and Christian Kostoya, then Dries van Langendonk and Lewis Werrell, Alpak Soy and Marius Barryberg, Ethan Lennon and Kit Bilowski, Murado Doroka and Sandro Perez, Noah Montero, Alfie Slater, Arjen Kraling and Kozai Oguma, Tiziana Monza and Alexander Chartier from Ralph and Tharden and Guy Albag, Wojciech Woda and Jason Bralich, Luca Horton and Jared Clark from Lewis Francis, David Kozma, Matt Corby and Mickey Blaskos. 9 laps to go then for the juniors today. And this is the race that will decide who is going to go into the interim in the lead. Kaczynski has 194 points from the 200 he set out to score. So he is looking very strong. But Nicholas Schaufler has 176 out of the 200 he set out to score. So he is also in a strong position to try and make something of this. It's going to be a very intriguing battle. So let's see how it all continues. We're going to be in for an extra special final race here as we battle once again. So let's see if it continues in fine style, this last race of the day. Now the contenders pushing their way around the circuit, just trying to warm up the tyres and brakes one last time. These 5 races, so grueling for the juniors that take part in them. But for Elliot Kaczynski and Nicholas Schaufler, this is the chance to put up or shut up at the end of a very busy day. Great to hear from Maciej Gladys just then. The Polish driver racing beautifully to second position. But there is still more to do. 1 more junior race and 1 more senior race to go before we shut up shop for the night. And out in the front end, Elliot Kaczynski and Nicholas Schaufler with plenty to do. Buoyed by the performance of Maciej Gladys, what can Salim Hadar do from 3rd position? His mentor, Juan Pablo Montoya, is here in the paddock, coaxing him and giving him all the tools and the resources he needs to make that final push. This could be a chance for Salim Hadar to go and get a victory to sign off on Saturday at the front end of the field. They're finally coming good, the RFM boys, on their Lando Norris chassis. Christian Kostoya really missed out on a chance last time, had to come home at the back, so he'll want revenge for that. And what about Van Langendonk? What about Lewis Werrell in 6th position? There's a lot of variables. And of course, our superstar wildcard, Marius Barryberg, in the hunt for a new set of skids on his feet. So let's see, are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. No waiting around. Up to the start. Kaczynski getting a good run. Bit of dust kicked up on the main straight, but everybody else getting through. Is it going to be done? No, more problems. And that is one of the Birolats. That's Sandro Perez. And he is connected with Alfie Slater, who's had yet another heartbreak on the first lap.
And as you can see there, Sandro Perez not happy. Alfie Slater just trying to say, oh, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault.
We just all went into the same corner together. It's not me.
Oh, there's another one off.
That's the Koski. That is Wojciech Woda.
Oh, nightmare for the wild card this weekend off the track, and he's going to have quite a significant piece of damage underneath that chassis now. Chopping and changing as back through goes Schaufler into P3, trying to defend that position as much as he can. Salim Hadar, though, looking comfortable in 2nd, though, as they go into the final chicane then. Across the line they go, and Elliot Kaczynski leads the way across the line from Hadar. Schaufler, Van Langendonk, great start from Van Langendonk, 1 position gain. Tiziano Monza, 8 places gained in that one. He's up into P9.
Yeah, really good work from Tizzy. He's making his final play and making a good one of it. So some good battles there. But Elliot Kaczynski is on the verge of gunning for the win in the qualifying classification. We know that Gabriel Gomez has got it in the seniors, but who is going to get it in the juniors? Kaczynski's the favourite for it. As long as he stays where he is and doesn't lose too many places, then he is going to be the interim leader ahead of Saleh, Ramakas and Bondarev, the 4 top men over the course of this weekend in junior then. So let's see who's going to get it as they come through down the straight. Kozma is there in the midst, trying to work his way forward. He's made up 6 places. Clark has made up 5 as well, so quite a few people making up some good ground. Just saw him going through there as he battled with Luca Horton and Lewis Francis. But now Nicholas Schaufler is the fastest man on track. A 56.0 that time around. 0.2 of a second and 0.3 of a second faster than the men in front. Schaufler's not done yet, folks.
Very much not so. You can see him there in P3. The DPK driver, now starting to slowly reel in on Salim Hana, who's there in second, and again, just keeping an eye on it. 0.4 of a second is the gap this time around as they break the next timing beam, as they exit through this infield section. We'll find out what happens a little bit later on. There's Lewis Werrell, though, right behind Castoya. And Castoya again, who's, I think, just dropping Werrell here a little bit as they break away. This is interesting stuff. Not long left in this race.
No, indeed. There's only 9 laps of racing in the OK Juniors. So 3 laps done, 6 to go. And still, Salim Hana all over the back of Elliot Kaczynski. Here comes the bit further back as we've got 3 drivers here dueling for position. That's Lennon, Montero and Monza. And Kipolowski there in 11th in front of Arjen Kreling. Now let's have a look at the start again. And who is it that went onto the grass at the start? You can just about see that kicked up. 3 from the back, that is. That's Horton.
I think it was Luca Horton, yeah. There was the incident between Perez and Slater. Now, I just want to see what happened there.
Just too many karts into too small a space, but Sandra is absolutely adamant that was your fault, Alfie. And Alfie's like, no, I don't think you'll find it was. We were just racing drivers going for a position.
Yeah.
It's a tough one when you're the one who comes off worse, of course. And Wojciech Woda is getting a little bit of grass tracking in there. Good preparation for rallycross one day, but not for karting, unfortunately. So Werrell hanging on here in front of Christian Castoya, having moved his way through to 4th.
Yeah, he's managed to get past him now, but instantly he's going to be under pressure here as Castoya. Is he going to go for the move? No, stays behind. Thinks against it, but I reckon he had the slipstream there. I reckon if he wanted to go for it, he would have done, but maybe just working with Werrell, see if they can try and latch onto the group in front. So again, we do see this getting deployed quite often, and you know what? I think it's working, because if you look at Werrell here, he's all over the back of Schaufler there.
Yeah, he's gaining ground on Schaufler at exactly the right pace. He doesn't need to push it too hard here. Kaczynski's not actually overexerting the kart much either. Werrell setting the fastest lap that time by 55.9. That was the previous lap, actually. He got the fastest lap, so he's still there or thereabouts, taking Castoya for the ride. So it's Kaczynski, Hana, Schaufler, Werrell, Castoya. Then you've got Van Langendonk in front of Aksoy, Lennon, Montero, Monza, Belowski and Kreling. Van Tharden going well in 13th. David Cosma picks up a warning flag now. So unfortunately, his move through the field has not come to the fore that he was hoping for. Lennon in 8th position. There's Werrell, gets the move on Schaufler. So Lewis Werrell waiting till the last moment to get his way further up the order, and now that's going to give him a few more points. Looking at 8th position at this precise moment. Let's have a look at Werrell making his bid. He got the move there on Castoya, and now he's going to try and make the same bid a couple of corners later on Nicolas Schaufler, and as we already know, he's made it to 3rd. Now he's going to go for Salim Hana.
Yes, he is indeed. So, here they go now, and, well, the gap is about 0.2 of a second between Werrell and Salim Hana. Oh, and there's 2 karts off that have come together at turn 7.
Yes, indeed. One of them's a Miralart and one of them's a Koski.
Okay, so it's the 499. That's Wojciech Woda again.
And that's the 240 that's gone with him. That is Luca Horton of Bahrain.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Disappointing. Both drivers were on the back foot already. And Schaufler is now down to 5th. Werrell has got through into 3rd, as we know, because Stoya has managed to get through into 4th position now as well. That's Lennon and Montero battling away for 8th position and 9th. But now Schaufler down to 5th. This is a heart-wrencher for Schaufler. He's now dropped behind Drummond in the rankings.
Yeah, that is not what Schaufler wants in this one, because he's been a dominant force this weekend so far, hasn't he?
He's been one of the fastest drivers over 1 lap for sure, and it's just all come away from him in the heats for whatever reason. The tyres haven't quite come up to temperature, or they've overcooked themselves, whatever it is. But now in the last race, he is losing positions hand over fist. He can't afford to lose too many more, as he's already looking at starting, well, he's looking at starting the 2nd of the Super Finals from 3rd position on the inside line. So that's not bad going, but he still doesn't really want to be that far down. Cosma, an investigation flag. That could be for a 2nd warning flag.
Yeah, that's not gone well for him in this race, has it? And that's been a common trendsetter in this second half of the day, isn't it? Some drivers getting multiple warnings in one race.
Desperation clearly setting in. Speaking of which, here's Schaufler on the back of Castoya once again. Please don't let me lose too many places. And no, he's already lost another. That's Dries van Langendonk now.
Yeah, he's down into P6 now, is Schaufler. Aksoy is the next driver that's just behind. You can see him there just coming into shot in the 2-1-1. Crucially, though, Werrell Very, very close now to the back of Salim Hana for second place. I reckon that's going to start to get a little bit interesting coming on to the next lap as they go down the back straight. And you can see there Werrell really pushing his head forward there, trying everything he can to close that gap. And he's done a brilliant job of that so far as they go through the chicane. He might even have a look into turn one.
So Lewis Werrell all over the back of Salim Hana, who is spending far too long looking behind him.
Yeah.
You've got to look forward, Salim. As much as Werrell is going to be a threat, you've got to go forwards. You've got to keep moving forward. Kosai Aguma under investigation now, but Lewis Werrell will know that Salim Hana is slightly nervous, slightly edgy. Just pick your moment and go for it. Lewis Werrell hangs back a little bit. He can come back at him with a little bit more forward thrust. This is the final lap, so obviously Salim Hana doing everything he can to try and keep him back. But Werrell just needs to read it carefully here.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. He doesn't just send it on the inside in the wrong spot. But crucially there, Salim Hana kind of went a little bit defensive there. Werrell took the normal racing line. That's given him a really good exit here out of the final corner. And look at that, Werrell tucking right in. Remember, Werrell's quite a tall driver in the junior category. Does have to tuck in quite a bit. This is as close as he's been now. It's going to be a run to the line. He's not going to do it. Kaczynski takes the win, though, from Salim Hana. Lewis Werrell then will take third from Kostoya, Van Landendonk. Schaufler at the end of that one holds on to P6 from Aksoy, Lennon, Monteiro and Monza, who round out the top 10.
And that means that with that victory, Elliot Kaczynski has scored 244 out of a possible 250. That is massive. 3 wins, 2 seconds. Great job from Elliot Kaczynski. In fact, no, that is 4 wins and a second. So Kaczynski almost dominant in the junior category this weekend. A fabulous, fabulous run from the Swede. He's been absolutely exemplary all the way throughout, and the Ward Racing team can sleep easy tonight knowing that their young Swedish boy, Elliot Kaczynski, is the king of junior so far. Great work from him. He really has read the data from 2 weeks ago. He's got himself into a good rhythm. He's calm, he's composed, he's just taking it 1 race at a time. This is great work from Elliot Kaczynski, and the Ward Racing team will be absolutely delighted with their charge. 244 out of 250. Soleil second in the rankings in the end from Ramakas, Bondarev and Drummond. Elliot Kaczynski takes the win from Salim Hana. Lewis Werrell in third from Christian Kostoya. Dries van Langendonk, Nicolas Schaufler and Albak Soy. Ethan Lennon from Noah Montero and Tiziano Monza in the top 10. Arjen Kreling, 11th place ahead of Raoul van Tharen, another driver who made up 7 places, just like Tizi Monza. 13th for Kit Belowski ahead of Guy Albag. And Marius Barryberg still there or thereabouts in the top 15. Moreno de Roca of Brazil, 16th place in front of Jared Clark, Jason Bralich and Matt Corby. Then David Kozma in front of Kosai Oguma, Alexander Chartier of Canada from Lewis Francis, and Mickey Blaskos. The retirements, well, we lost Wojciech Woda and Luca Horton mid-race. On the very first lap, we lost Sandro Perez and Alfie Slater.
Yes, indeed. And it was a shame to see those incidents take place, but unfortunately they do happen. Brilliant stuff for OK Junior. Their qualifying heats are done and dusted. They are back out racing tomorrow for the Super Heat and, of course, for the finals. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, but don't go anywhere because we've got the highlights of that last race. And, of course, we've got the final race taking place just after it. The race start then pretty decent from the entirety of the field. Luca Horton clicking up some dust, and then these two coming together, Sandro Perez and Alfie Slater. Perez incredibly unhappy, but, well, what can you say? It's the start of a race, 3 wide, 3 into 1. They don't go, but understandably, you can see there Slater just thinking, I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault. But yeah, it happens. Wojciech Woda then at the same lap went wide out of the infield section. He kicked up all the dust and a little bit more onto the track. That made it interesting when the drivers came back round the next time around. Then it all started kicking off earlier up at the front as well, as we saw drivers chopping and changing. We saw Werrell coming through the field. We saw Kostoya coming through the field. But then, crucially, we saw Schaufler starting to fall down the order as well. The DPK driver struggling in the latter half of the day, which was a big surprise, I think, for us.
Certainly was. The intermediate classification of the top 10. This is all provisional, so don't take it as read. You'll have to get the updates from FIAKarting.com after the fact, and also, of course, from ukart.io. Elliot Kaczynski, 244, Soleil, 235, Ramakas, 224, Bondarev, 223, Drummond in 5th on 217, Schaufler in 6th on 210, Martinez in 7th on 205, Werrell in 8th on 192, Bataro in 9th on 180, and Salim Hana 10th on 177. This man, however, is about to go into the last race of the day. He was the world champion in junior last year. He was quickly snapped up by the Red Bull Young Gun program, and into the Prema Racing team he went. We heard from him earlier after qualifying, but we heard from him earlier than that about how being a champion of the world has prepared him for 2023.
I think at the end of the day, I still want to win. Being a champion, if anything, makes me more hungry to win, to prove that I deserve to be world champion. And then if anything, it gives me, as I said, motivation to keep doing better. Obviously now, driving in OK is going to be much more competitive in my opinion. Drivers with more experience than me, and obviously the quality is very high in OK. But I think generally for the FIA races, tyre management will be very difficult, but just ultimately just have to be fast like always have been, and then just trying to get the best results possible each weekend. It's not like we're going to a track that we've made thousands of laps on, like Lonato or something like this. We're going to tracks that no one's ever driven. So I think it's just going to really show who can adapt the fastest, and the fastest that can adapt will probably win the race. Yeah, it's just going to be a very competitive season, that considering that we have drivers from OKJ that I raced with, and then also drivers from OK that are very experienced and very good drivers, very established in karting. I think it's going to be quite competitive. But at the end, as I said, you have to just try and do the best that you can. And of course, the team, KR, Prema, we always try to do the best result possible. We have to face with confidence, and hopefully if we're fast enough and smart enough in the race, we could win some titles even. We have good relationships within the team. I want to win this year again, and I think with Prema I have a very good chance to do it. I think we're going to be quite competitive as a whole, like Prema and KR. I think we're going to be quite in the front this year. Many Prema drivers are going to be in the front. So yeah, I think we're very competitive this year.
Enzo Tarnvanitschkul from Thailand, the first ever world champion in karting from Thailand, and certainly the second FIA karting champion of any kind after Alexander Albon, who many years ago showed what he could do on the world stage. Ironically, he too was also a Red Bull Young Gun.
Was indeed, and he starts this one on pole position. Enzo Tarnvanitschkul has got it all to play for in this one. He doesn't have a teammate near him this time around. He has in previous races. This time around, who's he got for company? Right behind him, who's starting on the second row in P3. Oh, it's René Lammers, and he has been a force to be reckoned with this weekend as well. Lavue Sambudla as well, starting this one on the outside row on the front row. He's got David Volter alongside. Now, David's had a bit of again, an up and down day. He had that disaster where he took the race lead and then instantly lost it from a mechanical failure. Despite the fact that it's the last race of the day, look at how many people are lined up ready to watch this one.
Well, it's the OK category. You know, they still want to see how these final points positions play out. They know that Gabriel Gomez is going to be the dominant pole position sitter, but there is still a lot of different positions up for grabs here, from second down to 10th. This could all change from this one qualifying heat. You've got Enzo Tarnvanitschkul and Lavue Sambudla on the front row of the starting grid, but there are still some big hitters in this one. Lammers wants to secure second. Ty wants to consolidate the top three. David Walter wants something out of this race after losing the win earlier on in the day due to mechanical failure. There are still some big hitters in these final two groups. So there's a lot that could still change in terms of the OK Senior battle out there on the circuit. Certainly for Lammers and Ty, they want to join Gabriel Gomez in the top three.
Yeah, definitely so. And like you say, it's a real shake-up in this one, and we're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen at the end of it, because like we say, we've seen drivers who have had moments all the way throughout this weekend that, you know, we thought were going to be on the top spot, no dramas, questions asked or anything like that, and that's just not happened so far. And again, can you put that down to the fact that it's a new track again this year, with these drivers not fully up to speed with it in the OK category? It's one of those things, isn't it? It's a real shake-up, and it's certainly made this season way more interesting.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it. You've got to remember that when the drivers who race in OK, they come to Europe, you know, the main headquarters is Italy. Italy is to karting what Great Britain is to Formula One. It's the real hub. It's the real home. So obviously most of the teams are based here. Most of the testing circuits they go to are based here as well. So when you go to a whole new set of circuits, it's just a complete open playing field for everybody. So I think that element does have a massive factor in the fact that we've had so many difficult moments and different battles out there on the course. Because it's 4 new circuits for the drivers, it is going to be a different experience. It is going to be a tough challenge. Enzo Tarvanichkul and Liverway Sam Butler on the front row for the last race of the day. René Lammers and David Walter, Nathan Ty and Thomas Stolchamanis, Luigi Coluccio and James Zigozzi from Marlo Bollier and Dante Vinci, Adrian Ferrer and Emanuele Olivieri from Eloy Gonzalez and Aaron Garcia, William Goh and Finn McLaughlin, Leon Nielsen and Jacob Kamenik, Simone Bianco and Miguel Costa from Gazi Modlakar and Joel Bergström, Shimo Zhang and Louis Leveau, Kasper Henriksen and Andrea Dube, Ludwig Franzen, Javier Evramidis and Leon Hedfors to finish off the grid. But yeah, absolutely, to come back to what you're saying, the fact that we've got 4 circuits that have never been used in the OK, these drivers are used to the same sort of circuits that we've had year in, year out. We've had Zuera several times in the past. We've had Kristianstad several times in the past. We've had Sarno so many times in the past. We've had Esse so many times in the past. To then come into... Hang on.
Who's not gone?
That's one of the Formula Ks. I think that's going to be Emanuele Olivieri.
I think you could be right there.
Oh, no, wait, no. Sorry, that's the 142.
Leon Hedfors.
Oh, it is Leon Hedfors. You're right. Yes, it's the 144. So the Formula K of Leon Hedfors, who was due to start at the back anyway, not getting going.
Well, he has got the chance to get it going now. They are permitted to give one more attempt once the field has gone past. I'm looking out the window now. Man's ready. He's giving it the push. He's giving it the push. And is it going to fire up? The answer to that is no. And he is out of this race. The 144. Leon Hedfors not taking part.
Well, it's a real shame. He was meant to start from the back of the grid anyway, but obviously he has to try and work his way forward. Yep, you get one chance to push start it. If it doesn't work that time, that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
But yeah, to come back to what we were talking about, you know, when the drivers are used to racing on the circuits they have, you know, almost back garden knowledge of, and then they're thrown into the lion's den with 4 tracks they don't know.
Yes.
It's brilliant. It's exactly what we want. I mean, I'm personally of the opinion, you know, if we have 4 completely new European circuits over the year, brilliant. If we have a brand new circuit for the World Championship as well, just as good.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the F1 Championship saying, here's the calendar, and first round's at Cadwell Park. Enjoy.
Oh, I wish. Here we go. And it's going to be a false start. Look at that. Several drivers well out of position. Look like James Zigozzi was completely out of line. What was James Zigozzi doing?
Well, he's eager to get to the cafe.
Apparently. Clearly he wants to finish the day a little bit more rapidly because he was up around sort of 3rd, 4th row by the time that we already knew the race wasn't going to happen. I think he was just so eager to get started. He just carried the speed. And, yeah, he has to slot back into his original position. But, yeah, Tarvanichkul obviously under a lot of pressure coming into this one. He's currently outside the top 10. But obviously, depending on what happens in this race, he could find himself back in it again. You've got Lammers, who is currently sat at 7th on 188 points. You've got Stolchamanis, who is sat on 182. You've got Nathan Ty just outside the top 10, who is also on a high-ranking score. But it's so even from 2nd place downwards, you could have a whole different roster of drivers here. Powell is on 211, Turney's on 210, Ostrovsky's on 207, Kutskov's on 201, and you've still got about 5 to 6 drivers here who are right in the thick of it. Look at that, Gonzalo really having to step up the delay to Enzo Tarvanichkul. Come on, what are you doing? Slow them down.
Great impression of playing the bongo drums as well.
Yeah, that was good.
Into the tram lines we go then. Final time of asking for the day. It's okay, it's green flag, and away we go towards turn 1. It's a great start from Tarvanichkul, who holds on to the race lead, but round the outside,
no.
And several cuts off. They all keep going, albeit kicking up a lot of dust onto the racing line.
There's a good battle in the middle of the chicane as drivers are trying to stay out of trouble, hopping over the curbs, trying to get back in without losing too much ground. Tarvanichkul's got the lead. 2nd for Sam Butler. 3rd for David Walter. He's actually beaten René Lammers away. Great start from the Dane. And now he's going to try and take on Sam Butler without any hesitation into 2nd place. Just a little bit of a rub of wheels there. Now you've got to be careful of that because that's how the pressure can suddenly dissipate from the tyre completely. We saw that with Martti Rittinen yesterday. He ended up clattering into somebody, and the pressure just completely went in one tyre, and he put too much pressure on the engine, and it blew.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got to be really careful with that one, especially on the last race of the day. You certainly don't want to cause your mechanic any damage to have to fix overnight. I think he wants to go to bed and get ready for the morning. So across the line, Tarvanechko leads from Walter Sambudla. Lammers then in P4 from Stolchamanis. Ty is there in P6 from Coluccio, Gonzalez, Agozzi and Malabole, who rounds out the top 10.
So if it stays like this, Lammers is going to get into second place ahead of Thomas Stolchamanis. There's Nathan Ty. He gets the bid on Stolchamanis to get up into 5th position. So these are the 3 that are bidding to get into second place in the rankings. And there's the move from Walter. He gets past Enzo Tarvanechko. That is an absolute justice for what happened earlier.
Yes, indeed, and I've got my fingers crossed here to make sure that it all stays running, because the last time he led a race, it conked out literally one corner later. So far, so good. David Walter then leads the way as they go into the final corner. This is a much stronger showing now as he exits out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. Walter leads from Tarvanechko. The gap 1.2 as Lammers goes defensive from Nathan Ty. Nathan Ty trying to go down the inside at turn 1. Fails to get it done, and Lammers maintains his 4th place spot, albeit now a little further back behind Sam Budler, who's still there in P3.
I don't think you're the only one, Anthony, with fingers crossed for Koski's. David Walter in the lead. I'm sure Jan Koski is bouncing up and down. Big moves from Lammers, trying to take on Sam Budler. That's brave. Watch for Nathan Ty. Thanks, buddy. You didn't make it work. I've got you instead.
Had to be very careful there because the rear bumper of Nathan Ty there just clouted the inside of Lammers' front nose cone there. Very careful. Dante Vinci, though, under investigation, the 168. He won't be liking that board when he sees it, when he comes back across the start-finish line. He's down in P24 at the moment. He's just dropped a few positions. Back here, though, because look who's caught up. It's Luigi Coluccio, who's now on the back of Rene Lammers for P5 as they go in towards turn 1. And again, it just looked like he was going to go for the move there. Lammers stamping on the brakes into the apex.
So still they battle away. David Walter in the lead. Let's have a look at the start again. And you can see here that Tarvanechko's got a very nice move through. Now watch Rene Lammers, because round the outside we're going to see Sam Budler and David Walter also connect. A little bit of a moment in the middle of the field, but somehow they all just about got away with that. A couple of drivers running to the grass. But watch Sam Budler and Walter on the right of your screen. Look, they somehow just get a little bit more momentum as these 3 or 4 drivers tuck out wide. A little bit of a power slide there from, I think that must have been Xavier Avramides, the Australian. But the second Walter gets his move, look, he actually bangs wheels there with Sam Budler. They rub rear wheels. They are both very lucky indeed to get away with that and still driving.
Yes, indeed. Very lucky indeed. Back with the live racing, though, and, well, it's getting interesting here. Who have we got on our screen?
That's Sam Budler, Gonzalez and Stolchamanis. And Bollier's close up as well.
Yes, it's all started to kick off here now, hasn't it? As David Walter sets the fastest lap again in the lead of this race. He's extended his lead to 0.4 of a second now. Any chopping and changing here? No, just a nice long train forming, isn't it?
And William Go is at the back of it, the young Filipino driver. It's been an amazing transition from William Go to come up into Europe. And with the Kart Republic chassis, he's done a great job. I can remember him back in 2020 at Sepang in the Asia Cup years and years ago. First time as a junior, passing people around the outside on the Sepang karting circuit. He was such a phenomenal talent that day. And it's great to see him up in the top 10 of the European Championship in the first race of 2023, mixing it with the big names that we are familiar with. There is William Go in the 136 behind his teammate Marlo Bollier, and looking very confident with it as he continues to climb up the pace. There is Stolchamanis, 8th position for the Latvian. This is so unlike Thomas Stolchamanis at this phase of a race weekend. Normally, he's pulling out all guns blazing.
Yeah, really so. Nathan Ty now with the fastest lap of the race,
There's
54.
Stolchamanis.
Oh.
There's the move we know from Thomas
There we go.
Stolchamanis.
That was well timed there. Just straight down the inside and no drama whatsoever. Just got it done. And Gonzalez now just down the order just that little bit more. He'll have to work out on that one. So like we were saying, we're half race distance now. We're on lap 6 of 11, and I'm just keeping an eye on the gap between 3rd and 2nd place. It's about 4/5 of a second at the moment between Ty and Tarvanechko. But Ty on that last lap with the fastest lap of the race is starting to close up, but the gap's still not close enough for anything to be worrying about for Tarvanechko.
Now, this is all going to depend on who lines up alongside who on the front row of the grid as well, because Gomez is currently looking to be...
Well...
Oh, there's the move from Bollier. I think that was Bollier on Gonzalez. They're still dueling away, those two. And Bollier, having lost out initially, he's got the position back. William Goh trying to get the move. I was going to say, Gomez is currently predicted to be alongside Ty on their superheat, and then Lammers will be alongside Stoltemanis on the front row of theirs. So, very close run stuff indeed. And then, of course, you've got Powell starting third for his superheat. Turney will start third for his. So that's going to be two very interesting races tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and Turney will like that as well, because he's got the inside row as well. Nathan Ty will have a bit of drama. Stoltemanis will have a bit of drama. I think Powell will be happy also with where he's going to be starting. Javier Avramendez, though, under investigation, the 183. And, yeah, I'll have to be careful with that one. Where is he currently? He's all the way down in P24 at the moment. So, yeah, never a nice feeling.
David Walter out in front. Please, please just let me go the distance. Please, I've worked so hard to get to this point. Don't do it again. He's just hoping against hope that this time the Koski Tony Kart is going to go the distance. Tarvanichko just keeping it nice and tidy here in second position. He doesn't need to overexert himself. He just needs to keep the kart flowing through. And he will continue to make things flow. There is your marker board on the map for all of the drivers to find their positions around the course. The one that's out in the zone, unfortunately, is Adrian Ferrer, who has had a bit of an incident further back in the pack, down in 28th behind Louis Leveau. So onto the main straight. Come your leaders once again. Walter, 0.6 of a second clear of Tarvanichko. Tarvanichko's front fairing is flapping rather a lot more than usual in the breeze.
Is it? I'll have a look.
That's looking quite flappy. I don't know whether that's... Oh, Walter kicking up the dust. That's how hard he's pushing.
He's pushing the limits.
Well, let's look. The way to tell on Tarvanichko is on the straight, because when you're hitting that wall of air on the straight, that's when to really figure it out from Tarvanichko. We should really watch him on the back straight so that we can see what the front fairing is actually doing for Enzo Tarvanichko's car. I don't want to say it's loose, but certainly the wind resistance, maybe it's because the wind has picked up a little bit and it's just hitting the front fairing at a certain angle. Let's look down the back straight. Check it out. Look, that's flapping big time.
Yeah, it's like buffeting.
It is. So I don't know whether that's because it's loose or whether that's because it's on the ragged edge of what's acceptable. But if you look down the main straight at Tarvanichko's front fairing, look at that. That's flapping big time.
Yeah, it is. It's like a little bit unsettled there. It may just be how it's positioned. Well, is that affecting him in any way?
Nathan Ty's all over him like a lead balloon. So this could be an interesting change for position for Nathan Ty, and that's going to give him some bonus points if he can get through as well. So Nathan Ty, watch for the move. Here it is. Perfect. Nathan Ty, absolutely resolute to get past the Prima.
Yeah, not a bad job there either, and just sent it down the inside in that infield section. No drama for Nathan Ty, and he'll be happy with that one. Like you say, he had the joy of working with Sodi last year, well, in the years before with juniors, now here in seniors, and bringing the team back up to the top spots once again.
Nathan Ty was telling me last season it was fantastic in 2021. Everybody expected nothing from us and we did great performances. People used to laugh at me when I was at Sodi Kart. They used to say, "You're on a Sodi, you're never going to win anything, mate." As soon as he started beating them, the people that had said that to him, he would point at the back of his suit to the word Sodi. Remember that, because you're going to see it a lot, me overtaking you.
Yeah, there's a replay then of Enzo Tarvanichko. I think that was just having a look at the front nose. And then, of course, we saw the overtake a little later on in that lap.
But now we're going to see David Walter. I think now he's on the last lap with René Lammers all over the back of Enzo Tarvanichko. It's going to be the result he deserves this time. David Walter, having took the lead earlier on, the mechanical failure hit his kart and it robbed him of a clear and present victory. But this time, David Walter takes the lead, pulls clear, and he's allowed to keep it. Brilliant work from David Walter. He finishes Saturday with the win he deserves. That's a relief for the Dane. Nathan Ty in second, Tarvanichko in third, René Lammers in fourth, and that means that Lammers is second in the rankings on 226 out of 250. Nathan Ty up to third on 220, Stoltemanis on 216. Well done to Lammers and Ty, but David Walter gets the win he deserves.
Nothing a bit of Loctite can't fix, I think, for the Koski team. They made sure everything was screwed tighter than anything else. He takes the win then after 11 laps of racing. The final race of the day then will go to David Volta from Nathan Ty. And you got to think, if he had a few more laps, I reckon Nathan Ty might have had an opportunity there because he had closed up quite a significant gap. But again, got to be careful. Superheats are tomorrow. They still run the same tyres they've run all the way through yesterday, today, and for those superheats tomorrow. Stay tuned for that one. That'll be coming up on Sunday. You can join us live all day for the superheats and the finals. Stay tuned for that one. But as the drivers make their way back into the pit lane, you can imagine now everyone just wants to simmer down and get ready for a busy one tomorrow. There's a look then at the provisional classification results at the end of qualifying Heat B and C. The final race of the day, David Volta from Nathan Ty, Enzo Tarvinichel from René Lammers, Luigi Coluccio and Thomas Stoltemanis from Lavoie Sambudla, Malo Bollier and Eloy Gonzalez rounds out the top 9 from James Ogozi from William Go, and Ghazi Motlaka. Emanuele Oliveri will take 13th place from Miguel Costa, and Aaron Garcia rounds out the top 15.
Yeah, great work from Ghazi Motlaka there. 9 places made up in the last race of the day for the young man from Mozambique. Shima Zhang in 16th, 7 places made up for him. Leon Nilsson in 17th, 9 made up for Ludwig Franzen in 18th. Then Joel Bergström, Kasper Henriksen, Javier Avramidez, Finn McLaughlin really struggling in that one from Jakob Kamenik and Andrea Dupe, Louis Leveau and Dante Vinci. The retirements, Simone Bianco, Adrien Ferrer, and before the race even got started, we lost ground from Leon Headforce. Great day of the races, Anthony. Tomorrow's going to be very tough.
It is indeed. It will be a very tough day. It's set to be a little bit hotter, I think, for that one as well. Here's a look then at some of the replays from that race. And initially, good getaway from Enzo Tarvinichel, but Sam Budler held it round the outside. Then it all kicked off at the back here with everyone running a slightly bit wide there, avoiding some contact that happened in the midfield. Just there, one of the DPKs getting squeezed out in just that moment there. I'm not quite sure who it was, though, that initially went round after the contact. This is where David Walter started making the moves and went down the inside there of the 163.
I think it was Ferrer who went around. Yeah. Ferrer went around, and it was a slight little bit of a love tap with Dante Vinci.
Ah, I see. Yeah, so very interesting. Lammers there instantly going defensive from the impending doom that is Nathan Ty, who came through at the end of that one. Luigi Coluccio also making moves as well. It started to kick off at this stage as well, didn't it?
Well, quite a few drivers thought they'd have an opportunity or two. Stoltemanis getting himself into the mix. Coluccio actually managing to get past him by the end of the race. Bollier taking his plaudits as well. But Nathan Ty saw the opportunity on Enzo Tarvinichel, nailed him on the inside there at the hairpin on the penultimate lap, and then just chased after David Walter, who finally picks up the victory he deserves ahead of Nathan Ty, Enzo Tarvinichel and René Lammers. In the intermediate classification then, Gomez, 250 out of 250. He takes the provisional pole for tomorrow. René Lammers on 226, Ty on 220, Stoltemanis 216, Alex Powell on 211, Joe Turney on 210, then Jan Petrovsky on 207, ahead of Kirill Kutskov on 201, Arthur Poulain on 188, and in 10th, Lavoie Sambudla on 186. The pole position sitters tomorrow are Elliot Kaczynski in junior and Gabriel Gomez in OK. Tomorrow, you've got a very busy weekend to conclude, and it's going to be the Junior Superheat A that kicks off at 10 minutes past 10 tomorrow from the OK Superheat A, just 25 minutes after that. Then the Junior Superheat B from the OK Superheat B. Sadly, not all of the drivers will be competing in those because we only have 72 places across those two superheats. But then at 1:15, the race that starts the big one, the junior final, and then the OK race at 14:10. The podium ceremony will take place after each of those races, of course, as well. But it's the big ones. These are the moments that will crown us our first winners of the European Championship 2023. It's going to be fabulous stuff here in Valencia. From myself, Jake Sanson, and Anthony Jordan, and everybody here, we hope you've enjoyed day 2 of the action of the FIA Karting European Championship season opener at Valencia. There are just 6 races to go before we crown the victors in the OK Junior and OK Senior category here in Valencia. Hasta mañana.
We'll be right back.